It was unexpected. No one expected the silent fool, Var, to make the first move. Even more surprising, they didn't expect him to pick Angus of all people. The stadium fell silent in a heartbeat, and Varian shot the second punch. Angus was already pissed off since he got punched out of the blue, so he tightened his waist, pulled his right leg back a step, and kicked out. Boom! The arena of the seventh group shook violently as Angus' leg reached Varian's head in an instant. The air between Angus' leg and Varian's head compressed, exerting tremendous pressure on him. Boom! The air exploded, and a shockwave swept the arena, blasting the 8 members to the corners. Even though they were also Prince candidates, none of them were even a high-level 7. On the other hand, Varian, who subtly used his macro-kinetic power in addition to superhuman strength, was able to block the kick. Seeing Varian's hand blocking his leg from kicking his head, Angus' eyes first widened in surprise before turning red with war intent. Raw. Thick killing intent exploded, and he rained a flurry of punches on Varian. Despite being weaker on the body side, Varian took all his punches. Plus 50 XP. Plus 50 XP. Plus 50 XP. The Abyssal Var was only a body awakener. So, Varian couldn't openly use other abilities. However, he used his space powers and microkinetic powers to create defensive barriers under his skin, preventing the injuries he would have suffered if he took the attacks head-on. As a result, it appeared to everyone that Varian was at peak level 7 and even stronger than Angus, since he didn't sustain a single injury. But for some reason, he was going easy on Angus, not attacking with full strength. The crowd believed the reason to be Angus' father, the Duke. The audience turned their gazes to the Duke, their expressions openly displaying disapproval and contempt. The Duke's face contorted, not from the audience's stare, but from Varian's actions. Warrior Var, not showing your full strength against your opponent is a crime. Go ahead and beat my son, the Duke roared. I don't need your pity. Come at me with full strength, Angus said, his eyes bloodshot. What? Varian was taken aback. Duke's son or whoremonger's son, strength is the only qualification, Angus continued, launching more attacks as he spat. Abyssals. Varian blocked a punch to his chest and kicked back. Angus sidestepped and dodged, then lashed out with a kick to the neck. His shirt was completely soaked, and he was panting heavily, yet he continued the attacks with the same intensity. He was giving his best. Boom. Kacha, ****. Varian's punch swiftly shifted at the last moment and struck Angus in the abdomen. Spitting out a mouthful of green blood, the Abyssal wiped his mouth and glanced at Var with a complex gaze. Knock me out or I'm not going down. Kicking the ground, he reached Varian in an instant. Boom. Unlike Varian, who sneakily used his planty skills to reduce his fatigue, Angus was already exhausted. So, he was easily kicked by Varian in the chest and flew out in a parabola before crashing to the ground. You are cool. Disregarding the broken chest bones, he tried to get up. But Varian's follow-up kick knocked him out. Var. Kurak. 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 The audience burst into cheers as they chanted his name. Ignoring the reactions, though surprised by them, Varian turned his gaze to the remaining participants. 6 were knocked out, and only 2 were left. With a kick to the ground, he closed the distance and knocked out the first one with a punch and the second one with a hand knife. Yes. You're the warrior of our city. Become a prince and make us proud. The Duke slapped his chair and laughed. Varian looked at the Duke with a complicated gaze. Despite him beating down his son, the Duke was brightly smiling at Varian. Abyssals are a bit different from us. A bit too different. Varian finally realized. Because if the same thing happened in human society, then are the healing potions sufficient? Nod. Weapons? You use a spear, right? I got a good spear, here, take it. Bow. A light bow indicating gratitude. I got you the best accommodation that can be bought in the city. Another light bow. Here is the information regarding the opponents you'll face in the capital. Even though we have quite a few vacant positions, there are always a lot more competitors. So, do your best, okay? Nod. Nod. Haha. I really want to hear you speak for once. But don't mind me, go Var. For the Emperor. Imitating the man in front of him, Varian also placed his hand on his heart and lowered his head. My son will accompany you to the capital. I'm counting on you. Patting his shoulder twice, the Duke finally left the room. Didn't get found, Varian's tense shoulders drooped, and he sat on a couch as if he had lost all his energy. Even though Abrax's mask could disguise him perfectly, Varian wasn't 100% sure if he had done it right. Back in the ruins, his first disguise as a merman had failed. It only worked the second time. It wasn't much of a deal there, but if it happened now, it would be over. From what I can tell, Abyssals don't even have recognition tools. They aren't worried about humans infiltrating and posing as one of them. Why so much confidence? For one, perfectly disguising as an Abyssal was close to impossible. However, if a proper treasure could be accessed, it could be done. But finding the right treasure was too hard. And second, Abyss will. Varian looked at the red sky out of the window and clicked his tongue. Humans, no matter if they were level 1, level 9, or even sovereign, would be affected by the Abyss will. Even if they could endure it, they wouldn't be able to shake it off. To the Abyssals, it would become painfully obvious why an Abyssal was behaving so strangely. Enigma was capable of hiding from the Abyss will and even shielding herself from its effects altogether. However, she didn't have a perfect disguise treasure that allowed her to change into another race entirely. In the end, he was the first impostor. The journey from Tehran's city to the Demon Abyss capital seemed a bit too short. Varian initially thought they would be traveling with a space awakener or a spaceship, but it was through an entirely different method. Why the surprised face? As he accompanied the 10 contestants into the Duke's castle, Angus smiled at Varian. Varian, as expected, responded with a shrug. You really don't speak at all. Angus shook his head in amusement and led them to a secret floor beneath the castle. For some reason, Varian felt a sense of déjà vu. This feeling only intensified as they passed through black stone corridors, prisons with half-human, half-monster beings, and labs filled with human scientists, before finally reaching their destination. Our space awakeners are all engaged in the front lines now. Just for this once, we're allowed to use the sacred altar. Varian found himself in a room with a strange altar, surrounded by aura crystals. The altar lit up along with the circular formation around it, indicating that it would take some time to activate. Varian and the others stood inside a particular circle of the formation, but he couldn't stop staring at the giant altar. There was an altar in a level 3 Abyss castle. There is one here too. Enigma was chased by an Archduke because she destroyed an altar. Just what exactly are these altars? He had no idea, but anxiety gripped his heart, and his brows furrowed. Seeing Varian's reaction, Angus rubbed the back of his head with an awkward smile. As I said, this is a special use, okay? We aren't supposed to use a sacred altar, but our holy altar is gone. Sacred altars practically lost their purpose. Purpose? Varian froze at his words internally but relaxed his brows and sighed as if he were no longer feeling uncomfortable. On the other hand, Angus' words seemed to have poked a nerve, as the 9 contestants jumped into the discussion. You're right. It's very shameful that we lost our holy altar, but we should use what we have. What else can we do? What can we do? Kill that bitch, of course. They didn't mention her name, but everyone seemed to know who they were referring to, including Varian. She's chased by the Demon Abyss's Archduke, so... Yes. Skin her alive and hang her corpse on the castle. We still have 7 holy altars. As long as we rip her apart, they'll be safe. The expressions of the participants seemed to calm down. Indeed, if Enigma was gone, then no one could. What about Dreamer? I mean, Varian, one of the participants muttered, his voice trembling at the dreadful name. The atmosphere in the room plummeted instantly, and Varian felt like he stepped into an ice cellar. When Enigma's name was mentioned, the participants' eyes were filled with hatred. But when Varian came up, their breathing turned rough, and their eyes slowly grew red. It was as if Varian was someone who had killed their parents and children, the number one villain in their lives. Wow. Varian was inwardly surprised, but outwardly, his breathing also turned haggard, and his eyes turned red. That son of a bitch. If not for him, we'd already have ended this war. Fuck. 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 War of Valos. Enigma would already be dead without him. That son of a bitch toyed with us in Pluto. He even cleared her reputation. Enigma's Pluto incident. As if that wasn't enough, he even found out the potion's defects. Imagine, if our ploy had succeeded, humanity's army would have crumbled due to side effects in a few years. We would have won the war without much fighting. My blood boils. If it weren't for that bastard. At the Gamma Potion Expo, one by one, the Abyssals spat out Varian's deeds, each of which was nothing short of legendary. Every time the Abyssals were about to succeed in a plan that would have given them a complete victory, Varian showed up and ruined their years, if not decades, of work. Listening to their words, Varian took a deep breath. How many times had humans come close to extinction? Valos and the Gamma Potion might seem obvious, but if Enigma had been killed, the secret about a traitor sovereign would have been buried forever. While this sovereign might be confident in securing the artifacts and reaching the celestial rank, the plan was inherently risky. Risky enough that failure would have led to the extinction of humanity. They almost killed Sia, these fuckers. A horrible killing intent shot out of Varian and filled the room. The gentle wind seemed to turn into sharp, icy blades, cutting into their skin. Angus looked at Varian, and his smile grew even brighter. You seem to hate Varian a lot. He mistook the killing intent to be directed at Varian. Varian was a bit surprised but stiffly nodded. His actions also inspired the rest and filled them with courage. So, they began venting their emotions. He's 18. Fucking 18? And reached level 7 in 3 months? Are you kidding me? Disbelief. Arg. We need to kill this monster before it kills us. Fear. Why isn't the Demon King doing anything? Confusion. Did he inform His Majesty, the Emperor? There was doubt. The emotions of the group were in turmoil. They shifted from being courteous and logical to emotional and disrespectful. In the end, they even questioned the Demon King's competence for not seeking help from the Abyss Emperor. Mind your words, Angus finally intervened. His voice was so cold and sharp that everyone instinctively fell silent. Even though he wasn't a prince candidate, he might as well have been. In fact, there was a provision for him to challenge the winners and join the group, but he had rejected it with disdain. Though not selected, he was, after all, the second strongest in the group. Thus, his words carried considerable weight. Once we learned about Varian, our king has been doing his best to convey the news to the Emperor. In fact, it's the only thing he's focused on. If not for Earth's sovereign keeping him occupied, and had he stayed in the Abyss, we'd receive news of him screaming at the communicators every day. Trust him, he knows the gravity of the situation and is trying his best, Angus said with a heavy expression. Then why? A member lowered his head, looking dejected. The situation was far more dangerous than they dared to admit. If Varian could reach level 7 in 3 months, what would happen in 3 more months? After a year? Most of their plans were long-term, aimed at winning without causing much damage to themselves. But since humanity had such a monster, they needed to expedite everything. Because if they didn't, they might actually lose. And loss meant total destruction, not just for them but for their homeland. The situation there isn't ideal, Angus looked around and whispered in a low voice. Varian perked his ears and listened. There? The Abyssal home base? The place where their emperor resides? What happened? Gulping her saliva, a female abyssal asked through chattering teeth. I don't know much, but those Zion dogs led an attack at a critical point. Hearing his words, the faces of every abyssal turned gloomy. Their homeland is under attack? By whom? Zion dogs? Varian was surprised. This trip was giving him far more information than he had expected, though he wasn't complaining. Don't worry too much about it. His Majesty the Emperor will take care of it. He's just busy, Angus said, trying to cheer them up. The participants nodded and clenched their fists, their eyes filled with burning intensity. Yeah. His Majesty is invincible. We just need to do our job right. Yeah, if we get the level 7s, we can hunt down humans and establish our dominance in space. We can take down the planetoids one by one. Once we have enough planetoids, we can launch an attack on Earth and damage their foundation. Yeah. If the balance is broken, we can quickly push them to the edge. Indeed. What if they have Enigma? What if it's even Varian? They can't stop us. I'd like Varian to try. Can he even stop us? Even we don't know the location of our princes and princesses while hunting. If not for the shortage, we wouldn't be added to the hunt. What can he do? There's no way he could stop us. Varian's eyes flashed. You have no idea. Hollers, the capital of Demon Abyss, was a sprawling city that spanned hundreds of miles. It served as the heart of 1 billion abyssals and the core of Demon Abyss society. Here, body awakeners from all across the abysses gathered for the special training for which Demon Abyss was renowned. Similar to humans, there was an academy for abyssals, but instead of many, there was only one mega academy that oversaw the training of all body awakeners. Of course, each city had its own academy, but the one in the capital was naturally the best. This will be the final competition for the Prince candidate. Important staff will evaluate your performance and select the final candidates, Angus explained as they strolled through the wide streets. After teleporting to the capital, he asked them to follow him to the academy while explaining a few key points. It was general knowledge, but he wanted to stress these points to ensure the candidates wouldn't make any foolish mistakes. Varian carefully listened to his words while also taking in the sights of the capital city. The floor was made of beautiful red marble, and the giant buildings on either side seemed to be crafted from meticulously polished stones. Shops lined the commercial street they had just passed, and children in colorful clothing ran across the road as they headed for the huge park in the city. School was over. It was playtime. Then he saw families. When they went shopping, the common gift parents gave was something related to combat, a training sword, light armor, a healing potion. This world, these people. Except for being a bit more militaristic, Varian couldn't express how similar they were. He looked at the smiling faces of the crowd with a complicated expression. The wide streets disappeared as they reached the outskirts of the city and stepped onto a white path through the green pasture. The crowd disappeared, along with their cheerful and lively chatter. The abyssals grew sparse, and after a while, only a few passed by occasionally. But Varian couldn't stop thinking, the smiling parents would become warriors who kill humans, and the laughing kids would grow up to be enemies who destroy peace. If it were a magic beast or some mindless species, Varian wouldn't think much of it. But from what he had seen and experienced, abyssals were more similar to humans than different. Yet, they are the ones who started all this. Varian's eyes flashed as his shaken resolve hardened. And here's where I'll see you off. Good luck to y'all. Angus' words brought Varian out of his thoughts. Glancing around, he realized that he and the 9 participants were standing in front of the entrance to a huge training ground. Thousands of abyssals were already in the field, staring intently at the few abyssals in combat clothing on an elevated platform. So many level 7s. Hiding his shock behind an expressionless face, Varian, along with the others, joined the crowd. Not a single abyssal spoke. It was so quiet despite the 1,000 members that it seemed a bit eerie. After a few minutes, one of the 6 abyssals on the platform stepped forward. Compared to the other 5, he had the most stars on his military coat. Unlike them, he gave off a much more dangerous feeling to Varian. Only level 9s were capable of that. Angus spoke of him earlier. Varian's eyes locked onto the figure who observed the crowd with a critical gaze. He was already beginning to assess them, as he was the one in charge of selecting the princes. Raoden. A low-level 9, the strongest among his peers. He was expected to reach peak level 9 in a decade and was one of the Demon King's successor candidates. He was also a vice-dean of Haller's Academy. Long live the Empire. Raoden lowered his head slightly and said, "Long live the Empire." 1,000 Abyssals placed their right fists on their hearts and yelled. "You are one step away from both honor and duty, one step away from fighting the enemies blocking our path to survival, and one step away from safeguarding our motherland." With each sentence, his voice rose, and in the end, it reverberated across the field like a thunderclap. One step. The ground shook and the air stilled as the candidates bellowed with almost fanatical fervor. The final test is neither knocking down your fellow Abyssals nor proving you are the strongest. To become a prince, you must do what a prince must do. As he said this, Raoden raised his hand, and at the signal, the 5 young Abyssals stepped forward. Our space force is in a fierce contest with the humans. With the level 8s and 9s tied up on the planetoids, we must use this opportunity to push for dominance in space. The boundaries need to be redrawn in our favor. Once we gain more space for patrol, we can exploit it to meet our needs. Your mission is to destroy human patrol ships and give us that advantage. You'll be evaluated by these professors. The 5 Abyssals, in smooth black coats and slacks, gave a slight nod. Remember, if you die, make your death useful. Raoden pumped his fist into the air, and as if on cue, 5 spaceships rose into the air. The professors boarded a spaceship each, and the crowd was randomly sorted into the spaceships. Under the intense stare of the vice-dean, the spaceships took off from the demon capital and shot out toward the planetoids. Shortly after they left, footsteps sounded, and an older Abyssal slowly walked onto the stage. "Is there anyone among the Demon King candidates in the bunch?" the older Abyssal asked, hiding a monstrous strength behind a peaceful face. "None." Raoden shook his head and growled. "After we came to this damn place, we never went past 8 Abyss Kings. If only we had one more sovereign, we wouldn't be helpless as our motherland is being attacked." The older Abyssal let out a deep sigh and looked at the man who had the potential to be the next Demon King. "Do you think a sovereign would make a difference against the Xians?" Raoden, a genius with extensive experience, knew well that a sovereign really didn't matter much against the Xians. But if it's against humans? If they had finished this war sooner, they could have obtained the legacy and returned. Just why can't we fight an all-out war and decide things? Why should we try to wage a war with minimum damage? Raoden clenched his fists tightly, his body shaking from the pent-up frustration. The older Abyssal gave a helpless smile and looked at the sky. Bad luck is really on our side. We had not one, but 2 great chances to push humanity to extinction. If not for that little devil foiling our plans, we'd already be on our way back with the legacy. Varian, Raoden narrowed his eyes. We can't let him live any longer. Indeed. The older Abyssal gave a light nod, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. Since we can't draw him out, even the Emperor would acknowledge that there's no choice but to fight an all-out war before he grows too powerful. He's an outrageous monster who might have gotten the secrets of the Devis. But in doing so, he pushed our Emperor to make the choice he was always hesitating on. You mean? Raoden opened his mouth in surprise. The war is coming, kid. No one can stop it. Varian, along with his fellow Abyssals, was on his way towards XE-32, a space region. It was an area encompassing 5 planetoids, each commanded by a low-level 8 commander. This specific region was chosen because if something happens, inform me through your bracelet. I'll try to rescue you as fast as I can, the Abyssal in charge of them, a low-level 8 prince, declared. Varian touched the bracelet on his left wrist, wondering how similar it was to a comm. It's more war-centric, while a comm is for general use. Glancing at the 200 level 7 Abyssals seated with gleaming eyes, the professor continued, I can't help it if your signal is late, or if you're too far away. But as long as you're within my range, rest assured, you won't die. There was an unabated confidence in his words that let the nervous Abyssals breathe a sigh of relief. Prince Ron, while I appreciate your reassurance, I'd rather you be honest, an Abyssal woman said through gritted teeth. Her expression was that of one prepared to die. The crowd hissed at her words, as if she had spoken blasphemy. The people beside her hurriedly whispered something to her, and with embarrassment apparent on her face, the Abyssal woman sat down and shut up. Varian didn't understand why they were having such radical reactions. But the Abyssals seated on his left and right both showed shocked faces. Seeing his stoic face without any reaction, the Abyssal on his right whispered, Oi, don't you think she's a nut job? Varian stared at the Abyssal and didn't even try to open his mouth. He doesn't speak. I don't know why, but he's always been like that, the Abyssal on his left, the one from the same city, explained. What was his name again? Jack said, I'm Juan from Etrak City. The Abyssal introduced himself. Jax, Tehran City. And he's Var, Jax nodded. Var, is it? Juan mused and asked, do you know why everyone is outraged by her words? Varian shook his head. Tisk. Clicking his tongue in shock, Juan pointed to the professor, who was now glancing out of the glass window. Prince Ron is about the same age as us. And his level? He's already a low-level 8. He's like a whole generation ahead. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Varian narrowed his eyes at the information. With his talent, he should be given special facilities and training. Too bad, he wants a rare treasure and is devoting a lot of time to gain contribution points for it, Juan said, shaking his head in pity. I heard he's almost done. It's been 2 years, no? Jax joined. Well, I guess. Still, I don't know why they couldn't just give him the treasure and let him focus on training, Juan grumbled. Careful with what you say. The treasure is too precious and too rare. We need to treat geniuses with it every year. On the other hand, Prince Ron wants it for his little sister, who is close to talentless, Jax hissed. A rare treasure. Varian's face showed a trace of interest, but before he could signal his intent to the two, Prince Ron's voice rang out. You have 6 hours. Bring proof that you killed the human level 7s, heads are preferred, but other methods are also fine. Your performance will be decided based on the number of kills and the strength of the humans you killed. Varian's eyebrows furrowed. Humans you killed. That meant Abyssals could identify humans who were killed and give an evaluation based on how strong the humans were. They really had more information on humans than he imagined. Go. The floor of the spaceship opened, and the 200 Abyssals were thrown into space. However, the next moment, their chairs morphed into tiny spaceships and shot them into the distance. Unlike the giant spaceships, these mini-ships were used for individual patrols. It was like the difference between a group of soldiers patrolling and a single soldier patrolling. Varian looked at the spaceship's interface, which showed him approaching a specific region. Like land, space was also divided between humans and Abyssals. Each side patrolled their own regions, and if one side transgressed, it would result in a short, fierce battle similar to a border conflict. Now, Varian would have to kill the humans patrolling the boundaries. Clasping his hands and resting his head on them, Varian thought about a few things. He definitely needed to get the title of prince and enter the hunting teams. Only then would he get information about Xanders and be able to hunt them down. But to qualify, how many did he need to kill? It weighed on his conscience. When he entered the demon abyss, Varian knew he would face this situation. There's no way he could become an abyss prince without killing humans. But is there a way out? I don't want to kill unless I can't help it. Varian wasn't indecisive or gentle, he just felt that it was wrong to kill soldiers who were performing their duties, all for his revenge. If push came to shove, he'd swing his sword without hesitation. But after seeing Vin lose her brother, he was fully aware of how much a single death could affect a family. It was tragic. Yet. Day 1. Her tears. Day 10. Her pain. Day 100. Her suffering. I can't forget them. The only way I can calm down is when I see the Xanders pay with their bloody lives. Varian was doing this as much for himself as he was for Sia. This hatred was too much for him to swallow and wait until he got stronger. He couldn't do it. He needed blood, and he needed it now. It's not your fault, Varian, Sia said with a smile. But it's my responsibility. Varian's eyes slowly turned cold, and he gripped his sword. Approaching the boundary region. Ting. Ting. On the radar and in the distance, a spaceship appeared. Enemy ship found. Varian shot into space and traversed dozens of miles in an instant. As he raised his sword to strike down the bus-sized spaceship, a human rushed out and shot a fire beam at him. With a swipe of his sword, Varian sliced the fire beam. Like a river splitting into tributaries, the fire beam split apart in the dark space. Filthy creature. You're dying today. The man's body lit up in flames, and he dashed toward Varian at lightning speed. A huge fire enveloped him and took the shape of a dragon, with the man at its head in his fire elemental form. I need to finish this quickly before other patrols come. This man's spaceship must have already noticed the nearby patrols. Since this was the human side, they'd arrive in a few minutes. Killing enemies of equal level quickly, so, this is also a part of the exam. Roar. The dark, empty space shook violently as the fire dragon accelerated to great speed and clashed with Varian. The bright red light from the dragon, shining in the dark space, flickered for a moment before abruptly going out. Arg. The man groaned in pain as the sword dug deeper into his chest. Glaring at Varian with hate-filled eyes, his body lit up in the final flames. I'll take you down with me, Gah. Varian's fist punched him in the stomach, causing his flames to extinguish. The man collapsed onto his knees, coughing out blood. Varian raised his sword, his eyes flashing. Should I? The initial attacks went well, as the human side was taken by surprise. However, once they detected that Abyssals were pouring out in large numbers, reinforcements were called, and the scale of the fight, as well as the danger, escalated. Earth's army was already facing a shortage of level 7s, so this attack strained them even further. To end things more quickly, they decided to send a level 8 and several peak level 7s. Of course, they didn't expect to kill all the Abyssals. With their spaceships, they could escape at any time, and once they crossed into their territory, pursuing them further would be too dangerous. But before they did, they planned to kill as many as possible and reduce the imbalance of level 7s. At least, that was the plan. Prince Ron. The level 8 human's red eyes widened in shock. Standing in front of his spaceship with his hands behind his back was an abyssal he knew too well, the source of his regret. What a pleasant surprise, Judy. Have you been well? Prince Ron asked with a smile. Why you? Judy's spaceship vanished into his storage ring, and without hesitation, he shot toward Prince Ron like a cannonball. Ron's insides twisted as if someone was pulling them, and his neck snapped to the left. He slowly moved his head to the right, struggling against an invisible force, and his neck made a creaking sound. His hands clenched into fists at his waist, and he bent his back, punching upward. Boom! Space shook, and an invisible shockwave spread through the emptiness for hundreds of miles. Through gritted teeth, Ron smiled. Clashing against his fists were two spiky gauntlets, accelerated by gravity. The spikes drilled into his fingers and pierced his palm, staining themselves with his green blood. Yet, Ron didn't flinch. Even more, he faced this attack while high gravity tried to tear his body apart. You failed to kill me when I was level 7, What makes you think you can succeed now? Ron's arms vibrated, and he pulled back his fists before punching the gauntlets. Boom! The gauntlets were punched away, and Ron kicked off into space. Like a bullet speeding through, he crossed 50 miles in a blink and punched at Judy. A white barrier, an anti-gravity field, formed around Judy, repelling Ron's attack. Ron's eyes shone with a fierce light as his fist clashed with the barrier. Sparks flew, and the white light of the barrier crashed against his green blood. Cuckoo! Gritting his teeth, Ron tried to push through the barrier but couldn't move a single inch. The repulsion was too strong. On the other hand, Judy was sweating profusely as he gave his all to block Ron's attack. Why, you little filth! Swallowing the blood that reached his throat, the human warrior glared at the Abyssal he almost killed 10 years ago. After learning that the same Abyssal rose to become a bright genius, he regretted not killing him. I should have gone for you instead of her. Judy cursed, then gave a grim smile to enrage the enemy. Then instead of that bitch, you'd be the mentally deranged one. Bitch? Ron roared, and veins popped up on his forehead. Something seemed to snap in him, and he pulled strength from every fiber of his being. Craw! The gray fist of the Abyssal forced its way through the white barrier, bit by bit. But as it went against the repulsion, it faced the consequences. The skin on his fist, which could withstand even heavy bullets, was the first to go. It peeled off like a layer of an onion. Next was his flesh. With every inch his fist advanced through the barrier, chunks of his flesh went missing until all that remained were his bones. Then... Caw! Seeing the white-boned fist break the barrier, Judy sucked in a breath of cold air and channeled his gravity power. His body grew as light as a feather, and using a distant asteroid as a source of attraction, gravity pulled him away from the abyss. Stop! The chi surrounding Ron's body flared up like an angry flame as the abyss chased after his enemy. Judy's speed was barely higher than Ron's. After all, he was almost 20 years older and had spent more time at this level. Yet. Boom! 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 Ron's punches sent shockwaves that crashed into Judy. Already focused on escaping, Judy couldn't fully focus on his defense. As a result, the shockwaves blasted through his awkward barrier and blasted a hole in his shoulder. He was so weak back then, this fucking abyss. Judy's eyes glowed with hatred. If only people like him didn't exist and become the next Abyss King, I wouldn't be fearing for my grandchildren's safety. This fucker. Damn him. Damn his sister. Damn his race. Judy abruptly stopped and clenched his fists. 3 shining spears shot out of his storage ring and reached Ron's throat, heart, and eyes in the blink of an eye. Die. You plague. Let's decide it today. I don't care if I die, as long as I can kill you. Judy's growl was filled with unshakable determination. Boom! Ron twisted his body and raised his fists. With a speed visible to the naked eye, his bony hand was recovering its flesh, the hallmark of a heel fighter. With a large swipe in space, Ron repelled 2 spears, but one managed to pierce his shoulder, spilling warm, green blood. Coo! Ron pulled the spear from his shoulder and shot it back at Judy with full force. Boom! Like a speeding rocket, the spear hurtled toward its owner at a frightening speed. Die with you? Hell no. I'll live. And I'll cure my sister after we break your level 7s. Ron said with a burst of mad laughter. Judy pushed his hands forward, slowing the spear. But his concentration broke for a second when he heard Ron's words. Heal? Haha. I can buy the cure anytime now, and once I heal her, I'll let her kill your grandson. He joined the military recently and was deployed to Venus, right? You bastard. Judy clenched his fists, eyes bloodshot, and waved his hand. The spear shot back at Ron with even greater speed. Blood for blood. Life for life. Red and green blood spilled in space as the battle raged on for hours. 5 hours and 50 minutes after the mission began, Judy, the level 8, seemed to be bogged down by an opponent. As a result, the burden of mass killing fell to the peak level 7 humans. The strongest peak level 7 naturally took on the task of eliminating the most powerful Abyssal in the group. Die. A young man in combat uniform moved through space at an inhuman speed. His body blurred for a moment, and the next thing, he was 30 miles ahead, punching at the head of an Abyssal. Why is Master's apprentice here? Varian sighed inwardly as his body lit up with lightning and he flashed back. Boom! Despite his high speed, the fist grazed his face, causing his skin to crack and blood to spill out. Fuck, he's a peak level 7 and he's going for the kill. Varian gritted his teeth and created a lightning wall to block the next punch. Gotcha! It barely held on. For the next 100 punches the human threw in the span of 30 seconds, Varian responded with 100 lightning walls. Of course, they held on barely, but they held on nonetheless. Don't you Abyssals have pride? Why aren't you attacking? Kane tried to provoke him as he continued his flurry of attacks. I don't want to accidentally kill you. Varian had his own reasons. Boom. 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 Huff. Huff. Varian panted as he felt the lightning mana in his body drop to dangerous levels. Unlike other Abyssals who rested after a few fights, he had been fighting continuously, and as a result, his stamina wasn't in peak condition. It wasn't just 1 or 2, in these almost 6 hours, he had fought dozens of humans, so many that he lost count. While he was fatigued, he reaped great gains. Status: Superhuman L7, 9.8k/10k, plus 1.8k. Space L7, 9k/10k, plus 1k. Lightning L7, 9k/10k, plus 1k. Plenty L7, 9.5k/10k, plus 1.5k. Psychic L7, 9k/10k, plus 1k. Macrokinetic L7, 9k/10k, plus 1k. Water L7, 9k/10k, plus 1k. Even though the improvements weren't uniform, all his paths were more or less at the peak of level 7, especially his superhuman planty paths. Since he used his body to fight the most, the superhuman path saw the most improvement. Body fighting meant a lot of injuries, and since his planty path seemed to have a specialty in healing, it received the next highest improvement. The improvement was wild, to say the least, but it was only possible because Varian had so many diverse and skilled opponents. They all went for the kill, elevating the combat intensity to the highest level. The same results couldn't be achieved in a training room where safety was guaranteed. I really belong on the battlefield, Varian smiled, but his hand abruptly covered his face, and his vision blurred. Boom! Prince Kane took advantage of his lapse and finally managed to hit him. His fist broke through the lightning barrier around Varian and reached his head. Yes. Elementals have much weaker bodies. Once my fist hits him, he'll be gone, eh? Prince Kane's eyes widened as he saw Varian's hand covering his head at a speed too fast for an elemental. Then, something even crazier happened. Unlike breaking into pieces as an elemental's weak hand should, his hand perfectly clasped his fist and pushed him back. D-Dual Awakener. His eyes widened in shock as a chill shot down his spine. Sorry about this. An apologetic yet unyielding voice sounded from the Abyssal. Arg. Kane's mind suddenly went blank as a psychic force assaulted his brain. When he snapped out of it, the space around him was frozen, and an invisible telekinetic force, along with ice chains, imprisoned his limbs. Let me G. Kane's struggles stopped abruptly as he gazed at the Abyssal who towered over him. His eyes were brimming with a bone-chilling coldness that he rarely found in anyone, human or Abyssal. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Kane's mind, and his heart almost stopped beating. Body, lightning, space, psychic, water, telekinetic, who the fuck are you? He asked in a voice that seemed to question his own sanity. Varian expressionlessly looked at his senior brother. During the solar banquet, Cain had given him a warm welcome and treated him like a junior, which he was. But after a mere month, here they were. Looking down at the man he once had to look up to, Varian was made aware of his own growth. This man had been a peak level 7 back then, an excellent achievement for his age. But after a month, he was still a peak level 7. He had made minor improvements, but that was it. On the other hand, Varian, from a peak level 6 to a peak level 7. What others took a decade to achieve, he did in a month. A world of difference. Wayo, MFF. Cain's words were cut off as his eyes reflected the shining sword that the Abyssal raised. The sword swung down mercilessly. The level 8 they sent is much more sticky than expected. But there's something more terrible. In the large hall of the spaceship, Ron stood on a stage with heavily bandaged hands as he addressed the crowd. Even though he was a heal fighter, he wouldn't refuse extra healing. He scanned the crowd with a serious gaze before letting out a deep sigh. 30 died. But my concern is that out of the 30, we don't even know how 20 died. We at least have records from the other 10, but these 20. Sir, their deaths aren't in vain. They managed to kill a human before they died. An Abyssal in the front row, with bandages covering him from head to toe, said. He only killed one human, but to do that, he risked his life and nearly died. It was certain that he wouldn't be selected as a prince, but no one disrespected him. Along with him, the 180 Abyssals were also seated in the hall, with varying degrees of bandages. Including Var. He died. Juan, the Abyssal from another city than Tehran, the guy who sat beside Varian earlier, was now sobbing. Who is he crying for? Var gave him a puzzled glance. Why, your friend, Jax. Juan said in a sad voice, unable to hide his disbelief at Var's lack of reaction. Huh? Ah. The guy who was from his city. Varian looked to his left and realized the seat assigned to Jax was unoccupied. He was laughing and chatting earlier. I guess death is the same for both races. Just, Abyssals are more prepared to die. On our way back, I'll be evaluating your performance. According to your serial number, come forward and show your results. Prince Ron announced. Following his words, one by one, the Abyssals reached the stage and presented their results. Varian's body flinched, and he turned his head away. The results were human heads. Soldiers, people who are protecting us. Seeing the Abyssals hand the heads over like trophies, Varian had an urge to burn the whole place down. Even though Ron seemed stronger than him, Varian was confident he could kill the rest. Stop. Forcing himself to calm down, Varian lowered his head and took a short breath. Juan, the Abyssal seated beside him, thought Varian was nervous. Just as he was about to pat his back, his body suddenly froze. Don't be nervous. One day, you'll be able to get so many human skulls you can hang them in your hack. Before his hand could touch Varian's back, the Abyssal turned his head and gazed at him. It was a chilling gaze filled with killing intent. Juan was so scared that he nearly fell out of his chair. Ron's gaze swiftly shifted to Varian, and a look of shock appeared on his face. That killing intent. It was too overbearing. Was this guy someone who bathed in enemies' blood or what? Moreover, the aura he was giving off. Even among this group of several geniuses, he looked out of place. Like he belonged to a league of his own. Is he still having trouble controlling himself from the battle? Ron guessed the reason for the burst of killing intent. Some warriors, especially those with a lot of hatred and kill count, would find it hard to return to normal after heavy battles. You there? Var, is it? Show your results. Ron asked with anticipation. Varian took a deep breath and controlled his killing intent. The slip-up earlier was a mistake. Of course, since it was his first time acting and seeing such things, he had trouble controlling himself. If it were a second time, Varian was confident he'd be able to contain his reaction, no matter how he felt inside. But for now. Tap. 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 The moment he stood up and started walking, the halls suddenly fell silent. A heaviness lingered in the air, and the Abyssals felt a weight pressing on their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Peak level 7. Ron's eyes lit up. Should I send him to a top hunting team? Facing the audience, Varian stood on the stage and unloaded the items from his storage. Oh. Fuck. What? Gaps of exclamation rang out as a mountain of arms and legs sprawled on the stage, dyeing it red. Ron's mouth opened in shock, and a frown appeared on his face. They aren't heads. While I could verify their DNA to see if the owners of these limbs died, it isn't enough proof. Our information network isn't completely accurate. Varian tapped his bracelet, and more than 40 holograms flashed. Schwa. Boom. Kacha. The sounds of swords piercing, fists blasting heads, and kicks breaking spines rang out. In every hologram, the Abyssal Var killed a human brutally. Hiss. Except for Ron, every Abyssal in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. A sudden realization dawned on them, and they understood why Var only presented limbs and not heads or even torsos. More likely than not, he had burst the corpses into pieces. Heck, with the way he killed them, they were surprised he managed to save a limb. Ha 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 ha. Ron started laughing as if he had gone mad. Prince. Kurak. Var. One by one, the Abyssals stood up with fanatical faces as they cheered. Feeling an intense gaze, Varian turned his head to the left and saw Prince Ron staring at him with a familiar, intense gaze. It was the same look Seth used to give him, a gaze reserved for someone who could fulfill one's life's dream. Bring proof that you killed the level 7 humans. Heads are preferred, but other methods are also acceptable. These were Ron's words before sending them on the test. If he had no choice, Varian resolved to kill. But his mind reached inside the ghost ship, where he saw the 30+ humans, including Kane. They were all unconscious, drugged into a deep sleep. Their comms were destroyed to prevent tracing, and their missing limbs were being regrown with potion treatment. Boo, take care of them and keep them unconscious until this mission is over. Yes, Master. Varian took a breath. He wanted his revenge at any cost. But if possible, he decided to keep the human casualties as low as possible, ideally at 0, though that was just an ideal. Not just that. Varian's eyes flashed. Ron had finished assessing the DNA of the limbs, which matched the identities of the humans in the holograms. The authenticity of the holograms was also verified. It's decided. Ron's face lit up with a bright smile as he raised Varian's hand. He didn't check the others, someone else would do that. What he wanted was to announce the birth of a new star. Demon Abyss welcomes Prince Var. Prince Ron announced with enthusiasm. Prince Var. Prince Var. War. Var. War. Varian's lips curled slightly. Neither the cheering Abyssals in front of him nor the enthusiastic Ron could have ever guessed. The prince they were cheering for, the new hope they wished well, was their archenemy. But there was more they didn't know, something they would never know. He was the one who killed those 20 Abyssals. There was supposed to be a grand ceremony welcoming the arrival of the new princes and princesses. However, since the Demon King was locked on the Planetoid with Julius, it was put off for now. So, Varian and the 50 new princes and princesses met up with the Archduke, who had just returned from the Planetoids. His office happened to be in the capital, so the 4 professors led their group to meet him. He just returned after a big battle. Even though he won't kill, be careful with what you say. If he's pissed off, even the Demon King can't control him, Ron said to Varian's group before they stepped into the office. The other professors must have warned their groups as well, since everyone entered the office with a stiff expression. They saw him, the Abyssal, seated behind a desk. He was a large man with a broad chest. The most striking feature about him was his sharp teeth, which reminded Varian of a saber-toothed tiger. And he's quite old, apparently, he's the oldest in the demon abyss. So you're the new princes, Seeing the fresh blood makes me happy. Mendis, the strongest Archduke, studied them with a smile. Since his office room was rather small, they were all seated closely, giving off the impression of prisoners. They might as well be, since every Abyssal's body was stiff like a taut rope. Mendis. But reaching this stage is nothing. Mendis' smile vanished, and he said in an indifferent voice. The Abyssal princes, the great geniuses, flinched and lowered their heads at his words. To humans, he's a vengeful and bloodthirsty bastard. To Abyssals, he's a man with such high standards that even top geniuses cried to avoid facing him. The level 7s you faced are run-of-the-mill trash that can be found in any human city. What you did was clean up a bit more trash than others. Speaking honestly, you just proved that you're better than trash, don't you agree? Why yes, sir. The 50 Abyssals nodded their heads with exaggerated enthusiasm. Except for one. Varian. Mendis wasn't someone who missed such an obvious detail. His gaze shifted to Varian, and he spat again, this time in a much colder voice. Don't you agree? Varian simply shook his head. Oh fuck. Ron, who was standing behind the 50 Abyssals, along with the 3 professors, felt his heart stop beating. Oh. We have a snowflake here, eh? Mendis' lips curled up, revealing his sharp teeth like a predator preparing to hunt. The temperature of the room dropped, and the newly promoted princes felt like the air was piercing their skin like needles. Yes, sir. His record is, Ron's words were cut off. I'm asking him, Mendis said in a tone that wouldn't accept no for an answer. Why yes. Prince Ron clenched his fists at his sides and lowered his head. So, tell me, Snowflake, what's the sense of your confidence? Mendis leaned forward from his chair and rested his hands on the desk. Even though it was a small moment, it felt as if a mountain had moved. A tremendous pressure fell on the Abyssals, particularly on Varian. Fuck. This guy is as strong as my master. Varian felt like his chest would cave in from the pressure. But he didn't shrink from the challenge. He had already dealt with an overly strict general, his own master. So, he knew that while these people might be very strict and unforgiving, they were also the best source of protection if you could prove your potential and will. Moving his hand, which felt heavier than an iron mountain under the pressure, Varian tapped the bracelet, causing a hologram to pop up in front of Mendis. Since Mendis had just returned from the battlefield, he shouldn't have gone through their battle loot. So. This. Mendis' gaze rested on the hologram for a moment before his eyes widened, and he turned to Ron with a solemn expression. Is this real? Why yes, I personally verified. Mendis exhaled deeply as he slumped back into his chair. His shoulders drooped, and he gazed at the ceiling for a few seconds as if digesting the situation. Then, he stood up from his seat and walked to the group step by step. Tap. 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 With each step he took, the pressure on the princes grew. Most princes shrunk in their seats. Except for a few mentally strong ones, the rest lowered their heads. Mendis stopped in front of Varian and looked down at him with a stern expression. Varian looked back at him without any fear. Shit. Ron gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You. Mendis grabbed Varian by the shoulders and stood him up in one swift motion. Ron stretched his arm toward Varian as Mendis raised his hands. Clap. Where have you been hiding all these days, you little bastard? The sternness on Mendis' face melted into a smile, and he slapped Varian's shoulders with enthusiasm. Question mark. Ron was dumbfounded by the sudden change of attitude. Exclamation point. The princes rubbed their eyes to see if they were seeing things. Hell, General Mendis was smiling. What the fuck? Did this old fellow finally go senile? No. This must be some sort of test. Yep, they were being tested by a level 9 psychic. Must be so. Look at you, so thin. You should eat more. Mendis poked the bulging muscles on Varian's arms and said, as though it were a pity. 1,000 pounds is still thin. Varian wanted to ask, but after noticing that Mendis was at least 50% bulkier than him, he shut his mouth. Prince Var was hulky for a human, but only above average for Abyssals. But why is he talking about, Mendis wrapped his arms around Varian's shoulders. Let's get you fed first. Griffin meat? Nah, that bird isn't very tasty. Golden deer? Very tasty, but not nutritious. He rambled to himself. This old guy is treating me like his grandson, what the fuck? Varian sighed inwardly. Ah. Mendis' eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed. Flood dragon. It's both tasty and nutritious. Let's go. Even though Varian gave no answer, he dragged the new prince to the door. "Yes, sir." One of the professors called out as Mendis held the doorknob. What is it?" Mendis tilted his head to the side and asked. "The meeting with the princes. Can't you see I'm busy? They're not children. Send them to hunting teams." Waving his hands as if swatting away flies, Mendis opened the door and disappeared with Varian. The professors looked at each other and sighed. Then, clapping their hands, they called out to their group. "You'll start out in the lowest hunting group. The assignment is, hold up. This isn't an illusion." One prince interrupted with a disbelieving expression. "Illusion? What are you talking about?" Ron tilted his head. Sir Mendis smiling, behaving nicely with that guy, there's no way it's possible. So, this is an illusion. Before I get assigned to the hunting groups, I want to know if the information in the illusion is accurate. Whoa, calm down there. Ron held his hand up, motioning the over-imaginative prince to quiet down. But the problem was that every other prince and princess was also giving him the same questioning gaze. Sighing deeply, he said the bitter truth. None of it was an illusion. What? Little fella, you should eat more. The roasted flood dragon leg is just, shake. Shake. Come on. Don't be so shy. Think of me as your grandfather. Ah, you poor thing. You lost your parents and grandparents to those scum humans. Even your brain took a big hit from the attack, right? It must be hard, unable to speak and all. Stare. I get it. I won't remind you of those days. Nod. But eat just a bit more, fierce shake. Sigh. Mendis' shoulders drooped as he glanced at the stubborn Varian. Varian glanced back with a neutral expression, but inside his mind, he was cursing this abyssal without stopping. Even if I'm a level 7 body awakener, my stomach is about to burst. Did you find out my identity and try to kill me with excess eating? If Mendis insisted, Varian would have really thought so. Thankfully, the Archduke waved to the maids who cleared the dining table and cleaned it up. So, what do you want to do now? I'll support you as much as possible. Mendis patted his chest and gave a reassuring smile. Varian interlocked his fingers and put on a contemplative expression. Thankfully, he stopped himself from speaking, or he would have messed up. Right. He learned something when Mendis dug through his files in the Demon Abyss database. Apparently, the reason Abyssal Var couldn't speak was that he was attacked by a human mind awakener a few years ago. The damage remained, making it difficult for him to speak, form normal facial expressions, and connect with others in general. Of course, Var himself didn't know much about this, nor did many people in Tehran City. So, Mendis didn't suspect, and the silent Abyssal turned out to be a genius with so much power. With his mental condition, Var avoided interacting with others and thus, didn't get a chance to show his powers. Mendis thought the boy, who had lost his family, trained hard for revenge. That's why he was willing to support anything Var wanted to do. As if making a decision, Varian tapped his bracelet. Hunting Xanders, Xanders, no wonder. Mendis' eyes narrowed slightly, and he chuckled. They're the ones who made you orphans. Exclamation point. Was it a coincidence? Yes. Was it too good to be true? No. Since Var's parents were highly accomplished warriors, it was only natural that they fought the best warriors of the earth, Xanders. So, them dying to Xanders was a likely scenario. Even though Xanders as a whole have degraded, their geniuses are still among the very best in humanity. It's going to be risky. Mendis tapped his chair as if considering the decision. After a few seconds, he gave a slight but strong nod. Blood for blood. Life for life. Varian sighed in relief. Mendis tapped his bracelet and gave an instruction. You can join the teams hunting Xanders. They'll be meeting up at the Demon King's castle this evening. Good luck. Varian nodded and stood up to take leave. As he reached the door, Mendis' hesitant voice sounded. There's a herb that can cure your condition, Galini. It works even for the worst mental damages, but we only have one stock per year. That kid, Ron, will get it tonight. Varian's body stiffened. Galini. Come to think of it, that herb was also the cure for Creo's daughter's condition. Seeing Prince Var stop in his tracks, Mendis thought he wanted the herb. The Demon King has already assigned it to him. I'll get one for you next year. Maybe you'll have enough credit yourself by then, he said, as though it couldn't be helped. I need it. Varian's eyes flashed, and he nodded lightly before taking his leave. Seeing Prince Var leave, Mendis sighed. If only you were born on that side, you would have had the best training resources and a hope of reaching the celestial rank, poor thing. The gathering of the hunting teams was in one of the many meeting rooms of the Demon King's castle. Reaching the avenue early, Varian had been waiting for the teams to gather. The door creaked, and Varian swiftly looked up. An unexpected Abyssal had entered. Var? Ron smiled and sat beside him. So, you're going to join the S-grade teams right away, eh? Varian gave a slight nod. S-grade were the top hunting teams. The rest of the new princes were going to start from D, at best. C. Do you have any targets in mind? Ron tapped his bracelet. The infamous hunting list appeared. 100, Luke Flyer 99. Johnny Virtues, 98. Cutie Pie, 97, these aliases are too much. Varian's lips twitched as he filtered the list for Xanders. Fortunately, Xanders had too much pride to use aliases. Since he was going to hunt the elite, Varian also only picked the top 25. 24, Caleb Xander, 19. Nolan Xander, 16. Easton Xander, 13. Austin Xander, 9. Declan Xander, 6. Kai Xander, 4. Axel Xander, 1. Joshua Xander, 8 out of 25. 32%. Varian's chest heaved up and down. Out of the whole earth, a single family, just one family, had nearly 1/3 of the weight in the top 25 level 7 princes. They are really declining, eh? Ron made an unexpected remark. Huh? Seeing Varian's surprise, Ron chuckled. Under the last sovereign, Xanders never went below 40%. Ridiculous. The ones in the top 10 have broken most bottlenecks and are on the verge of reaching level 8. I believe you'll be fine as long as you don't go after them. Varian nodded in agreement, even though he was damn sure he'd be killing every last one of them. Especially Joshua Xander, he might advance at any moment and go into seclusion. As long as you don't touch him, you'll be safe. Varian lowered his head, and a complicated gaze flashed in his eyes. Joshua. Out of all the Xanders he encountered, no, even among normal people he saw, he was a good person. He was ruthless, sure. But he was still a good person. But should I spare him? Varian didn't know. Var? Varian raised his head and gazed at Prince Ron. This Abyssal. Even Mendis praised him. From what he heard, Ron's sister was hit by a human psychic and was suffering from a severe mental condition. Ron was working hard to save merit points to cure her and had just obtained the Galini herb. The same herb Varian needed to carry out his revenge against Creo. And should I spare him? As Varian was about to think, the door creaked, and 30 Abyssals entered the room. Yo, Ron. You're finally here. Let's begin the meeting. Varian didn't exactly remember how things went. Ron was apparently the supervisor for the hunts, but he did all the talking for Varian and assigned him to a team. Then, in the same big spaceship, just like before, Ron took them to the hunting locations. This time, however, the ones traveling weren't aspiring princes, they were the real princes and the cream of the crop. According to the intel, 24 is likely in this region, sniping our patrol ships. 24, Caleb Xander. The 8th on Varian's hunting list and the first one he would hunt. Varian, along with 2 more Abyssals, entered their mini-ships and took off. As his team was about to search the region, Ron's message sounded in Varian's ship. If there's any problem, inform me. And good luck to you, may you find your revenge. Revenge. Varian's eyes turned cold, and he nodded. Revenge he would get. The higher you climb, the colder it gets. To most, it was a mere quote, a flimsy excuse by the elite to hide their opulence behind the mask of solitude. Yet, for Caleb Xander, the very definition of that elite, a peak level 7 at the young age of 38 and one of the bright stars of the strongest family, those words couldn't be more true. He used to be a bright but relatively normal kid. He had friends, he liked a girl, and despite the privileged life he was born into, he didn't view others as inferior. Life is good. I can go to school, hang out with friends, and spend time with my girlfriend. It was the last entry in the diary he maintained during high school. Then, things changed. Even in school, he was always a bit ahead of his peers. He was a level 1 when they were still unawakened, reaching level 2 when they were barely getting started. Though his friends were also mostly from elite families, the difference between him and them was like the difference between elites and normal people. Whether it was the 3-star clothes he wore, the rare and carefully prepared beast meat he ate, the guidance he received from a young age, or the training resources he had at his disposal, the gap had always existed. Since he was still a low-level awakener, it didn't become apparent until he got into the Defense Academy. It came as a shock when one of his friends couldn't qualify for the entrance exam. He was surprised when a friend was still at level 2 when the second year began. It was baffling to see his friend struggle so much in a dungeon his team easily cleared. They weren't weak. He was just too strong. But what hurt him more was that even the girl he loved no longer seemed as bright. She was still smart and smiling, but the smile she gave him was no longer as carefree. Whenever she was with him, her eyes dimmed and her expression became heavy. It was as if she was scared of him, and guilty. After all, even with the resources he provided, she barely managed to follow his footsteps. As he reached higher levels, his family prohibited him from giving her the extra resources. Before he knew it, the people he ate with started skipping lunches. The friends he hung out with in the evenings were busy with missions to improve their performance. The girl he loved started to break down from the pressure. Fortunately or unfortunately, they graduated by then. They met up after graduation and partied. He desperately hoped everything would become normal now that they didn't need to stay in that academy where strength mattered most. He wished they could still laugh with him and look him in the eye. It was a naive wish. Stepping into society, their differences were magnified. He quickly climbed the rankings in the military, while his friends progressed, but to him, it seemed like they were crawling. Once he reached level 7, the last bit of friendliness they had toward him disappeared. All that was left was respect. Their decade of friendship. Gone. At least, he thought he could marry the girl he liked, or used to like, but he wasn't sure anymore. But when she met his family, they bombarded her with sharp questions. Worse, in front of her, they introduced him to his fiancée, who was more beautiful, powerful, and talented than her. You are suitable to be his maid, not a wife." Hearing those cruel words from that beautiful girl, his girlfriend left in tears. No matter what he said or did, she didn't stop. It hurt. It hurt to see their relationship fall apart, but what hurt him more was her smile of relief through those tears. After all these years, after so much struggle, the burden placed on her, the weight of expectations, was finally lifted. It was then that Caleb realized how much he had hurt her and how lonely he was. That day, something in him broke. He grew resentful of bright laughter, hated happy lovers, and was bitter about companionship. The people he both envied and hated were the common people, those born with just enough privilege to be above average but low enough to maintain their bonds with normal people. He tormented the happiest couples, messed up their lives using his influence, and relished their pain. He beat up the closest of friends, caused them to betray each other, poisoned their bonds with his malice, and enjoyed their sadness. Somewhere, somehow, he grew into someone he never wanted to be. A sadist, a psychopath, a sicko. You believed you were a victim and you became a bully. A cold voice rang in Caleb's ears as he floated in space. The light of his spaceship going up in flames reflected in his confused eyes. Hyuk. Suddenly, he flinched as the pain from the wound on his chest assaulted his brain. His lungs and liver were missing. The pain caused his face to pale, and he gritted his teeth. Yet, focusing his vision, he glared at the abyssal in front of him with spite. What do you know? It's not my fault. Everyone abandoned me, even the love of my life. It's not your fault that you were born into the Xanders, but it's still your responsibility to live a proper life. What did you do when your lover was harassed by your family? Varian asked with contempt. You let them spew venom at her. You left her to the wolves. Varian's eyes were cold. I tried, but they didn't listen. Did you really try that hard? Yet you abandoned her. If you had stood up for her and let them know you wouldn't back down, what would have happened? Varian's voice stabbed the knife of regret deep into Caleb's heart. Maybe things would have been different. Caleb's eyes, which remained tough even when Varian broke his lungs and thrashed him, started to water. Seeing him break down, Varian continued with a cold smile. Even after being burdened with expectations for so long, even after your friends left you, she stayed with you. Did you ever wonder why? Caleb's eyes had a hint of hope mixed with fear. Because she loved you the most. Even more than your friends, your parents, and that fiancé. Sorry. Caleb gritted his teeth as he recalled her. Her bright smile, her loving gestures, and finally, her eyes. When she stared at him with those eyes filled with pain, Caleb felt like someone had pierced a knife into his heart and twisted it. The reason she cried wasn't because of your fiancé's words, but because she realized that even after she struggled so much to keep up with you, even after she braved herself to face your family, you didn't stand in front of her when she needed you the most. His calm words stabbed Caleb deeper than any weapon could. Like dams bursting, tears poured from the grown man's eyes, mixing with his blood. The pain from his physical injuries was nothing compared to the ache in his heart. He wasn't a victim. He abandoned her because he didn't want to risk his role in the family. Be but my friend. It's all on you. A friend distancing himself from you, fine. 2, all right. But all of them? Is the problem with them or with you? And let's assume all your friends did abandon you. What stopped you from forging good bonds with your colleagues? Why are you a loner? Because that way, you can avoid trying completely and blame your past for it. You aren't a victim, Caleb Xander. You are a twisted, rotten piece of filth. Please, kill me. Caleb closed his eyes tightly, but the tears didn't stop. If you didn't live so selfishly, you'd have had everything you envy in others. Kill me already. Caleb pleaded. You aren't even worth that. A cold blade was placed in his palm. Caleb gritted his teeth and glanced at the abyss. Then, using the last of his strength, he stabbed the blade into his neck. Varian watched a top Xander genius die. His lips curled lightly into a cold smile. 7 left. Whoa, whoa. You killed him yourself? His first teammate, an Abyssal holding a large axe, gaped at Prince Varius. In the spaceship lounge, 2 more Abyssals were also staring at Varian, who was holding a transparent box containing Xander's head. While they were busy searching for him, they suddenly received a message that the hunt was over and returned to the spaceship. As a result. And you took him down in what? Half a minute? Varian gave a simple nod to their questions. Dude, we're teammates. You should have at least informed us. It's dangerous to fight alone, the second teammate chimed in. He was right. If any human was ambushed by an Abyssal hunting team, they'd quickly inform the fighters nearby. Even if you had the upper hand, once the reinforcements arrived, you'd be in deep trouble. That's why Abyssals hunted in teams, not because they couldn't hunt a human one-on-one, but to deal with the reinforcements. While all this was true, it only applied if the human could call for reinforcements. Since Boo jammed the signal and rendered communication useless, Varian didn't need to worry about a second or third human appearing. Even if they did, they should be the ones falling into danger, not him. Seriously, peak level 7 is fragile. They couldn't even withstand 2 of his powers, let alone 7. So, Varian didn't take their words too seriously. If he fought with the top Xanders who cleared multiple bottlenecks, he'd be using 2 or more paths. He didn't want the Abyssals to see it since Abyssal Var only awakened in the body path. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. We were searching really hard, and you ended up finding him, the third Abyssal clicked her tongue. Prince Var shrugged, as if it were just a coincidence. Of course, it wasn't. Thanks, Boo. You are the best. Teehee. But he's number 24 on the hunting list, damn son, you're really awesome. This is your first hunt of all things. Fuck. I thought they assigned you to S-grade hunting teams for a reason, and seeing this, I get it. His 3 teammates sighed repeatedly. Out of the 3, 1 was confident of killing Caleb. 2 were confident of dueling him without losing. But none of them were confident of killing him in just 30 seconds like Var did. Not even close. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. To the utter shock of his teammates and superiors, Prince Var's exploits continued. Once could be a coincidence. Twice could be luck. Thrice was proof. Slumping in his chair, Ron clutched his forehead as he reread Prince Var's exploits for the 7th time. Don't sigh too much, kid. You sound old, the hologram in front of him said with a chuckle. Seriously, 24, Caleb Xander, 19, Nolan Xander, 16, Easton Xander, none of these are easy targets. Especially Easton, he's a space awakener and as sneaky as a rat. But this guy just went ahead and slapped him to death. Is he level 8 or what? Ha ha ha. What did you expect? He killed more than 30 level 7s in the trial. He's a genius through and through. Mendis in the hologram laughed with pride. Ron paused for a moment to confirm that Mendis really laughed. His mood is great. I'm a bit envious. His teammates are just for show. He didn't take their help. Not once, Ron continued to complain. Not like he needs them, but keep an eye on him. Humans might have noticed him already. He could be in danger. You want me to tail him and keep him under protection? Ron raised a brow. Given the situation, it was impossible. He had his own duties to keep the human level 8s from intruding into the Abyss sphere of influence. Nah, if he asks you for help, I hope you won't refuse it, Mendis stated. No problem, Ron waved his hand and nodded. Then, his brows suddenly quivered, and he added, as long as it is not giving Galini. Mendis' smile disappeared, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Even though it was just a hologram, Ron felt the room grow cold. Ron, you know Var's situation, right? He's fine so far, but if his mental condition doesn't improve, he might have trouble breaking through the bottlenecks to level 8. It can wait for a year, no? Ron clenched his fists to calm his raging heart and said. I thought so too. But from his exploits, I believe he's much closer to hitting the bottlenecks. Maybe he already has. So, could you? Mendis trailed off. Ron lowered his head and fell silent. Don't worry, I'll get it to you next year. As compensation, I'll also fulfill a request, Mendis added, feeling uncharacteristically flustered. Ron took a deep breath and looked at the oldest abyssal. In a voice that showed neither joy nor sadness, he spoke. I worked 3,550 days, completed 500 missions, nearly died 14 times, and finally earned the medicine to cure my sister. And you're telling me to give it to him? Mendis couldn't bear to look into the burning eyes of the young abyssal and turned his gaze away. He knew it would end up like this. That's why he didn't promise Varius. Still, in the bigger picture, if Var got the herb and grew stronger, it would be much better than healing that little girl, whose treatment could wait. Now, if you excuse me, Archduke. Ron stood up and walked out of the command room. The empty corridors of the spaceship seemed desolate, as the Abyssals hadn't returned from hunting yet. Some would succeed, and some would fail and die. I feel like shit. Ron spat as he walked past the lounge, then abruptly paused. One Abyssal was on a sofa, drinking alone. Var? Ron's brows furrowed in annoyance, but he shook off that feeling. It wasn't his fault that Mendis tried to pressure him. After talking to him in the Demon King's castle, Ron understood Varius. He felt Var's hatred toward Xanders firsthand. It was raw and unbridled. More than anyone on the team, Ron could empathize with that hatred, the hatred against an enemy who hurt your loved one. Var didn't say it out loud, and Ron didn't ask. But somehow, they realized it was the same emotion driving them. He wants to avenge his family's death with the blood of Xanders. I want to cure my sister and kill that human to avenge her. Looking at the lonely abyssal, Ron sighed and sat in front of him. Pour a glass for me, too? ? Prince Var looked at him in confusion. I'm on a break now. It's not a problem. Ron said. Without another word, Var poured some luxurious drink. Ron gulped down the whole glass and licked his lips. Humans got really good wine, eh? Varian nodded and filled the glasses. Ron drank, and Varian filled again. This continued for a while until Ron slumped into his sofa, giving Varian a sloppy glance with a red face. Hey. ? That old guy wants me to give you the herb I shed blood for. I'm mad. Ron waved his hand and said in a funny tone. ? I know. It's not your fault. But you know, I feel really bad. My sister, she. Ron suddenly paused as if someone had frozen him in time. Then, Arroy. Covering his face, he started sobbing. His shoulders trembled violently as he muttered, You went through so much pain, I couldn't help you. I'm as sorry for being useless, Hyuk. Varian clenched his fists and took a deep breath. As an abyssal, he wasn't getting drunk, he was just drinking to celebrate. But Ron was getting drunk for real. Vivar. Suddenly, Ron raised his tear-stained face and looked at him with a sad gaze. ? I know giving you the herb is the best choice. I can see the big picture too, but... He tapped his bracelet, and a hologram popped up. Two abyssals were smiling happily as they sat in what seemed to be an exotic garden. A boy and a girl. The girl was smiling brightly, while the boy had a caring expression. A loving big brother and a sweet little sister. She's been bedridden for 10 years, she doesn't call me brother anymore, she doesn't respond even when I give her favorite sweets, she doesn't wake up even when I beg her. Ron tried to caress the girl in the hologram, but his hand passed through the air. Varian sighed. He was starting to hate the similarities between abyssals and humans. If only they were just mindless beasts intent on killing, everything would be so much easier. Even though it's just a year, I don't want to delay curing her, Ron said with a hiccup, a sad smile forming on his face. I mean, I could give you the herb and wait, but what if I die before next year? My sister would never be cured. Varian clenched his fists. What if the Abyssals suddenly launched an assault and humans were pushed to the brink of extinction? What if the Abyss Emperor descended? What if he died? What would happen to Sarah and Sia? Varian's breathing turned heavy as he realized how much he wanted to avoid death. Why, you can understand my fears, right? We can die at any time. I want to cherish her as long as I'm alive, poor girl, ha. Varian stood up abruptly and left the room. A sigh filled with regret echoed in the desolate corridors. If only your race wasn't intent on exterminating mine. 3 of the 8 Xanders in the top 25 were eliminated by Varian. The battles weren't really battles, except for the last one, ranked 16, Easton Xander. The other 2 didn't even last 3 strikes. A psychic attack would pull them into an illusion, delaying their response. Then, Varian would throw a spear or a punch while boosting the damage by adding telekinetic force to the attack. It was a simple tactic but worked wonders. As a result, Varian hadn't progressed much in the hunt so far. The 4th day was spent resting. Varian checked on Sarah and Sia in the ghost ship. They were both immersed in their respective breakthroughs. The aura coming from Sia's room gave him a sense of danger. From Sarah's room, however, he couldn't feel any aura at all. Weird, can she hide her aura perfectly? Is it a perk of the Cosmic Union body? No, Primal Union body, Grand Union body. Host, please stop. You're just jealous, aren't you? Varian didn't want to admit the obvious. Besides, even if his naming sense was terrible, he was just naming things in private. What the fuck was this system's problem? It wouldn't let him name in peace. Give him some privacy, okay? This system is contemplating suicide listening to those vile names. Go ahead. No one will miss you. Even after everything we've been through, you say those words. Excuse me? I was the one who went through everything. This system doesn't know if it should be happy that you are becoming more and more eloquent. Talk about changing the topic. A long, drawn-out sigh sounded in his mind. You win. Keck. Varian smirked in pride. The target of the hunt, Austin, is notorious for his illusions and is one of the masters at hiding himself. Level 8s can still find him, but except for a few exceptionally strong level 7s, he might as well be invisible. Some even nicknamed him the Invisible Hunter. In the meeting room, Ron explained their hunting target to the team that was going to search the area where he was suspected to be. Out of the 4 Abyssal members, Varian was the only one who maintained a neutral expression. He even appeared a bit aloof, which upset his new teammates. But he wasn't goofing around. In addition to invisibility, his illusions are very dangerous. He is infamous for creating illusions that show your deepest regrets and your greatest desires. Varian understood this guy might not be as easy as the previous targets. Even though he was confident about killing him, he worried if he could do so before the target called for reinforcements. I can kill the reinforcements too, but if they manage to inform the human side that a dual or triple awakener Abyssal is the one that killed them, then sooner or later, Abyssals would also learn of it. It would end up exposing his identity. So, don't take the risk yourself. Craft a proper strategy and inform your teammates when you find him, okay? Ron finished his speech. The team members, including Varian, nodded. You better inform us or you'll be in deep shit. An Abyssal with a spear strapped to his back glared at Varian. You can answer, right? Varian rolled his eyes and looked at him as if he were viewing a species with negative IQ. If you die in our team, it'll sully my record. If it weren't for IAS getting injured, I wouldn't have taken you in, no matter what Prince Ron said. So, you better be grateful and don't die on me. The Abyssal, who seemed to be the team leader, cared a lot about the team's track record. Back at you. The words flowed out from Prince Var's bracelet. The team leader glanced at the message and was about to speak when the announcement came. We're reaching the Avar planetoid. Split up and keep in touch. Gritting his teeth, the team leader entered his spaceship, and the 3 team members followed, beginning to search the area. The Avar planetoid, located on the edge of the asteroid belt, housed only a single level 8 abyssal who served as the base commander. According to reports, a level 7 abyssal, along with 70 level 6 abyssals, were killed in a space explosion created by a human awakener. However, upon further inspection, it was found that the level 7 abyssal was in prime condition and should have been capable of escaping the space explosion. Since his reaction was delayed and the post-explosion inspection showed no other signs of space power, the blame was attributed to a psychic. However, the level 7 abyssal would likely have retreated if he had detected a psychic. Therefore, it was more probable that the psychic was not found. Invisible. Psychic. There's a 70% chance it is an invisible hunter. Varian recalled Ron's warning and glanced out of the glass. A tiny blue dot came into view before quickly expanding into a planetoid and zooming in further to reveal an abyss base. The spaceship Varian was currently using was one of the Abyssals patrol spaceships. So, when entering the planetoid, the human side tried to annoy him but did not really target him. As Varian stepped out, the Stronghold commander gave him a strong nod and informed him about 6 border regions. The planetoid, like all others, was divided between humans and Abyssals, who shared a long border. These 6 regions were some of the most likely locations where Xander could be found. Varian's teammates were at other bases, preparing to search different regions. Once you show your insignia, the acting commander of the base will assist you. The base commander, an old Abyssal with brown hair and beard, said in a deep voice. Varian gripped the sword-shaped insignia that indicated his identity and status. He might really need it. I wish you luck, the base commander added as Varian's form blurred and disappeared. Boo, hack the human planetoid system and gather intel, Varian ordered as he moved past the Abyssal defense bases and sprinted toward the border. Yeah, Boo replied, and in 3 seconds, thousands of holograms appeared before Varian. His mind quickly scanned each hologram, and his thought process accelerated. From all the locations, he chose one where the soldiers appeared more relaxed. It wasn't in the 6 regions he was assigned. If he had followed orders, he would have missed it. TCH, he clicked his tongue and changed direction, sprinting to a location 300 miles away. In a few seconds, large settlements and military bases came into view. The Abyssal side of the border. Varian took a deep breath and rushed to the end of the base, stopping just at the gates. The guards at the gate were about to question him but fell silent after seeing his insignia. Prince? He is here because... Varian ignored their reactions and stared into the distance. 50 miles away was a human base with extensive defense fortifications. On both sides, soldiers patrolled their respective 50-mile zones, watching each other intensely. 60 miles to his right, a medium-scale battle was taking place as another Abyss base fought with a human base. Varian glanced at the human soldiers on the opposite side and took a deep breath. Knowing what he was about to do, an uncomfortable feeling rose in his chest, causing Varian to grit his teeth. Fuck. Varian clicked a button on the insignia, and an item shot into the air. A firework exploded, forming a special pattern and emitting a unique smell. Roar. The quiet Abyss base suddenly burst into war as a few thousand Abyssals surged toward the human side. Attack? Defend. The human army, remaining on high alert, responded swiftly. Their troops rushed into the battlefield and assumed defensive formations. Just before the clash, Varian's mental sense enveloped the 5,000 Abyssals, and... boom! Bang! Schwa! Lightning fell from the sky, explosions reached the clouds, the ground shook, and blood, green and red, spilled. As the 2 armies clashed, lives began to vanish like popping soap bubbles. Not here, not there either. Varian's eyebrows furrowed as he scanned through the dead Abyssals. None of them had shown any signs of delayed reactions due to a psychic. The human psychics were mainly targeting the Space Awakener Abyssals, which made Varian's task easier. However, even after 10 minutes, he still failed to locate the invisible hunter. Was I wrong? Just as he was about to give up, his eyebrows twitched, and Varian swiftly turned his gaze to a particular spot on the battlefield. His gaze cut through the smoke and dust, and the world seemed to slow down as he saw it clearly. A level 7 abyssal was frantically trying to avoid a spear that was about to impale his chest, but his movements were delayed, and the spear pierced his chest. Boo! Master, no psychics are targeting that abyssal. It's him. Varian bolted into the battlefield, speeding through the crowd of abyssals, dodging dozens of attacks, and reached the dying abyssal before spreading his mind sense wide. In a certain corner, 20 miles away from the battlefield, he detected a faint presence that he almost missed. You! Varian kicked the ground and closed the gap in an instant. But before he could raise his hand, the world in front of him changed, and Varian found himself facing the person he least wanted to see, Enigma. Her hand pierced through his mother's chest, a vicious smile on her face. At that moment, Varian could feel it clearly, the despair and pain of his mother, the joy and glee of Enigma. Enigma, he hated her without a doubt. Though she never intended to kill his mother, she did. However, Varian didn't want to destroy everything he had worked for so far. He didn't want to punish Sia for Enigma's mistake. So, from the moment he regained his memories, he tried to avoid her name as much as he could. Of course, to reassure Sia, he did try to act normal. Sia had already gone through a lot, and he didn't want to burden her anymore. So, while the surface reason for asking Enigma to make the potion was to improve Sarah's talent, the underlying reason was to assure Sia that everything was alright, that he could bear Enigma. If he was being honest with himself, Varian did genuinely try to interact with Enigma normally. He even had a casual conversation with her. But 6 feet. That was the distance between him and Sia. Even after everything he did, even after he loved her so much, why did 6 feet of distance still remain between them? It didn't show up when Varian interacted with Sia or Sarah. It didn't show up even when Varian faced Enigma that day. But in the depths of his heart. I want to kill you, bitch. Varian's eyes turned bloodshot, and anger clouded his mind. The muscles in his arms trembled, and he clenched his fist, causing an explosion due to the sheer force. His fist moved in a flash, and he punched out. Boom. Ca. Arg. In the real world, far away from the battlefield, a young man knelt on the ground, his face pale. Just 1 mile away, an abyssal stared straight at him. He was frozen in a punching posture, his arm muscles bulging as if they might burst. Fuck, Austin Xander cursed, forcing the illusion that was about to break apart to stabilize. He quickly slammed his communicator and yelled, Declan. Hurry up. Almost immediately, the air exploded a few hundred miles away, and a presence shot toward Austin. G. Gray, who the fuck is this guy hating so much? Austin looked at the abyssal with apprehension. The mental strength of the abyssal was actually higher than his. Normally, he shouldn't have fallen into the illusion, but due to his intense emotions, Austin managed to trap him. However, it wouldn't last long. Declan better arrive before he wakes up. Austin's face grew paler with each passing moment. In reality, not even a second had passed since Varian froze. Abyssal? Kill him. The human soldiers, who had been following the strange abyssal's movements, noticed he was frozen. Without hesitation, they rushed toward him, even before the one Austin called for could arrive. Fireballs capable of evaporating lakes and lightning bolts large enough to destroy a village reached Varian in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, Declan Xander, number 9 on the hunting list, arrived. Boom. Bang. Just as the attacks were about to hit him, the abyssal raised its fist and punched them away. The fireball fizzled out like a dying flame, and the lightning bolts scattered like a cheap firework. What? Isn't he frozen? The soldiers were confused, but Austin Xander understood. That's why a fearful expression dawned on his face. This guy, his body moved on instinct. He trained so much that his subconscious could react to danger and even perform counterattacks. The invisible hunter's voice was grave as he yelled at the young man who had just arrived. Declan. Kill him now. If he wakes up, that monster will kill everyone. Sensing the urgency in his voice, Declan Xander didn't respond and rushed straight to the Abyssal. Ranked 13 on the hunting list, Austin Xander. Ranked 9 on the hunting list, Declan Xander. Austin deliberately spread his traces to the Abyssals to lure the Abyss Princes to the Planetoid. It was Declan's plan to ambush them when they tried to find Austin. In fact, he was already on his way to attack an Abyss Prince when Austin called. A monster, Austin says. Declan reached the Abyssal in an instant. With red eyes filled with hatred, the Abyssal was staring into the void as if it were facing its most hated enemy. But I am the true monster. Declan's body expanded in an instant, turning into a giant red snake. Its face was as large as a mountain, and its body stretched for a mile. Even if this Abyssal were powerful enough to block those attacks, without actively fighting, Declan could kill it effortlessly. Arg! In the illusion, Varian's fist stopped just short of Enigma's face. Ha! Ha! Huff! Varian took deep breaths, his chest heaving up and down. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. His sanity was on the verge, and Varian was pushed to the brink. It was then. Don't get into trouble, okay? Sarah's kiss. It's not your fault. Sia's strong smile. The killing intent in Varian's eyes receded, and he closed his eyes. It was right then that the giant red snake raised its tail and lashed at the Abyssal. Whoosh! Breaking the sound barrier, the tail reached the Abyssal in an instant. At the same time, hey! Aren't you going to kill me? Varian could still hear Enigma's mockery. Var. He could still feel his mother's pain as she died. But then, you are fake. With those 3 words, the world shattered like a glass mirror, and without waiting, Varian punched out. The fist of the Abyssal and the tail of the giant snake collided. The world was still for a moment before a shockwave swept across the battlefield. The giant red snake's tail was thrown back as if yanked from behind, and the Abyssal was blown away into the air. A dust storm ravaged the area, and large cracks appeared, destroying the land. Shit! Austin Xander cursed under his breath and focused his powers on the Abyssal. In the exchange just now, the two seemed equal, but attacks were the strongest attribute of Declan's morphed entity. On the other hand, the Abyssal. With a sonic boom, the dust was swept away as the Abyssal shot toward the snake. The red snake, however, was a bit slower and responded by opening its mouth and spitting fountains of red venom. The sand in the air melted upon contact with the venom, and a pungent, poisonous smell spread through the air. While the poison was dangerous, the Abyssal, as the one who made the first move, had ample opportunities to evade. The Abyssal twisted its body and was about to dodge when, got you. Austin's eyes glowed blue, and the Abyssal's eyes turned blue as well. The illusion took hold, and this time, Austin had no intention of letting him go. Huh? The Abyssal's eyes returned to red for an instant, and Austin staggered as something seemed to block his mental force. How did he block? Austin was going nuts. On the other hand, Varian dodged the venom fountains and reached the base of the snake. With a kick to the ground, he flew 30 meters in an instant and reached the head of the snake. The red snake hissed, and a horn grew on its head. Emitting a glowing red light, the horn spun and shot at Varian. If the psychic bastard wasn't making things tough, I'd have ended it in a few seconds. Fuck. Varian gritted his teeth as he faced the shining red horn. If he wasn't using his mental powers to block Austin's attack, he could have used them on the snake to delay its reactions and finished it off in the gap. But now... Grah! With a battle cry, Varian stretched his hands and grabbed the horn, which was as large as a truck. The sheer force blew him into the clouds. The skin on his arms cracked, and green blood spilled out. His muscles began to tear from the impact, and his bones creaked. However, Varian didn't budge as he held the spinning horn. It might have been minutes, seconds, or just an instant, but when Varian felt his hand bones were about to break, the horn stopped. Varian gripped the large horn and raised it above his head. The muscles on his arms bulged, and, undetected by anyone, telekinetic power was added to the horn, ready to shoot it like a missile. Bye. The horn descended from the clouds like divine lightning, powered by both physical strength and telekinetic force. Declan, dodge. Austin's panicked voice echoed in the red snake's mind, but speed wasn't the creature's forte. Even though it tried its best and avoided being pierced in the head, the spear lodged itself into its eye, destroying its insides. Like a mountain collapsing, the snake crashed to the ground. Clouds of dust rose, and the surrounding 5 miles were swept away by shockwaves. Declan. The genius psychic, invisible hunter, Austin Xander, felt his heart drop. It wasn't supposed to go like this. They'd ambush the level 7 Abyssals, and Judy would. A chill shot down Austin's spine, and he quickly turned around, only to see the Abyssal standing behind him. James, back me up. Austin hurriedly called to the Space Awakener, but everything blurred, and the next thing he knew, he was lying on the ground with a huge hole in his chest. His heart was blasted to pieces, and the Abyssal's chi was wreaking havoc in his body. I'm going to die. Austin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He never thought he'd end up like this. He dreamed of reaching greater heights, of reaching level 8, level 9, and even beyond. How unexpected. I was searching for one and got two. Is this the famous 1+1? The Abyssal spoke in human tongue as he stepped toward him. The human soldiers that came to assist Austin were blocked off by Abyssals, leaving them alone. Why, you bastard? Austin spat out blood, feeling life rapidly leaving his body. Even for a moment, don't you dare think you can walk out alive. I'm scared, Varian said, bending down and grabbing Xander's hair. You'll die. You and your teammates will all die. Austin's words were filled with venom, but his eyes were filled with certainty. Varian's hand froze for a moment before he snapped the psychic's neck. An ominous premonition filled his heart, and he hurried for his bracelet. Far from the planetoids, Ron was waiting on the spaceship while avoiding the human patrol ships. If he got involved in a battle, it would be hard to secure the level 7s on other planetoids. He needed to oversee several teams, and starting a fight wasn't wise. Besides, if a level 8 were found on the battlefield, humans would send a level 8 in no time, escalating everything. Moreover, he suspected that human level 8s were hiding, waiting for him to appear so they could ambush him. Fucking bastards. Ron glanced at the signals, confirming they were all right, before opening a wooden box. A flower glowing with purple light appeared. Galini. It will be ready in a few days. Ron's lips curled up slightly. He had waited 10 years, but in these last few days, he felt more impatient than ever. Roy. As he recalled the innocent smile on the little girl's face, his bracelet suddenly rang. It was a text message, not a voice message. Strange. Ron raised an eyebrow and read the message. Prince Ron. Be careful, there could be AMB. After reaching the careful part, Ron pressed a button, and his seat was ejected out of the spaceship. The next moment, his spaceship blew up. Fuck. Ron jumped out of his chair, and immediately, the chair was crushed into pieces as space cracked apart. Turning his gaze to the right, he saw two humans looking at him with frustrated expressions. He recognized one of them, Judy, the bastard responsible for his sister's plight. You cockroach. Why don't you just die? Judy's voice, filled with hatred and frustration, echoed in the dark space. If you like it so much, I can kill you and your little friend together, Ron replied, shooting toward the two. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, I didn't get injured, otherwise, things could get ugly. The battle between Ron, Judy, and the Space Awakener human began. Ron was naturally stronger than Judy, but with another person added to the mix, he was at a disadvantage. However, he wasn't easy to kill, or he wouldn't qualify as a bright genius. After 5 minutes, he was riddled with injuries and in a far worse condition than the other two. But he survived. That changed everything. On the horizon, 5 Abyss spaceships appeared, quickly speeding to the battlefield. "I'll kill you one day for sure," Judy spat before leaving with the Space Awakener. Ron put on a strong front until the reinforcements arrived. When he finally got into the spaceship, he fainted. Soon after, all of Ron's hunting teams received an emergency return order. After waking up on the way back to the Abyss, Ron hurriedly completed the necessary protocols and found Var to express his gratitude. Var simply waved his hand, as if it were no big deal. Ron, however, didn't see it that way. "I was about to cure my sister. If I died here, I can't even imagine how much regret I would have." Looking at the Abyssal who was gritting his teeth as if enduring great pain, Varian sighed lightly. "I didn't save you because I wanted to. If you die, the herb will be lost." Varian had a reason behind his actions. Otherwise, he would have been content to let a genius level 8 Abyssal die. Probably. No matter who Ron was, Varian knew that Abyssals were determined to oppose humans. The idea of peace or cooperation never seemed to cross their minds. Too much blood has already been spilled. Shaking his head inwardly, Varian stared at the Abyssal who was still thanking him. He refused all gifts and such, so Ron simply said, "Then let's have a drink." Varian nodded lightly. That was fine. If Ron got drunk, he might reveal some information. The spaceship reached the Abyss and entered their capital after a few more minutes. As the teams gathered in the meeting hall, Varian immediately sensed something was off. Under Ron's team, there should have been around 7 teams and 30 members. But only 15 were present. What about the remaining 15? Could it be? Varian recalled Ron's ambush, and his eyes narrowed. His suspicions were confirmed when Archduke Mendis entered the hall and stepped on the stage. With a grim expression, he addressed the 10 Abyssals. The humans managed to pull a nasty ambush. His words crushed the last hope some were holding. 15 of our princes were taken down. Ron lowered his head at Mendis' words. To be honest, he had received the emergency calls from the teams when they were ambushed. But he was struggling to survive without getting fatally injured under the attacks of Judy and that Space Awakener. He couldn't help them. So, it's really regrettable. But what's even more regretful is that none of the martyrs managed to kill even one of the human princes responsible for the ambush. Doubts and surprises emerged on the faces of the Abyssals. A day later, Ron headed to the Demon King's castle. Compared to the common, more accessible rooms on the first floor, the second floor required strict permission. Even though he was a prince, Ron had to show his insignia to the guards for entry. "I drank too much yesterday." Craning his neck from side to side, Ron opened the door to the meeting room and was about to address the hunting teams. "Huh?" The foot he raised to step forward froze in midair as he noticed something strange. Var, Prince Var, was missing. Prince Ron. The hunting team members greeted him with smiles, and Ron returned a polite smile. However, he didn't respond further as he was lost in thought. He was here early in the previous meetings. What happened now? Egan? The words of an Abyssal snapped him out of his thoughts. Huh? What? Ron blinked twice and looked around. Can we begin the meeting? Track, ranked 3rd on the human hunting list, asked, failing to mask the confusion in his eyes. What in the 7 hells happened to make Prince Ron, a sharp and alert warrior, so absent-minded? Ah, where's Prince Var? Ron asked as he sat on a chair in front of the group. Var, the new prince joining us today? Vela, ranked 2nd, frowned. There was a specific order in which the hunting teams were arranged. For example, B-grade teams hunted humans ranking between 50 and 75. A-grade teams hunted those between 25 and 50. S grade, which Var joined shortly after becoming a prince, hunted the top 25. But even S grade was divided into S plus and S minus. S covered ranks 11 to 25, while S plus covered ranks 1 to 10. Upon entering, Var hunted down humans ranking 24, 19, and 16 in the first phase. Just the day before yesterday, he also hunted down ranks 13 and 9 unexpectedly. As a result, he was promoted to the S plus teams. Today was the day he was supposed to meet these teams. And Mendis transferred me to look after the S plus teams, but his real intention is for me to keep an eye on various. Ron understood his intentions and agreed. I heard he killed rank 9, Declan Xander. I wish to meet him. Track said with burning eyes, battle intent bursting from his gaze. Since Var had taken down both rank 9 and rank 13, rumors began to circulate that he was eligible to enter the top 3 of the hunting teams. He's been praised by Archduke Mendis. That's making me curious. The rank 1 on the human hunting list, Osbert, let out a meaningful smile. Maybe he got caught up in something. Let me contact him. Ron gave an awkward smile and tapped his bracelet. Var, it's time for the meeting. Are you on your way? Hey, everyone is waiting for you. Var, where the heck are you? Ron's expression grew heavy with the lack of response. He tapped his communicator and requested permission to locate Var, citing his position as the reason. Permission granted. Avar's location was displayed in a hologram, and Ron's eyes almost popped out. What the hell is he doing there? Without another word, he rushed out. The Abyssals of the S plus hunting team also saw the location, and with a weird expression, they followed. Huff. Huff. Sharp panting sounds echoed through the mountain range, as if a giant beast was taking quick, short breaths. With every inhale, the flowers and plants were pulled in a certain direction, and with every exhale, they were pushed away. A giant wolf, towering over a mountain, stood on its hind legs, breathing heavily. In front of it was a human whose height barely reached its ankle. Yet, the aura emitted by the human matched and faintly surpassed the beast's. Roar! The giant wolf gave a deep howl. The mountains began to shake, and the stones on the ground vibrated as if someone were playing drums. Varian's expression distorted, and he raised his hand. A double-edged spear, one side lightning and the other ice, materialized in his hand. Noticing the danger, the giant wolf raised its foot to stomp Varian to death. An invisible force struck its foot, slowing it down. The wolf gnashed its teeth and lashed out at Varian with its tail. Varian's figure blurred, and he reappeared at the wolf's neck. The wolf had sensed him and, with superior speed, swung its claw. A terrible pain assaulted the giant wolf's brain, and its eyes spilled blood. The force under its claw decreased considerably. Then, the space around the wolf's claw solidified, stopping it for a moment. Varian raised the spear over his right shoulder and poured his strength into the grip. He launched the spear at the wolf's neck like a missile. Boom! The sheer force of the throw blew Varian backward, and the numerous wounds on his body opened up. But he didn't care, his eyes remained fixed on the spear that reached the giant wolf's neck and lodged itself in the creature's chin. Then, a blue light flashed, and bone-chilling ice froze the creature's blood. Before it could struggle, a golden light burst out, and the lightning blast exploded its neck into pieces. The giant wolf collapsed onto the ground, its dark green blood pouring out like heavy rain. Varian knelt, taking heavy breaths. His injuries were quickly healed by his planty powers, but his whole body ached as fatigue filled him. Fuck. Varian couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Boom. The giant wolf's corpse fell next to him, its green blood spilling and drenching him. Wolves. I fucking hate wolves, Varian spat. Fire wolf. Charles's Lycos. Still, this is my limit, I guess, Varian muttered, looking at the empty red sky. After his talk with Ron, anxiety gripped him, leading him to this place called the Dark Tower. It was one of the famous training facilities in the Demon Abyss, with 33 floors divided into 3 levels, levels 7, 8, and 9, with 11 floors each representing increasing difficulty. On each floor, you could fight a dangerous beast. There were no rewards for winning, but it was an excellent place to train. Should any danger arise, you could hold the talisman given upon entry, and you'd be teleported out of the tower. The beasts were somewhat real, but Varian wasn't sure if they were truly alive. Every time a beast was killed, it would take several days to revive. It defied common sense, but Varian wasn't interested in how it worked. As he entered the tower and cleared one floor after another, only one thought echoed in his mind: I need to grow stronger. Stronger. Level 7 wasn't enough. Level 8 wouldn't help. Level 9 wouldn't change anything. Sovereign? What about Sovereign? He had 7 paths and would soon gain the 8th. As the system stated, he needed to find a workaround to become a celestial of 8 paths. If his origin got tied to one avenue, he'd lose access to the others. This meant he could only become a sovereign once he figured it out. After becoming a sovereign, they link their origin to an avenue. But with my talent, I'm sure it'll be done in no time. So, once he became a sovereign, he wouldn't have much trouble becoming a celestial ranker. The problem was, he didn't know how to do this without losing his paths. Forget all that, I'm not even level 8 yet. Varian grimaced and dragged his battered body up. He was curious about what a day of intense fighting had earned him. Status: Superhuman L7, 10k/10k, plus 0.2k, Space L7, 10k/10k, plus 1k, Lightning L7, 10k/10k, plus 1k, Planety L7, 10k/10k, plus 0.5k, Psychic L7, 10k/10k, plus 1k, Macrokinetic L7, 10k/10k, plus 1k, Water L7, 10k/10k, plus 1k. This is the status before your fight with the little wolf. The system's voice sounded. Varian raised a brow. Each floor had dozens of regions and hundreds of monsters. Luckily, they were restricted to their own turf and didn't come out. So, he could clear a region, rest for a while, and then move on to the next. That's why, while Varian only cleared 11 floors in a whole day, he had faced thousands of foes. Most were weak and didn't contribute much. But each floor had a handful of monsters that greatly helped him. And he cleared 11 floors. So, it's no wonder his stats went that high. What about after the giant wolf? I can feel the bottlenecks, but not too many. Varian asked. Bottlenecks were like walls you needed to break. If level 6 to level 7 had 6 bottlenecks, then level 7 to level 8 should have 7. But Varian felt only 4 or 5 for each path. The insights from Sia and Sarah, especially Sia, who has already cleared these bottlenecks, have helped you skip a few. The paths you have in common with Sarah also got a boost since her experience was different from yours and, in some ways, more thorough. Oh. Synergy is useful like this, eh? Good, good. Varian's expression brightened. Once you hit the bottlenecks, the insights were taken into account, so your current status is Superhuman L7, 2/7, due to Sarah's experience. Space L7, 3/7, due to Sia's gravity path, which is similar to space. Lightning L7, February 7th, mainly Sia's darkness path, with some influence from Sarah's water path. Planety L7, 1/7, synergy. Psychic L7, 4 out of 7, insights from Sia's psychic path. Macrokinetic L7, 2 out of 7, insights from Sia's psychic path. Water L7, 2/7, insights from Sarah's water path and Sia's darkness path. Varian was pleasantly surprised. As a whole, Synergy had cleared 16 out of 49 bottlenecks. Nearly 1/3 of the work was already done. He felt he could clear these bottlenecks faster compared to those at level 6. Once Sia reaches level 9 and Sarah emerges from her seclusion, we can dual cultivate, synergize again. It wasn't just him who benefited. Due to his 7 paths, Sia and Sarah would also find it much easier to clear their bottlenecks. Bottlenecks are the main reason why awakeners at the peak of a path typically spend a decade or 2 trying to advance. Even with their top-notch talents, Sarah and Sia would still need a significant amount of time to clear them. But with synergy, the part that takes the most time was removed. Their progress would truly skyrocket. We'll be better prepared for war. We better win, if we lose. Varian's expression turned grim. Even in the worst case, he could take the people close to him and escape in the ghost ship. But humanity will cease to exist. The early years after the blink were strife with conflict, nuclear wars, viruses, comets, murlocs, and terrorism. They were years filled with death and destruction, and humanity was close to becoming history. Even then, with a tenacious will, they survived. With the advent of the Abyssals, humanity nearly went extinct. Driven out of their moons, space cities, and planetoids, humanity was confined to planets like animals in cages. If not for Heaven's will selecting the sovereigns, humanity would have been extinct. However, it took nearly 3 decades for the sovereigns to appear. In those 30 dark years, no human believed they were going to survive. It seemed as if it was their fate to be destroyed. But they refused to yield to that fate. They kept fighting. Men and women, young and old, strong and weak, no one stayed behind. When their families perished, they went to the battlefield. When their friends vanished one by one, they gripped their weapons tighter. When life was leaving their bodies, they poured all their strength into one last attack. It was this desperation, this collective will, that kept humanity alive until the sovereigns appeared. They died for the children of the distant future, for the people they'd never meet, for the people who wouldn't remember them. Yet, they willingly sacrificed their lives so that their ending could become a new beginning. Varian would never know whose sacrifices were allowing him to be alive today. But I do know that they don't want mankind to perish. Varian took a deep breath. The future rests on me. Varian's shoulders sank under the invisible weight. When he was a child, Varian wanted to become an emperor. The ruler of the entire race. But it was only now that he got a sense of what it meant to shoulder the fate of an entire race. Varian closed his eyes and thought about his future. His eyes snapped open after a minute. Without wasting another moment, Varian smashed a talisman and exited the tower. At the exit of a giant red tower stood 4 Abyssals, led by Ron. The others who wanted to follow were turned back by Mendis, who noticed their absence. Why did he come here all of a sudden? Vela, rank 2, asked with a curious expression. I spoke about war yesterday, Ron said. He probably wants to train rather than hunt. Vela tilted her head. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. All this time, he was training, after all. Ron rubbed his forehead and said, if he isn't coming, we'll go by ourselves. Osbert, rank 1, shrugged. Since we came so far, let's at least check the rankings. Fine, Track, rank 3, agreed. So, the 4 Abyssals ended up in front of a list magically engraved on the tower. There were 3 lists in total, and they were looking at the first, which showed the performances of level 7 across the 11 floors. 1. Tren. 2. Holly. 3. Sydney. 4. 5. 6. 10. Travis. 16. Osbert. 24. Vela. 33. Track. 100. Jill. This list was an all-time record. It made climbing the ranks that much harder. Unlike humans, who grew stronger with each generation, Abyssals had remained more or less stagnant in their overall power. So, even though this list was reset in 300 YAB when the Abyssals arrived in the solar system, it still covered over 2 centuries of geniuses. How many level 7s had the Dark Tower witnessed in these 2 centuries? More than 50,000. To make it onto the list, you needed to be in the top 100 to 0.2%. Do you think he'll make it to the top 50? Vela, the rank 2 Abyssal, asked with a curious expression. Despite being second on the hunting list, she only managed to reach 24 on the Dark Tower list. Even so, she was considered one of the brightest. Top 50? He could enter, but it's too early for him. Track, the rank 3 Abyssal, shook his head. The three of them had cleared all but one bottleneck and were on the verge of breaking through to level 8. So, in level 7, they were already the strongest they could be. What about Var? According to rumors, he was only at peak level 7 and hadn't broken any bottlenecks. Right, Prince Ron? Track asked. Ron thought for a moment before shrugging. Maybe he did break bottlenecks. No one saw him fight at his best. There was an awkward silence in front of the tower. The guards watching from a distance were also curious. They didn't know the prince they let in so casually had so much potential. If he's at the peak of his strength, maybe he can reach the top 10, Osbert said with a chuckle. Top 10? Are you kidding? Track abruptly swallowed his words. If Archduke Mendis praised him so much, then maybe. Your father's rank might be snatched by him. Osbert clicked his tongue and smiled at Ron. Ron looked at the name on rank 10, Travis. Dad. Ron smiled lightly. Well, he's brilliant, all right. His record so far has been excellent. But top 10 is really hard. Maybe 25. Track scratched his cheek. Rank 25, Jera. Oops, it's your grandmother, Prince Ron. Vela smiled. Yours is really a lineage of great warriors. Osbert complimented as he gazed at another rank. Rank 15, Ron. Father at 10, himself at 15, grandmother at 25. 3 ranks in the top 25 were held by a single family. Even though Ron spent so much time with his sister, he reached 15th. If he didn't, I'm sure he'd be in the top 10. Even the top 5 is not impossible, Osbert sighed inwardly. As the 4 Abyssals were chatting, the list gave off a brilliant light. One by one, the names began moving, and the list began rewriting itself from 100th. Since this happened, it only meant that Var had entered the list. Whoa! He did it. The name of the 90th rank was written. But, I can't find him. Track was confused. 80th name. He really broke bottlenecks, huh? Vela narrowed her eyes. 50th name. How many bottlenecks did he break, I wonder? Osbert rubbed his chin. 40th name. 40? Ron was confused. 30th name. Holy fuck, he crossed me. Track saw his rank drop from 33 to 34. Are you fucking kidding me? He's really stronger than me, top 3? Hearing Track's remarks, the expressions of the remaining 3 grew heavier. There were just random rumors that Var was strong enough to be in the top 3. No one took them seriously. But here they were. What the hell? It didn't end there. Oh fuck. Vela cursed, drawing the attention of the 3. With a shaking finger, she pointed. My rank. Rank 24 Vela was now rank 25. Ron's grandmother was pushed to rank 26. Var was really in the top 25. My rank too. Osbert rubbed his eyes. Rank 16 Osbert fell to rank 17. The next name, showing rank 16, appeared, 16. Ron. F fuck. Rank 15 Ron fell to rank 16. You must be kidding, Ron said, unable to believe Var was already so strong. He knew Var had more potential, but he always thought he was yet to grow. But now. Rank 10 Travis, Ron's father, fell to rank 11. Top 10. Oh my. They eagerly searched for his name in the top 10. Was it 10th or was it 9th? But. Top 5? Kill me. Vela yelled. No one reacted to her words. They were all staring, transfixed at the ranking. Even the guards stopped their duties and were staring at the list from behind. The top 5 rankings appeared one by one. 5. Riven. 4. Sydney. 3. Holly. The ranking list seemed to pause for a moment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes shining with boundless curiosity. This was it. This was the moment they were waiting for. Was Var rank 2 or 2, Tren? Damn. Fuck. Whoa. Even before revealing the rank 1, the Abyssals let out gasps and screams of bewilderment. As if to confirm their reactions, the name did appear. 1. Var. With emotions in turmoil, the 4 Abyssals and 2 guards stared at the name with mouths wide open. When the truth finally appeared before them, they were so shocked they didn't know what to say. Tap. 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 Even when the sound of footsteps came from behind, they didn't turn around. Even when someone tapped Ron on the shoulder, he didn't turn. Ron's eyes were fixed on the screen as if frozen. So, when someone blocked his view, he scowled and was about to curse before he realized who it was. Vivar? Hearing that name, the 3 Abyssals, Osbert, Vela, and Track gasped and clung to his arms. Boss. Future Demon King. Master. Varian was confused at first, but after glancing at the list, he understood the situation. However, his expression barely changed. Freeing himself from their grip, Varian tapped his bracelet, and a message popped up. Let us go hunt. The final 3 Xanders. They're on my hunt. Why yeah. Ron managed to respond. Varian's brows knitted together at the 3 pairs of eager eyes gazing at him. One thing led to another, and he was now on a team with ranks 1, 2, and 3. They were assigned a single room in the spaceship to discuss things before the hunt. However, the 3 of them kept staring at him like he was a rare zoo creature. Added to this, all other teams had already left. They were the last ones, and Varian couldn't even ask for a team change. I think you don't even need a team, but I want to fight alongside you and witness your true strength, Osbert said with glimmering eyes. Vela's and Track's eyes also shone. True strength? Has it hit level 8 yet? Varian wondered. Crossing a level seemed dangerous, but no level 7 could give him a challenge. The reason he collapsed after fighting the giant wolf was due to exhaustion. Clearing 11 floors took around a week, and he did it in a day. If I fight Joshua and Osbert, the strongest level 7s, I can gauge my strength. That way, he'd get a proper idea of how strong he was. Seeing the silent Varian, Track felt it was a pity. Hey, if only Prince Ron gave you the herb. What are you saying? He earned it after so much hard work, Vela shot him a glare. Didn't he say it himself? Var's condition makes it harder for him to clear the bottlenecks. The final bottleneck is the hardest. I just think he should be prioritized for the herb. Track didn't back down. Vela shook her head. It's up to him. Even Archduke Mendis can't force him. Her words poured cold water on Track's enthusiasm, and he sighed deeply. Yeah. His father was really a hero for the Archduke to even think of forcing him. Hero? For some reason, that word coming from the Abyssals prickled Varian, and a frown emerged on his face. Oh. Osbert noticed the detail and raised a brow. Don't tell me you don't know. Varian nodded. Former rank 10 on the Dark Tower, Travis. Even though he heard others praising Ron's father, he had no idea who he actually was. The Abyssals used aliases, and humans usually didn't know their real names. Wow. Osbert's eyes widened at Varian's honest answer, and he tapped his bracelet. A hologram popped up, showing the figure of an Abyssal in light armor. Next to him were rows of text in Abyssal. Varian's eyes scanned the text as Osbert explained. Once he reached level 7, his exploits skyrocketed. He led many missions on the Planetoids. But the inflection point in his career is... Varian's gaze froze on a particular spot, and his eyes widened. Purple demon. Osbert's words were like a hammer driving the nail into his bones. Varian clenched his fists and read the text again. Purple demon, 10 years ago, Travis played a major role in the major battle on the planetoid Purple Sky and stalled the reinforcements. Using this gap, our side was able to redraw the borders of the planetoid and occupy several critical locations. Varian's body cooled as if he had stepped into ice. It was the same year his father died. Even if the reinforcements were a minute early, we could have saved him. The words of the soldier who brought the news of his father's death to his mother echoed in his mind. Dad. Varian's chest grew heavy. Vivar? Osbert called out in concern. Varian no longer answered and closed his eyes. The Xanders were some of the best warriors in humanity. The top 3 Xanders on the hunting list were even more extraordinary. They were monsters among monsters, who had slaughtered 15 Abyss princes. Now, the trio was staring at an abyssal base across the vast border. Kai, make sure you send us right into the meeting room, a man fiddling with a sword said. Despite his slovenly appearance, his stance was perfect, ready to attack or defend at the slightest notice. There will be 10 commanders in the meeting room, a woman with purple hair said. You might die. Then, I can move up a ranking. Her cold expression made it unclear if she was joking or being serious. Just you, bitch. You're still ranked below me, the swordsman said, making it absolutely clear he meant what he said. Limp-dicked bastard, the cold woman spat without mercy. Purple bitch, the swordsman narrowed his eyes. The third Xander looked down at them with a serious gaze and said, if you two hadn't fought over the last mission, we could have killed 5 more Abyssals. The Space Witch, Kai Xander, and the Sword Prince, Axel Xander, paused and stared at the tall man. Even though you're stronger than me, you don't have the right to order me around, Axel snorted. When you're addressing me, put away your commanding tone, the purple-haired woman said with disgust. Joshua Xander frowned but didn't reply. His siblings had great talent and strength, but their egos were even higher. That's why they weren't given commanding roles and were only allowed to lead 5-member teams most of the time. Since the circumstances were special, Joshua agreed to work with them. That damn Abyssal killed 5 princes in a row. Now, we're really on the edge of losing our footing. He was furious at the new Abyssal Prince. If they didn't balance the damage the prince was causing, the level 7 Abyssals would soon overwhelm the human level 7s, and the order of the entire planetoid would shift. I need to work with them, somehow. Suppressing his natural voice, Joshua spoke to the Space Witch in a rather subdued tone. After we're teleported, we'll try to kill all 10 commanders. But if someone escapes, you... I know. I'll take care of them, Kai Xander said, waving her hand dismissively. And Axel, cooperate with me. That's the best way we can finish the... I can take care of them by myself, Axel snorted, gripping his sword. Joshua frowned and stopped talking. He had tried his best, but they just weren't listening. He could only hope they would at least kill 5 commanders before calling for reinforcements. And before the reinforcements arrived, they'd have to finish the next 5. All right, I'm sending you in. Kai's space power enveloped them. I hope everything goes well. Joshua looked at the purple sky. Ron couldn't get the ranking list out of his mind. The scene where Var's name etched itself at rank 1 played on repeat. Ron gritted his teeth and took out a silver sheet. With a stiff arm, he poured his chi into the silver sheet and started to write. The short message was finished in a few minutes, and he attached the silver sheet to a wooden box. He looked out the window and glanced at the 2 sons. Roy, Attention. 2 commanders have been assassinated. The rest are fighting for their lives. We need reinforcements, now. Ron jolted out of his seat and put the box into his storage ring. He glanced at the map and realized they were very close to the planetoid where the message originated. Originally, it was a planetoid they were supposed to pass by, but since they were close, they received the message. Slamming the emergency button, Ron yelled, emergency support deployment. In the mission room, Osbert, Vela, and Track were taken aback. Planetoid, purple sky. Varian's eyes shot open. Purple sky, where it all began. I will give it a proper ending. Ron's spaceship rushed toward a purple orb, which soon revealed itself to be a planetoid. This will be the end of Prince Var, Varian thought as he prepared to press the button to move out of the spaceship. Suddenly, the ship shook. Boom! The entire spaceship grew hot all of a sudden, and an explosion occurred at its front, flipping the ship. Varian's space sense spread out, and he noticed a human blocking the spaceship. Ron, come out and die, the man growled. The spaceship fell silent, and the man raised his hand to attack. Then, you'll be the one dying, you fucker. Ron rushed out of the spaceship and dashed toward the man. The fight of hatred resumed. Varian and the trio realized the situation and, without hesitation, boarded their own spaceships and rushed to the planetoid. The Level 8 was stalling Ron to prevent him from interfering with the planetoid. That meant, in a few minutes, things would be under control. The remaining 8 commanders would die. Damn it. Even as they reached the atmosphere, it was easy to see where the fighting was taking place. It was on an isolated island on the planetoid, where only 8 Abyssals faced 3 humans. The Abyssals had major injuries and were bleeding heavily, while the humans were mostly fine, aside from some cuts and light exhaustion. Upon recognizing the identities of the 3 humans, the eyes of the Abyssals nearly popped out. Varian was also taken aback by this unexpected situation. He never expected the last 3 hunts on his list would all be in the same place. And not just that. He turned around and saw Osbert, Vela, and Track, the top 3 Xanders and the top 3 Abyssals on one isolated island with no one else around. Wow. Just wow. Varian couldn't stop his lips from twisting up. Yo Var, Joshua is my prey. Osbert's voice came from his bracelet, and the next moment, the spaceship near the abyss disappeared. He flipped in the air, faced the ground, and then kicked. Boom! Blowing away the clouds, he shot toward the monster prince. Axel is my prey. Vela chuckled as she dove down. I will kill that space witch. Track took the last target. By the time Varian descended, one of the 8 commanders was dead, and 10 Abyssals, now led by the trio, were fighting the 3 Xanders. Despite the odds being 3 against 1, the Xanders weren't losing ground. As he landed beside the Abyssals, the gazes of Joshua, Axel, and Kai fell on him. Though their expressions varied, they all understood that his entry into the battle would tip the scales they were struggling to maintain. If I join their fight, they can quickly defeat the Xanders. Varian saw the welcoming smiles on the faces of the Abyssal trio. Var. Now. Take down the space witch first. Let's do it. Their voices were filled with enthusiasm, and their words were steeped in confidence. They are not just confident, they are certain of their victory. Joshua Xander narrowed his eyes as he dodged attack after attack. The entire island shook from the battle, but he could see the calm eyes of the Abyssal clearly. They were looking at him as if he were prey. I have a bad feeling about this. Joshua switched to a defensive stance, ready to counter if the Abyssal attacked. Kai Xander teleported far out to the ocean and shifted her fight there. 3 Abyssals followed her. Axel Xander was the only one who maintained his offensive. He was not one to back down. But even after a minute passed, the Abyssal didn't attack. Var? What are you waiting for? Attack. At this rate, we'll lose the commanders. The trio shouted again, confusion and urgency in their voices. In response to their words, Varian asked, Boo, is it done? Yes, Master. No one can observe the battle now. Even the spaceship cameras are blocked out. Their comms? Destroyed. Good. Varian finally moved. With a kick to the ground, his figure blurred, and he appeared beside the 7 Abyssals fighting against Joshua and Axel. Seeing him, Joshua immediately took a defensive stance, and Axel prepared to attack. When Varian raised his hand and clenched his fist, Axel was about to swing his sword. But instead of a punch, a space ripple spread out. Huh? What? My bracelet. The Abyssals suddenly discovered that their bracelets had cracked. Var. What the fuck are you doing? Did you just realize what you did? This is a big crime. Looking at their dumbfounded and furious eyes, Varian let out a small breath, and his figure blurred. Space rippled again, and a spear of lightning pierced through an abyssal commander. What? Another commander clutched his head before his body was sliced in two by a space blade. Who? Var? Lightning, space, water, body, and mind, it all happened in mere seconds. When the abyssal trio tried to save the commanders, the head of the last commander entered the ocean. Prince Var stood before the dumbfounded abyssal trio and the Xander trio. Why? The abyssals asked with hatred and grief. Why? The Xanders asked in confusion. The abyssal's figure twisted and shrank into that of a handsome young man. Jet black hair. Deep eyes filled with a calmness that didn't match his age. A cold smile sent chills down their spines. Why you? Osbert flinched and took a step back. Fuck. Vela's face twisted with hatred. Bastard. Track's eyes were bloodshot. Varian didn't respond to their anger. Instead, he turned to the Xanders. Ironically, except for Joshua, Kai and Axel were looking at him with equal hatred as the Abyssals. You son of a bitch. Kai cursed. You are the one who killed our brothers and sisters, right? Axel asked, but he seemed to have an answer already. Ah. It was only then that the abyssal trio understood. Everything fell into place. A sudden genius becoming an Abyss Prince, promoted to an S+ hunting team right away, and only hunting Xander members. If Varian had a disguised treasure that could mask him even from the Archduke, it all made sense. What do you want? Joshua asked in a heavy tone. Huh, Varian laughed, but a killing intent filled the air. You are a human too. Why are you fighting against your own kind? Joshua frowned and tried to persuade him. I am against you Xanders, Varian raised his sword. How about we resolve this through talks? Once the battle begins, it'll be hard to ensure no accidents will happen. Joshua didn't know how strong Varian actually was. But regardless, he didn't want to kill Varian. His family had grudges against him, sure, but he didn't. Besides, Joshua was against killing a human genius. But if the same genius tried to kill him, he couldn't help but fight back. So, he tried his best. Talks? Let our strength do the talking. Varian's aura exploded. The power of 7 divine paths filled the island, sending chills down the spine of every genius, whether abyssal or human. No one can win against him. The two teams realized this instinctively. From his aura, they could tell he wasn't at the peak of level 7. Far from it. Each of them was on an individual path, nearly reaching level 8. Yet, when compared to the oppressive weight his combined paths emitted, they felt weak. 7 paths? How can he have 7 paths? Osbert couldn't understand, nor could Joshua. But what the strongest of their teams understood clearly was that if they were to survive, they needed to work together. It was shameful and humiliating, but they had no other choice. For the first time in history, to face an overwhelming foe, Abyssals and humans joined hands. Joshua clenched his fists and focused his senses on the man in front of him. The world seemed to stand still. The sand, blowing from the island into the ocean due to Varian's aura, began to slow down, grain by grain, until it appeared to freeze. The fierce winds no longer hit his battle suit, instead, they seemed to pause. Joshua poured all his strength into his body, which went taut. Now, he thought. The wind exploded, and an invisible force, shaped like a fist, reached his face. Joshua raised his arm to block the telekinetic attack and sidestepped to avoid a space blade. With a sound like tearing paper, the space where he had stood was torn apart, revealing a gray fissure that quickly closed up. None of his attacks are very powerful. As soon as this thought entered Joshua's mind, he realized why. None of Varian's attacks, individually, gave them trouble. It was their collective synergy that. Gah! A sudden scream filled the air as red blood splashed to the ground. He's fighting 5 at once, Joshua noted, glancing at the 5 figures facing the steady figure. Lightning spears flew out, ice dragons roared, and mighty punches rained down. Varian was being attacked by 5 of the strongest individuals of his level and didn't move an inch. Should I really kill him? Joshua hesitated for a moment. At the same time, facing 3 Abyssals and 2 Xanders, Varian raised his hand. A lightning field enveloped him, surrounded by a sturdy ice wall reinforced by solidified space, which was further strengthened by an invisible force. The punches of Osbert, kicks of Vela, and spear thrusts of Track only managed to reach the ice wall before being repelled. Even though they viewed it as a fight, Varian simply crossed his arms with a bored expression. It was like an adult letting a baby hit him again and again. On the other hand, Xander had it much worse. Arg! Kai Xander screamed as blood leaked from her mouth. Even so, she pointed a finger at Varian and channeled all her spatial power. Why, you bastard! Don't look down on me. The space around Varian twisted slightly and contracted as if it was about to tear apart. Even though Varian had his defenses up, Kai forcibly used her spatial powers to twist the space inside his defense barrier. As a result, she suffered backlash and got injured. However, she managed to blast apart the space and could now inflict significant damage on Varian. Even in this situation, Varian didn't try to protect himself. Instead, he just glanced at Kai. His pitch-black eyes, filled with burning fury, met Kai's purple eyes. Hyuk! It was as if her body froze, and the world turned white. Kai's mind was assaulted by a psychic wave, and she was forcibly pulled into an illusion. She saw her deepest fear. It was no longer Charles killing her out of a grudge. Instead, it was a pair of pitch-black eyes that told her she was nothing. No matter how much she struggled, she would never be able to defeat him. For he. Arg! Clutching her head, Kai crouched down as the pain in her head became unbearable. At her level, she should have been able to resist illusions, but facing the man who had killed her nemesis, Charles, the fear deep in her heart amplified the illusion's effect, wrecking her mind. Kai? What the fuck? Without stopping his slashes at the barrier with his sword, Axel called out. I'm fine. Kai gritted her teeth, slowly fighting the illusion and regaining control of her body. Trembling from head to toe, she slowly got up when the air behind her exploded, and a sharp, invisible force reached her neck. It was shaped like a spear and clashed with the invisible, ever-present layer of space armor on Kai's neck. Even though Varian's telekinetic power was strong, it wasn't strong enough to pierce through Kai's space armor. However, the spear's tip suddenly lit up with gold and blue light. The sturdy space armor broke like a common mirror, and as a result, the lightning and water mana were depleted. The invisible telekinetic force that remained moved forward and touched Kai's neck. Feeling the cold sensation, Kai's face turned pale as death clutched her. Kai! When death seemed inevitable, she suddenly felt the cold sensation behind her neck vanish and heard a cracking sound. Turning her head, her eyes widened as she saw Joshua crushing the invisible spear. Be brother. The title came naturally. Kai suddenly felt regretful and ashamed for treating Joshua rudely. She owed him her life. Thank why. Oh. You finally joined? Varian's words cut her off. Kai's body stiffened as she turned to face the enemy who had almost killed her with little effort. He wasn't even looking at her. Joshua took a breath and stepped forward. Every sinner needs to pay. But Kai didn't do anything that could justify killing her. She's innocent. Ha! Varian blinked as if he thought he heard it wrong. Kai gritted her teeth and stood behind her brother. Even though she still felt scared, she raised her hand and channeled her space power. If Joshua joined them, maybe they could. Her idea was extinguished the very next moment when Joshua punched at Varian's defenses. Even the strongest Xander and the strongest level 7 couldn't break Varian's defense. Keku. Joshua withdrew his injured arm. Multiple chunks of flesh had been sliced out by the space blade, his skin and flesh burnt black, and his blood frozen blue. Seeing that even the strongest among them failed to shatter Varian's defenses, a sense of despair filled everyone's hearts. Seeing their sunken shoulders, Varian shook his head and yelled, "Idiots, attack one spot and break the shield." Question mark. Exclamation point. Though taken aback by his words, they didn't hesitate to act. The three Abyssals and Joshua punched through the telekinetic barrier and space shields, damaging the ice wall and causing large cracks. Then, Axel's sword strike cut through the ice wall and shook the lightning field. Finally, Kai's space blade tore through the air and ripped apart the lightning field, reaching Varian. With a tip of his finger, Varian stopped the space blade and flicked it away. Everyone stared at him, dumbstruck. It was just. Fine, Varian stepped forward, and the six instinctively took a step back. Since this is too hard for you, how about I make it a bit easier? It's not fun if it's too one-sided, no? He said in a casual tone. Are you treating this as a game? Osbert roared, his eyes bloodshot. I thought you were one of us, yet you betrayed our trust, you hideous Mons. Please. You come to my home star system, wage war on my race, and drive us to near extinction. Now, you want to talk morals? Don't fuck with me. Varian's cold voice made everyone flinch. And you? Varian eyed Kai Xander, who was standing behind Joshua and Axel. She avoided eye contact, trying to maintain a cold expression. Your comms won't work. It's useless even if you try. His words extinguished the last glimmer of hope in her heart. You can, of course, try to escape. Varian gave a reassuring smile. At his words, the eyes of the Abyssals glittered. 6 people in 6 directions, maybe one of you can survive, eh? Varian's voice was like a devil asking them to sign a contract. It was so tempting, but it was a trap. If they tried to escape, they would be killed much faster, as they would be easy targets in a one-on-one battle. Coupled with Varian's space power and ghost ship, there was no way they could escape. So, the only solution to this problem. If we escape, we'll all die, Joshua shouted, preparing himself for the battle. Heh. Varian smiled at the clever man. The only way we can survive is to kill him or hold him off until reinforcements arrive. Joshua rekindled the lost hope in a few words. Try to kill me together. This is your best chance. Varian raised his arms. Don't worry, I won't use my defenses. The humans and Abyssals prepared themselves for this absurd fight. Come. Varian decided he would end them after he extracted the XP from them. I had grown a bit too strong. It all happened in a flash. When Joshua's fists met Varian's, a torrent of lightning flooded his body, attempting to numb him from the inside. Joshua wouldn't have had much of a problem if it was only lightning mana, but the issue was the water mana that quickly followed. It slowed down his chi, which was trying to expel the lightning mana, and exacerbated his internal injuries. On the other hand, Varian was thrown back a few steps after the direct clash with Joshua. Before he could react, the space around him cracked, and numerous cuts appeared on his body. Ha 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 ha. Varian burst into laughter, feeling the blood in his body boil. War, blood, death. Come. Varian's body turned into a streak of lightning as he rushed toward the Abyssals. His right hand was covered in a lightning gauntlet, while his left was covered in an ice gauntlet. He single-handedly fought against 3 level 7 Abyssals, who were the best body awakeners. Each punch caused the air to explode and the island's trees to shatter. Each kick swept soil from the island, creating a sandstorm. At some point, Joshua and Axel also joined the fight, but Varian matched them all. Bone-chilling ice slowed Travis, and ice phoenixes attacked him. Vela struggled to move, as the space around her was blocked, and space blades tried to sever her limbs. A lightning spear matched Osbert's punches. Whenever an abyssal broke through these defenses, a lightning strike or an ice sword would prevent them, forcing them to re-engage. An invisible sword clashed against Axel's strikes, and psychic powers restrained Kai. Ha 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 ha. Varian's superhuman strength was used against Joshua. As they exchanged punches and kicks, red blood spilled as Varian's skin and bones cracked. Varian, the monster, was injured. Everyone's expressions, except Joshua's, brightened. He's not using his full strength, damn it. Joshua understood his situation clearly. Varian no longer used lightning and water powers, he fought solely with his physical strength. Yet. One more. Varian laughed as his arm transformed into a brown branch, and his broken bones healed instantly. Joshua punched him hard, and Varian barely blocked it, being thrown far away. He's grown stronger, Joshua was certain. Varian used no other powers but fared significantly better than before. How? Attack. Varian abruptly teleported in front of him and punched. With a snort, Joshua threw a punch, shattering Varian's chest bones as he was flung away again. This time, he flew a shorter distance. What's happening? Joshua had an ominous feeling. He wanted to ask his teammates for help, but they were all engaged by this bastard. Well, we can indeed spice it up. Varian seemed to notice the regret in Joshua's eyes and snapped his fingers. The attacks against the humans and Abyssals suddenly ceased. Come on. Let me at least have the pleasure of hunting. You are the top dogs of the hunting list, after all. As they locked eyes with determination, the six rained down attacks on Varian. D-die. Judy cursed as she launched a grand attack on Ron. A loud explosion rang out, and Ron's spaceship was crushed into pieces. In front of it stood Ron, bloodied from head to toe and panting heavily. Despite his severe injuries, he felt an immense pressure on his body, threatening to crush his bones into powder. The gravity, this relentless gravity, was crushing him. You're the one going down today, Ron growled, raising his head as veins popped on his neck. He glared at Judy, the one responsible for his sister's plight. Drawing strength from the depths of his being, Ron moved. He wasn't fast by any stretch, barely at the speed level of a level 3. But each step he took was a shock to Judy, who was straining to freeze Ron. Realizing he couldn't stop the abyssal, Judy applied gravity to himself and blurred as he dashed away. I'm not letting you go this time, Ron vowed. The gravity pressure on him plummeted, and he immediately summoned 10 shining spears, launching them at Judy. Piercing through space, the spears chased the blocked target. Bullshit. Judy cursed as he evaded the spears from all directions. Clenching his fists, he slowed the spears before making them clash and explode. Ha! Just as Judy relaxed, he felt Ron's speed increase. The spears had been a distraction. You! As Ron approached, Judy's body was being pulled toward a distant spaceship. His mouth froze in shock. I've grown since the last time, Ron said, raising his fist. Judy tried to open a defensive field but was too exhausted. A fist shattered Judy's skull, blasting it to pieces. Brain matter and blood splattered onto Ron, who stood still in space. Ah! Ron suddenly raised a brow and tapped his bracelet. How are they doing now? They're fine. Huh? Ron looked up at the familiar abyssal before him, drenched in red and green blood. Var, what are you doing here? Ron narrowed his eyes. Did the mission finish or? Do you believe it's possible for an abyssal like Var to exist? Huh? What was that question? A guy who was normal until his parents died suddenly fires up and trains hard. Sure, it's nice to hear, but great training won't make a very ordinary guy the number one of all time, no? What are you talking about? Ron felt an uneasy feeling grip his heart, and suddenly his eyes widened. Wait, how are you even talking? Isn't your condition, who the fuck are you? At last. With a sigh, Var transformed into a human. Seeing that face, Ron's eyes shook with complex emotions. Varian. That's me. Nice to meet you, Abyssal Ron. Why you deceived me, deceived us the whole time. I did. You bastard. Ron's aura burst out, and his fist reached Varian's face in an instant. Die. Die. Using his lightning and water powers, Varian formed 2 wings on his back. With a single flap, his body blurred, and he dodged Ron's fist. Var, Archduke was so trusting of you. He even treated you like family. Damn it. Ron spat curses as he threw punches at lightning speed. Even though he was injured, Ron's strength remained at level 8. With each punch aimed at Varian, the space shook violently, and a powerful shockwave capable of blasting away level 7 spread out in all directions. Unlike the easy time he had with the hunters, Varian had to give his best to face off against Ron. His psychic power constantly affected Ron's movements while his powers overlapped to defend against his punches. Unlike the hunters, Ron's punches were able to break through Varian's defense every time and reach him. Though, by the time Varian punched back, his attacks were significantly weakened. So, a spectacular scene unfolded in the space above Purple Sky Planetoid, with an abyssal throwing hundreds of punches and kicks at a human. A bright shield filled with mixed colors popped up but was quickly broken, and the human countered the attacks with his own kicks and punches. The shield disappeared so quickly that it seemed the man and the abyssal were fighting directly. Their figures blurred across the space, and when Ron punched Varian in the chest, the latter raised his arms at the last moment. However, this time, the punch was too forceful, and Varian's body was blown away like a meteor crashing into the planetoid. Boom! A huge crater formed as the ground shook violently. Wah! Hell, save! The abyssals in the base where Varian crashed and didn't even have time to scream before they were all wiped out, including 3 level SXS and 1,000 abyssals. Cough. Cough. In the cloud of dust, at the center of the crater, Varian coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. His eyes reflected the purple sky and the dark figure that was fast approaching him. Clenching his fists, Varian's bones made a cracking sound. My name is not Var, it's Varian. In response to his words, an ash-colored fist reached Varian's head in an instant. The clouds in the sky broke apart, and the ground caved in. The massive force broke through the defensive barrier he had set up and was about to blast his head to pieces, only to be stopped by a hand that held it in place. Varian held Ron's fist and stared at the abyssal, who was now in an upside-down position. Ron snorted, and his other fist reached Varian in a flash, but Varian grabbed it in the same manner. As Ron began to increase the pressure, the ground beneath Varian started to crack, and Varian's hands were slowly crushed under the pressure. His skin ruptured, and his finger bones began to splinter. After I kill you, I'll take your corpse to Mendis and let him punish you for deceiving him, Ron's icy voice resounded in Varian's ears. Varian gritted his teeth as blood leaked from his mouth. His legs continued to sink into the ground as he fought back the strength of a level 8. Compared to the ease he felt facing the hunters, this was incomparably hard. The difference between one level and another, especially at higher levels, was considered unsurmountable for a reason. But, deceive Mendis? The same Mendis who slaughtered 10,000 humans because he couldn't find Enigma? Varian's lips bled but curled into a cold smile. He concentrated his powers and exploded them all at once. The rocky crater flooded with water, submerging Varian and Ron. Ron's eyebrows jumped, and he tried to escape. But Varian firmly held his fists and refused to let go. The next moment, the water rushed to Ron and contracted, enveloping him in a cocoon. Then, lightning snakes entered Ron's body. Arg! Ron yelled as the lightning wreaked havoc in his body, and he felt as if someone was slicing his brain apart. Before he could react, the space around his chest cracked, drawing a large gash. Then, an invisible force struck his wound, causing him to cough up blood. The water enveloping him acted like a blockade, restricting his movements as the remaining powers destroyed him from the inside. A few minutes passed as Ron struggled before collapsing. Ron looked at the purple sky as searing pain engulfed his body. His flesh was burnt, his bones were broken, and he could feel his life slowly slipping away. Varian's face loomed over the Abyssal sprawled on the ground. Even though Varian's hands were practically smashed from preventing Ron from escaping, he was in far better shape compared to the Abyssal. Seeing the face he now hated more than Judy, Ron struggled to speak. His throat was too burnt to utter a single word. But he still struggled. Even as his injuries worsened and his death accelerated due to his movements, he continued to struggle to speak. Varian sighed lightly and placed a device on Ron's broken wrist. It was a device that Var used since he couldn't speak properly. Var, a mechanical voice, void of all emotions, sounded from the device. But Varian didn't need to hear the emotions. Ron's eyes showed how he felt. Closing his eyes, Varian took a deep breath and sat beside the Abyssal. Ron, I don't know what I should say. I hate you. Ron glared at him. Of course, because I'm killing you. Varian smiled nonchalantly, but there was a hidden bitterness in it. And no, his response startled Varian. Ron's eyes wandered to the beautiful purple sky, and he recalled the short time he spent with Prince Var. Why weren't you born as an Abyssal? What? Varian blinked in confusion. I thought I could be good friends with Prince Var. Ron's eyes flashed as he lost the feeling in his legs. Friends? Varian raised his head to gaze at the purple sky, a wistful smile forming on his face. No matter what he had achieved, there were things Varian had failed at miserably. Except for Kyle and Maya, he didn't have anyone he could call a friend. Yeah, if your race wasn't intent on exterminating mine, we could have been friends, as a human and an Abyssal. Varian gave a hollow laugh. Ron fell silent. He was beginning to lose the sensation in his torso. But you know what? Varian still looked at the purple sky with an intense gaze. I know Abyssals are forced to stand against humans because you have to survive the fairies and Zions. You, or at least your leaders, aren't trying to kill humanity for fun. You want to save your home, and for that, you're willing to burn ours. I can totally understand where you're coming from. Ron was surprised by the empathetic words. My father fought on this planetoid. Varian's lips curled into a nostalgic smile as he looked at the purple sky. He retrieved a white box from his storage and started playing a song. Pointing the item at Ron, he said with an excited smile, he promised to give me this when he returned from the planetoid, but... Varian's smile faded, and a sad expression filled his face. He didn't return. He died on this planetoid, and we couldn't even find his remains. It was exactly 10 years ago. Ron's eyes widened. I checked the military records and... Varian shook his head. Your father was the reason my dad was killed. If not for him, my father would have survived the incident without a doubt. Ron's eyes flashed as he lost the sensation in his chest. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, but he tried his best to keep them open. I'm a very vengeful person. Because a single Xander tortured my love, I'm slaughtering their whole family. Varian's eyes flashed with a cold light. What should I do about a race responsible for my father's death, my lover's mother's death, and her brother's death? Ron's consciousness slowly started to grow foggy. No matter how much I understand, no matter how much I empathize, I will remain your enemy. These were his truest feelings. Thank you. Ron's inexplicable words caused Varian to glance at him in surprise. The Abyssal's vision was slowly losing focus. Why? Why did he thank him? Varian didn't understand, but he realized the Abyssal was breathing his last. So, he smiled softly. You fought well. Rest in peace, warrior. Ron's turbulent eyes calmed down with his words, and a peaceful light shone in them before they dimmed forever. Varian's smile slowly disappeared. We're all pawns in this grand game, just toys for forces beyond us, so I will keep fighting. Varian filled the goblet and sipped the dark red wine. The strong drink exploded in his mouth and burned his throat. The bitter taste mirrored exactly how he felt. Master, his life isn't in danger anymore, Boo said as it entered the bar room. Varian nodded lightly in response and pointed to the exquisite wine bottle. Bring 3 more. Even if you're a level 7, it'll be too much, Boo said in a worried tone. Varian sighed deeply and looked out the window. The purple sky planetoid continued to shrink in his vision as they pulled further away. With a complicated gaze, he said, I want to be drunk. Even though he accomplished his goals, he felt empty, even a bit resentful. But resentful against what? Against the weak him who couldn't protect Sia and became responsible for the entire mission. Against the vile Xanders who caused her so much pain. Against the Abyssals? Or... fuck everything. Varian slammed the table in frustration. Knowing that Abyssals were forced by their circumstances to become humanity's enemy made him feel terrible. Not because he felt sorry for the Abyssals, but because he realized how small he truly was. In the grand scheme of things, everything he held dear was a mere pawn, a disposable chess piece. If some higher race wanted to do something and needed the disposal of the human race, it would happen in a flash. They couldn't protest, couldn't try to compromise, couldn't do anything. What if the Abyssals were defeated? What next? Would there ever be peace? Varian had always thought yes. But once he learned about races like the fairies and Xians, he realized how wrong he was. There would be no peace, even if he killed all the Abyssals. Even if he reached the celestial rank, the wars wouldn't stop. People would continue to suffer, children would continue to be orphaned, and families would continue to be destroyed. Peace is the closest thing to impossibility, Varian clenched his fists. Since the dawn of civilization, conflict has never ceased. When there is sentience, there are desires. When there are desires, there is conflict. A world without conflict is a world of the dead, the system said in a low tone. Yeah, Varian nodded with a sigh. Since I can't stop the conflict, I need to be prepared. I need to grow stronger. The strong dictate the fate of the weak. If he's strong enough, his fate won't be controlled by anyone else. Since he's strong enough, he was able to get revenge on the Xanders. And... now it's time for Creo, Varian muttered, and a wooden box appeared in his hand. It was the box he retrieved from Ron's storage ring. Attached to the box were 2 letters written in the Abyss language. Varian frowned and opened the letter. Prince Var, the day we drank in my house, I decided I wouldn't give the herb to you. I still wanted to cure my sister more than help a genius. But after I saw you reach the 1st rank on the Dark Tower, I changed my mind. If I'm not alive by next year, please get the herb and cure my sister. Varian felt a pang of guilt. The herb his brother shed blood, sweat, and tears for, the cure for his little sister. Ron wanted to cure her, despite Mendis pressuring him to hand over the herb, because he wasn't sure if he would be alive until next year. And that's exactly what happened. That's why he was so shaken. Varian sighed in realization. Then, his gaze landed on the 2nd letter. His hand shook slightly, but he opened it anyway. Roy. I want to see you wake up. I want to see you healthy. I want to see you smile. I want to hear your laughter. I want to accompany you to pray at our parents' tombs. I promised you that day, didn't I? I'll do my best to cure you. I got the herb and I can wake you up now. In fact, I even got a day off to cure you today. But I cancelled my holiday. I'm going on a hunt again. Even though Mendis said it would be alright, I'm worried about Various. I want to keep him safe. And after the hunt, I'll hand him the herb. My heart aches when I think you won't wake up for another year, but Roy, let me tell you this, you and I are just two Abyssals. Out of the tens of billions in the solar system and the hundreds of billions back home, we're just two. I can be selfish, but I can't be so selfish that I hinder the progress of my own race. I curse myself for doing this. I hate myself. But Father used to say that regardless of what one felt, we must do what is right. So, forgive me, Roy. If I'm not the one you see after waking up, then know that your brother has lived a great life. Varian closed his eyes and slumped into the chair. Looking at the herb again, a bitter smile formed on his lips. The herb was to be used for his revenge against Creo. Once Ron was dead, no one would use the herb on her. The little girl would be abandoned. And I am the villain of her story, Varian muttered as he emptied the wine bottle. It wasn't like he could split the herb and cure her. She needed the full herb, but so did Creo's daughter. Even if he did cure her, then what next? She'd surely hate him and do her best to kill him. Since she was her brother's killer, the hatred would only be more intense. With the same hands that rescued her, he'd have to kill her. Varian suddenly thought of Vin, the young girl who lost her brother due to the Abyssals. She and Roy were quite similar. They both suffered. They both lost their brothers. They were both pitiful. But I am on Vin's side. Even though Roy was more pitiful than her, Varian was on Vin's side. Just because she's a human. Like the system said, after reaching a certain level, your thinking should be based on the bigger picture rather than personal emotions. Of course, that was an ideal ruler. Varian wasn't one. But at least, he tried to be better. So, Varian stood in front of Sia's seclusion room and waited. Behind him, a man was bound to a bed. Joshua Xander. Varian spared him at the last moment. Because the scene where Joshua punished the two Xander young masters left a deep impression on him, Varian's opinion was conflicted. Emotionally, Varian wanted to slash him to pieces for being a Xander. But rationally, he wanted to leave him out. If it was Varian who had just begun the mission, he would have killed Joshua without any hesitation. But after the recent experiences, his thought process changed enough to cause him to hesitate. However, it didn't change so much that he spared Joshua. In the end, Varian decided it was best to ask the girl he was doing all this for. The fluctuations of her aura also stabilized recently, signaling her successful advancement. Sia. Hearing his voice, the door slowly opened. Thankfully, I changed my clothes. Varian was inwardly relieved. After the battle, he removed his torn battle clothes and put on a new one. Wait. Why have you been fighting? Sia glared at him with an accusing gaze. Didn't you say you were only going on vacation? It was an ironclad rule, devised by Varian himself, that they shouldn't touch battle clothes during vacation. Since he was wearing combat clothes, then. Varian coughed lightly and said with a cheeky face, I was chilling in battles. You. Sia pointed her finger at him as her chest heaved up and down. It seemed as if she was on the verge of going furious, but with deep breaths, she calmed down. Rubbing her eyebrows, Sia snorted. I've been deceived. Hey. Varian stepped forward until the distance between them was the limit he could reach. Sensing the clenched fist behind her back and her quivering eyebrows, he understood that she was worried and scared. What if something happened to him? If I didn't go into seclusion, I could protect him if anything goes wrong. I'm scared. Even though he didn't read her mind, he guessed her thoughts. If you lose everything you have and then get something you cherish, you'd be absolutely paranoid about it and do your best not to lose it. Varian was someone like that. Sarah was the same. So was Sia. While Varian was grateful that she was worried about him, he didn't want to drag her down. I went Xander hunting, Varian said, prompting Sia to raise her head in surprise. Xander hunting? Wait, the situation on Planetoids was deteriorating and it was related to level 7s. Did you fight the prince? Sia stopped midway as she noticed a bed behind Varian and the man strapped to it. He. Sia pointed at the man, who appeared familiar, in confusion. When did he appear? Varian looked at her genuinely confused face and laughed. He's been here the whole time. You didn't notice him because you were giving me all your focus. Sia's face turned beet red as she bit her lip. You cheeky bastard. Cursing him inwardly, she turned to the man, attempting to ignore his remark. She had seen him somewhere. But these days, except if it was important, Sia didn't try to commit anyone to her memory. So, she used her mind power to search her memory, and suddenly, her eyes widened. Joshua Xander. What exactly happened? She asked in an exasperated tone. Joshua was much, much stronger than Charles. So, how did Varian end up capturing him? And what did he mean by Xander hunting? Varian snapped his fingers, and they moved to a living room. After seating her on a cozy sofa and serving her refreshments, he began explaining the events that transpired. Sia's raised brow went higher and higher with every event until Varian suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Did you fight Ron or spare him? Sia leaned forward. Varian took a deep breath and leaned back on the sofa. With a slight nod, he said, I killed him. His sister? Varian turned his head to the side. I need the herb for revenge against Creo. Sia opened her mouth but swallowed her words. At first, she thought he was doing it out of his enmity with Xanders, but she was wrong. He's doing it for me. After seeing my memory, he wants to avenge me. Sia clenched her fists as a complicated emotion flashed in her eyes. No matter what she'd say, she couldn't deny the joy she felt. But at the same time, her heart hurt knowing Varian would blame himself for the pain she suffered under Roxanne. It's not your fault. You aren't responsible for it. Such statements wouldn't help one bit. They wouldn't change Varian's mind at all. Varian. I just want you to be happy. Sia bit her lip and opened her mouth. So, what did you call me for? At her words, Varian sighed lightly and looked out the window. The dark space glimmered with occasional lights from the space cities. Clenching his fists to the point his nails dug into his flesh, Varian said in a heavy tone, after learning what happened to you, I wanted to burn down every Xander. But with my level 7s are the best target. Sia nodded. I thought I could kill every Xander, innocent or not, without remorse. But Joshua, even though it's only for a brief period, I've witnessed what kind of person he is. Varian said with a wry smile. Sia recalled the memory from that day, and a sigh escaped her lips. He doesn't have the arrogance of Xanders. He values life. Even during our fight, he first tried to talk it out. If I'm honest, he's close to an ideal soldier. Varian shook his head as if it were a pity. The only sin he committed is being born into Xanders. But it's not the sin he chose to commit, Sia added. Is it? Varian turned to Sia, his eyes burning like torches. I made myself a promise to erase the Xander surname from the face of the earth. I'm sure a lot of Xanders are filth, but even among them, there will be good people who don't deserve death. Sia froze at his words. Xanders and nice people. If Shadow Guardians can have those traitors, it makes sense that Xanders can have good people. I'm willing to dirty my hands. I can kill them all, innocent or not. My mind is conflicted, but my heart says to go for it, Varian said with a serious expression. You. Sia realized he was dead serious. The Varian she knew wasn't someone who liked to implicate the innocent. But if it was for revenge, if it was for her, he was willing to take that step. He'd surely feel remorse for doing so, and he knew it too. But he was prepared to do it. So, Sia, I just need a yes from you. Varian was just waiting for a nod. I'll erase all the filth that bears the Xander surname. Sia was tempted to say yes, but she stopped herself and observed Varian's state. Even though he appeared very calm, she could see something in his eyes, rage. Burning rage. He wants to kill every last Xander. Sia's heart ached for him. Killing the Xanders was a form of redemption for him, since he failed to protect her. Is it wrong to kill the innocent Xanders? Sia looked at the unconscious Joshua. The hatred against the Xanders was so deeply engraved in her bones that she wouldn't feel a shred of remorse for killing Joshua. In fact, she'd feel a twisted joy. Do it. Kill them all. Slaughter them to the last member. Sia wanted to shout but firmly stopped the words in her mouth. Varian. She looked at him with a loving smile, thinking of everything he had done after finding her. She thought he'd reject and hate her. Instead, he not only accepted her but also worked very hard to make her happy. The name of this city is Eos. It means dawn. A new beginning. A future no longer haunted by the past. We can't change the past, nor can we escape our responsibilities. But we can do what we can. Hope for the present. In this city of Eos, I want the three of us to have a new start. A new start with a new family. Recalling the time they spent together, Sia realized the best decision to make him happy. No. Don't kill any innocents. What? Varian was taken aback by her response. Sia nodded with a bright smile. Killing innocent Xanders doesn't make me happy, she lied. It's fine. If you can go against your conscience to heal my wounds, we will kill the Xanders that deserve death. Sia gave him a strong smile. I can give up my vengeance to heal yours. Well, I know you'll hate me for killing them, but I don't really hold any grudge against you. Varian rubbed the back of his neck. Joshua Xander glared at the man who almost killed him and was now talking like it was no big deal. Did he feel a grudge? Of course, he did. How could he not feel anything when he was nearly killed? But what could he do? Varian was able to crush him and 5 more level 7s. In a one-on-one fight, Joshua knew it'd end in a flash. What's more? Someone is watching me. If I make a wrong move, I'm dead. Varian coughed lightly. I'll be honest. We need people like you in the military. So, don't resign or anything. All right. I hope we can let bygones be bygones. If you stay in the military, you'll have to face me often since I'll be the emperor sooner or later. Varian shrugged with a helpless expression. Joshua Xander had regained consciousness a few minutes ago and was determined to keep his mouth shut. But when Varian spoke those words as if he was doing him a favor, he couldn't help but say, I have never met someone so narcissistic. Varian chuckled. Isn't it the biggest news these days? Reaching level 7 in 3 months. You still think I'm a narcissist? Joshua decided to shut his mouth. The news only said he'd reached level 7 in 3 months. Who were they kidding? This guy didn't just reach level 7, he was at the peak of level 7 and might reach level 8 soon. If he grew at this rate, he might become a sovereign in a year or less. And what next? After 1 more year? 5 more years? If he keeps growing, he'll really be the strongest. Joshua's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. He welcomed Varian's growth because it could bring peace. But was it really okay for someone like him, who killed soldiers just because of their surname, to become a ruler? Even if I die, should I try killing him? Joshua's eyes flashed. I have a blood feud with Xanders. Varian's expression grew serious, and a heavy killing intent filled the room. Joshua's determination was strengthened, and he was ready to launch a fatal blow to Varian, even if it meant certain death later. The reason? He knew that Xanders had a lot of filth, the kind that deserved to be dragged to prison. But he also knew the good people, the Xanders who used their status to help others, the ones who inspired Joshua to be just and fair. If Varian was going to kill them all, Joshua wouldn't stand by. But I won't kill the innocents, Varian suddenly said. Huh? Joshua was caught off guard and blankly stared at the young man. What do you mean, innocent? Varian chuckled. I'll use the laws of the Federation to judge that. As long as the laws find them guilty, I'll deliver the sentence. Of course, there are exceptions. If they are responsible for the plight of the people close to me, they're dead. Joshua breathed a sigh of relief. If it was only this much, then he was fine with it. But he still didn't approve. Xanders constitute a major part of Earth's military power. If you go and kill them, the Abyssals will take over the planet. I'll kill more Abyssals, Varian's answer shut him up. There are a couple of Xanders I will kill. Maybe 100 or 1,000. But Abyssals? There are billions of them. Joshua's shoulders sank as a deep sigh escaped his lips. He felt that only 30% of the Xanders would be left, with the rest dying under Varian's hands. And the rest of the Xanders, you'll have to disband the great Xander family and change your surname, Varian said in a tone that allowed no compromise. I'm not going to kill everyone, but I'll sure as hell erase that damn surname. If you can beat Sovereign Julius, sure, Joshua replied with a deadpan face. Varian wasn't sure if he was mocking or being serious, but he didn't care. Yeah. That's on the agenda. The Xander surname, which had been at the top of the human race for nearly 500 years, would soon be erased. So, is there anything else? I'll have to contact HQ and report that I survived. Joshua asked with an impatient expression. He was itching to leave this place. Seeing the man who nearly killed him talk so casually made him very uncomfortable. About that, Varian tilted his head. I need some assistance from you. I want to know where the rest of the Xander princes and princesses are. Don't worry, I'll spare the innocents. The way Varian decided their deaths spooked Joshua. With veins popping on his forehead, he yelled, "And why should I tell you?" Because it's beneficial to you, Varian said as if it were obvious. Even without you, I can find them. It just takes more time. But think about it, if you save that time, I can kill more Abyssals, which in turn will save more human lives. So, if you aren't helping me, you are responsible for those deaths. You. Joshua's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists tightly. It was a simple explanation, but the way Varian put it really hit his conscience. Varian knew this and worded it that way. You bastard. Do you think this is fun? Not at all. The guilt I felt when I saw Vin crying, if you help me, I can really save more lives. Varian didn't say it out loud. After an intense internal debate, Joshua finally sighed like a deflated balloon. Fine. Great. Varian clapped, and with a snap, a long list of Xander princes appeared in front of Joshua. Without another word, Joshua began to fill in the details he knew. Varian nodded in satisfaction. Don't report that I didn't kill you. I don't think they'll believe you even if you say so. Joshua's hand froze for a moment before continuing to type the information. He needed to cook up a reason why he survived, lying shamelessly. No one will know it was me, Varian said with a knowing smile. The Abyssals will think Prince Var, my fake identity, was killed by the Xanders and will bear a grudge against you. Be prepared, the Archduke Mendis might run rampant. The humans will think the Abyssals exterminated their geniuses. The Xanders will retaliate. I'm looking forward to it. Joshua's eyebrows trembled as he listened to the man's scary declarations. Due to his actions, there would be bloodshed. But the ones who would bleed were the Xanders and the Abyssals, his enemies. The Xanders I will assassinate from now on will be victims of the Abyssals' retaliation. The Abyssals who abruptly die are victims of Xanders. Varian's smile grew brighter and brighter. Of course, at some point, they'll realize it's not the other party. It has to be someone else. Who else can do it? The fingers will point to me. Joshua finished typing and turned to Varian. So, you want me to shut up and not reveal it's you? Oh yeah, Varian replied. If I don't? It'll waste my time and stop me from killing Abyssals. Joshua sighed. You are really a good soldier. We need more people like you, Varian smiled. I don't want to hear that from you. Shaking his head, Joshua made his way to the exit. The ghost ship landed on a desolate asteroid near the purple sky planetoid. Joshua landed on the asteroid and started injuring himself. When the patrol ship reached this location 30 minutes later, he needed to be severely injured and rescued. Varian bid him goodbye, which wasn't returned, and went to Sia's room. "Wanna go hunting together?" After a swift but sharp analysis, Varian classified 30 level 7 Xanders as worthy of being hunted down. In the past, he would have killed them all without hesitation. But now, 5 of them are innocent or have minor infractions, Varian said as he removed 4 profiles from the hologram list. 26 remained. Sia raised an eyebrow and pointed to the 5th profile deemed innocent. "Why is he still on the hunt list?" Varian raised a finger and tapped the man's icon. A new screen popped up, revealing a crucial detail. Roxanne's adopted son was a substitute for Charles when he left for the academy. The only person close to Roxanne. Sia's eyes turned cold at the mention of that woman's name. Clenching her fists on her knees, she nodded fiercely. "I'll kill him myself," she said with a bloodthirsty gaze. She couldn't kill Roxanne. Letting that woman die easily was always a regret in her heart. The closest thing to revenge she had was Charles. She wanted to torture him the same way his aunt had tortured her. It was the only way she could wash away her regret, even if just a little. That's why Varian never tried to kill Charles. Despite the dangers he faced, Varian always aimed to capture him rather than kill him. In the end, she never got the chance to exact her revenge. Now, there was one last option, less attractive than the others but the only one she had. Varian looked at Sia's expression and nodded lightly. The man was innocent and didn't deserve death by any law, but I don't care. Stationed across 20 planetoids, 24 geniuses were in a race to be promoted as princes and princesses. They occupied important posts in the planetoid bases and were active on the battlefield, earning merits. Even though death was a common occurrence in war, none of these geniuses thought they would meet their demise today. Certainly not when they were away from the battlefield. When the first genius was taking a nap, a man teleported beside him and plunged a sword into his heart. Hyuk. Xander's eyes shot open as he thrashed against the bed. Looking at the face that had been on the news recently, his face paled. Var. Swoosh. The sword thrust deeper. How did you? The man's struggle ended along with his incomplete question. Varian knew what he wanted to ask. How did you sneak in? With a chuckle, Varian waved his hand and absorbed the body into the ghost ship's cemetery, where it was burned to ashes. With a snap, all traces of murder were erased. Varian put on a mask, and his face changed to match Xander's. He walked to the door, and the security system, which had been hacked by Boo, let him out without an issue. Next. Varian glanced down at the battlefield from the clouds. The last 2 geniuses he wanted to kill, numbers 23 and 24, were on the battlefield. These were also the last geniuses he could eliminate alone. He'd need Sia's assistance for number 25. Number 26 was Roxanne's adopted son, and Sia had already captured him. She was currently in the middle of torturing him. There's no challenge. Varian sighed in disappointment. The military would have already discovered that 22 geniuses were missing. At first, they would declare them as missing. If not found within 2 days, they would be classified as dead. Though they don't dare to declare Master as dead, they even fabricated evidence that he's in seclusion. Varian shook his head and exited the ghost ship. The space around him fluctuated, and he teleported to the edge of the battlefield. Number 23 and 24 were using their fire and gravity powers against 2 Abyssals. Varian could kill them himself, but he decided to be subtle. A ripple of mental power spread out from him. Grah! Xander number 23 suddenly yelled in the middle of dodging a punch. Fucking psychic. Who is it? Due to the pain, the punch he could easily dodge was almost about to hit him. Number 23 gritted his teeth and channeled the fire mana in his body. He elementalized, and his entire body turned into flames. Even then, taking that punch head-on was a bad idea. But since he elementalized, his speed skyrocketed, and he moved to the right to dodge, or at least tried to. What? An invisible force, a telekinetic force, stopped him from moving. Fuck. Gazing at the fist that inched closer and closer to his face, he cursed one last time before being punched in the chest. Like a fierce wind blowing away flames, the fire on his body went out, and he crashed to the ground with a severe injury to his chest. I will, arg. As he tried to get up, a severe pain assaulted his mind, and an invisible force broke his heart. Without even knowing who killed him, Xander 23 died. I killed him with a single punch? The Abyssal who attacked Xander 23 was taken aback. Their fights always ended in a draw, so how did this guy suddenly die? Heh. This merit will be enough for me to become a prince. The Abyssal laughed. You need to go. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Who? The Abyssal turned around in fear, sweat dripping down his forehead. He focused his senses to find the enemy presence, but, arg. His mind went blank for a second before a space blade cut open his throat. Blood spewed out like a fountain, and the Abyssal collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Xander 24 and his enemy Abyssal met the same fate. It all happened too quickly, in the middle of an intense war. By the time others noticed, Varian was picking up Sia from a nearby planetoid. It had been nearly an hour since she found that guy, and Varian only went to pick her up after she sent the message. Sia. Varian called out softly. Her entire body was drenched in blood. Her golden eyes were now ruby red, and strands of her brown hair were stuck with the sticky blood. A mad smile was on her face, but her eyes were hollow. Var. Sia muttered in a choking voice as she took a step forward. But on the third step, she knelt on the ground, covering her face. Why did I do this? Sia's shoulders shook violently. Why did I kill an innocent person? Only after she had done the deed did it finally hit her. When I gave him so much pain. Why did I feel so happy? She had imagined him as Roxanne and tortured him until he broke. I am not the Sia you knew. Raising her head, Sia looked at Varian with tearful eyes. I am a terrible girl. Her heart wasn't pure as it once was. There was a darkness in her that wouldn't just vanish. It's fine. Kneeling in front of her, Varian looked into her eyes and said softly. Sia's body shook, and she looked at him in surprise. Her deepest fear was that Varian would abandon her after seeing her dark side. But I'll hold your hand in the darkness and walk you to the light, Varian said as he gently touched her head with his powers. Sia's body trembled as she felt his gentle and loving touch. Sia, you're not alone, he continued. Biting her lip, she looked into his gentle eyes. He knew her fears. And that's why. You'll never be alone. Nodding heavily, she closed her eyes to stop the tears, but they kept falling. This time, they were tears of relief. Number 25 was the last on the hunting list. According to the reports, he was on the verge of reaching level 8. Instead of being sent to the planetoids, he was sent to train under a low-level A9 master. This was a luxury that an average person wouldn't dare to imagine, but for Xanders, it was routine. The training took place in a secret realm that Xanders owned. The ghost ship easily entered the secret realm and reached a huge dome. Designed for exclusive one-on-one training for level 7s, the building was at least 30 miles long and 10 miles high. It was constructed from rare alloys that could fully withstand the impact of level 7 attacks. Even wealthy businesses would find it difficult to build a small house with such alloys, but Xanders had constructed a huge stadium with them. This was a testament to his wealth and power. Varian, I'll go first, Sia said with a smile as she walked to the ghost ship's exit. For some reason, Varian could tell that a weight on her shoulders had been lifted after the incident. If you're in danger, Boo will pick you up, Varian said. The entrance to the building opened silently, and the ghost ship rushed in. Except for the huge walls, the area inside the building, spanning 30 miles, was completely empty. Who? A man in black clothing gripped his spear the moment he noticed the entrance opening slightly. But his senses couldn't detect anyone. So, who the hell entered? Me. A cold voice sounded from behind, and a girl with brown hair landed in front of him. In contrast to the aura of someone who had just reached level 9, she appeared supremely confident. Who the hell are you? The man growled as he channeled his chi. No one could come here without strict permission. Since she did, was she not his enemy? Your enemy. With Sia at the center, the ground underneath cracked as a massive gravity descended for a mile. Then die. The man's arm trembled as he struggled against the gravity, as if carrying a city on his shoulders. Veins bulged on his arm as his entire body sank into the ground. As his spear was about to launch, the world suddenly turned white, and the man found himself back in his past. Illusion. Damn you. As Sia held off the level 9, Varian landed in front of number 25, Xander, who was about to escape from the building. Yo, Varian. Number 25 replied reflexively before jumping back in fright. Looking at the relaxed young man, his body tensed, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Oh. Varian noticed the aura fluctuations around number 25. They were not level 7. You just reached level 8? Varian smiled brightly. After the duel with Ron, he was eager to fight level 8s. Why you? Don't come closer. I know you're just a level 7. Number 25 staggered back, trying to warn Varian. Even though he knew Varian, the dreamer, was only a level 7, he was unwilling to fight this terrifying opponent. A man who foiled the plans of Abyssals. A man who infiltrated Pluto and returned alive. A man even his family head, Julius, couldn't kill. Judging him by level was too naive. You're at the bottom of the list. Varian's right hand turned into a blade of lightning, while his left became an ice spear. Why you? How can you have two elements? Number 25 asked, his face pale. Was he in an illusion? Enough with the chat. Let's fight. The space around Varian's body shook, and the next moment, a golden and blue light flashed in number 25's eyes. Boom! A shockwave exploded as Varian's elemental hands clashed with number 25's. At the last moment, the level 8 put up his arms and managed to guard himself. Only this much. Number 25 was surprised. Even though Varian's attack was much stronger than any level 7, it was still not enough. He had imagined Varian to be much stronger, but if it was only this much. Number 25's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his lips curled up. If I kill him, what sorts of rewards will I get? Despite being cautious normally, number 25 didn't notice that he was blinded by greed. Kicking the ground, he shot towards Varian and punched at his head. Boom! The air shook violently, and the grass on the soil in the direction of the punch was stripped out. With dust shooting out in all directions, number 25's fist finally reached Varian. Heh, Varian chuckled. Then, it happened. Number 25 felt something inside his brain. It was like an invisible knife slicing his brain. Arg. The space around him exploded, and countless tiny space blades cut his skin. An invisible force struck him at the wrist and abruptly changed the direction of his punch. What? As he battled his mind and lost his momentum, Varian moved. His punch was simple and straightforward. But in his current state, number 25 wasn't able to react quickly enough to dodge it. As a result, the punch landed straight on his chest, breaking his bones. Following the physical impact, lightning flowed into his body, frying his insides, while ice froze his blood and slowed him down. As a level 8, number 25 had high resistance and could expel lightning and ice instantly. But then, Varian punched him in the face, bringing him to his knees. Looking at the enemy who didn't put up much of a fight, Varian shook his head. I'm a bit disappointed, he said. The space around number 25 exploded, and a storm of lightning and ice spears engulfed him. Varian gazed into the distance and saw Sia waving at him. Like him, there was a bloodied corpse at her feet. The hunt is over. Varian smiled brightly. The vice-head of the Xander family, Xander, was in a terrible mood this week. The initial hunt was going well. The Xanders, leading the Earth-hunting teams, were slowly pushing back the Abyssals. Bit by bit, they were filling the gap created by Evander's absence. Sooner or later, the Abyssals would lose their edge, and the status quo would be restored. As the one directing the hunting teams, I'll get a lot of credit. Cod imagined his fame skyrocketing and couldn't stop smiling that day. Then, it started. Caleb was the first to fall. Cod thought it was bad luck. Even geniuses met their demise on the battlefield. But Nolan was quick to join his dead brother. Easton followed soon after. Cod panicked and thought of calling them back. It's a bit shameful, but saving their lives is more important. He decided to wait and watch for one day before making the call. Nothing happened. Even on the second day, there were no casualties. Slowly, he let go of his worries. Perhaps it was just an accident. On a single day, Austin and Declan were killed. Cod broke every piece in his office and, with bloodshot eyes, went to the battlefield himself. He fought the Archduke and cursed, "You are sending level 8s to assassinate my family's geniuses. You'll face my wrath." The Archduke, of course, denied it. He even bragged, "It's my prince who's killing your trash. They're dying because they're too weak." After mutually injuring each other to a high degree, Cod returned. Things calmed down. No more Xanders died. Cod, however, was worried. So, he grouped the top 3 Xanders into a team, regardless of their opposition. Things went smoothly for a while before a piece of news struck him like a thunderbolt. How were they killed? Cod couldn't believe it. Kai, Axel, and Joshua died just like that? Yes, they had killed the top abyssal geniuses and the commanders, bridging the gap more or less. But did they really die? Cod clenched his fist. His heart grew heavy as he imagined the consequences. These level 7s were the future pillars of the Xander family. While there'd be no immediate problems, in the near future, the Xanders would crumble. Joshua's body isn't found? Cod's eyes lit up, and his lips curled into a desperate smile. Slamming his comm, he yelled, "Find him. Search the entire purple sky. Save him at any cost." Thankfully, they found Joshua a few hours later on an asteroid far away. I should meet him in person and ask about his report. When he was about to step into the spaceship, his comm rang. Ting. Hearing the ominous sound, Kada's face paled and his teeth chattered. He dearly wished the news was anything other than death. "I'd rather have my wife cheat on me than someone die." That was how desperate he was. But the result was, 26 Xanders died. Including Nak Xander, who was recently promoted to level 8, and his level 9 trainer. Wat? Cod held the railings on the spaceship's staircase to prevent himself from falling. Even then, his legs grew weak, and he plopped onto the stairs. His eyes were hollow, gazing at the sky in a daze. How? 26 Xanders were assassinated. Is this just a bad dream? A nightmare? Cod wanted to deny reality, but having lived a long life, he had experienced a lot. So, after hitting rock bottom, he calmed down. That new prince was rising quickly among the Abyssals. According to Joshua, the new prince was the biggest genius he ever faced. So, are the assassinations after the Abyss Prince's death retaliations? He still wasn't sure how they managed it. Was it a special treasure? Was it through spies? But he didn't need to know. Since they dared to do it, then I'll make them pay the price, Cod said in a cold voice and boarded the spaceship. Instead of going to the hospital where Joshua was resting, he went to the planetoids. He no longer shook in anger, but the cold rage in his eyes promised death and destruction. An hour later, he landed on the planetoid with an Archduke. His shift was supposed to be in 2 days, as he still hadn't recovered from his injuries. But Cod didn't care. "Come out, you bastard." His roar dispersed the clouds, and like a meteor crashing, he shot towards the main Abyss base. In response to the aura, an Abyssal at the peak of level 9 shot up from the base and clashed with him midair. A huge shockwave swept the land for hundreds of miles, the ground caved in, and every living being below level 6 in the surrounding 50 miles died on the spot. "Isn't he injured? Why did he come?" The Archduke didn't understand. But he had already hit the emergency button and called for Archduke Mendis' support. "Because now, Cod? What the hell are you doing here?" The commander of the planetoid yelled as he stood beside Cod, preparing for a fight. Even though the two of them were there, killing the Archduke was still a difficult task. And the commander was sure that Mendis was already on his way. If 4 peak level 9s fought, they'd wreck the planetoid. Heck, even 2 level 9s would cause that much damage. So, they usually go to space to fight, but launch a full-scale war. Cod shouted as he exchanged punches with the Archduke. The commander joined the offense, saying, "Your shift isn't up yet, and a full-scale war." The air exploded far away, and the command recognized it as awakeners moving beyond the speed of sound. They descended from the spaceships that kept arriving. All these spaceships had one thing in common: they belonged to the Xanders. "You leave me no choice." The commander gritted his teeth, glaring at Cod, and kicked the Archduke. The Archduke raised his arms to block the kick but couldn't stop Cod's punch and crashed to the ground. Cod laughed and dashed toward the huge crater where the Archduke lay at its center. The Xander reinforcements were all soldiers who were supposed to rejoin duty in a few days. He called them in advance. As for why, the green blood of these pests will wash the ground today. Cod roared as he punched the Archduke into the clouds. The commander gave the order, "Attack." Along with this planetoid, Xander reinforcements joined several others, and intense conflicts erupted. 16th, Quart Month, 521 YAB. 7 days had passed since the Xanders launched a fierce attack against the Abyssals. The wars were waged across 10 planetoids, driven by the intention of retaliation for the severe loss of princes. The military was dissatisfied with this decision, preferring the assassination of abyssal princes over large-scale or even medium-scale conflicts. However, the Xanders convinced them that they needed to retaliate, or the Abyssals would grow brazen. Empty words weren't enough, of course. So, the Xanders revealed their trump card: their forces would be the vanguard. "We'll be the ones taking the brunt of the damage. If you back off now, you'll miss a golden opportunity." With the nod from military leaders, planetoid-scale wars began. Tens of thousands of lives were lost every day, but Xanders accounted for the majority of the losses among High Awakeners. Facing the raging Xanders, the Abyssals went on the defensive for 2 days before news shook the demon abyss: Prince Var is dead. He was assassinated by the Xanders. Since they didn't find his bracelet or corpse, the Abyssals held a slight hope that Prince Var might be alive, just like Prince Joshua. But after 2 days of searching, they declared him dead. On the 3rd day, the Abyssals, seething in rage from the loss of their greatest genius, rampaged the battlefield. Leading them was Archduke Mendis, who had a brutal fight with Cod. As time passed, the war intensified. Even the non-Xanders couldn't stay back; they too started giving it their all. More and more lives were lost. Varian didn't want this pointless war to continue. His goal was to weaken the Xanders, but he had pulled the entire Earth army into this debacle. So, he simply hacked the major social media platforms and posted a simple message. Seated on the golden throne and dressed in pure white clothes, Varian crossed his legs and propped his chin on his hand. This time, he wasn't wearing a mask. His handsome face was in full view, watched by people all across the solar system. Dear Xanders, I hope you stop the bloodshed for your whims. Great princes and princesses of your bloodline have died, but shouldn't you also consider how many people you are dragging into this war? Varian said with an extremely sad expression. He was genuinely grieving the deaths of non-Xanders. Initially, he thought the Xanders would send their experts to assassinate Abyssals, who would then retaliate. This way, the conflict would remain between these two groups. However, since a lot of unrelated people were pulled in, he decided to step in. Due to this pointless war, which did no significant damage to the Abyssals, we lost many brave men and women, Varian said, his eyes cold and his voice commanding. The people watching felt as though they were witnessing a high-ranking military officer, not a teenager who had just come of age. As a result, they subconsciously agreed with his words. Yes, princes and princesses had died, but a full-scale war wasn't the solution. Xanders had made a mistake. Such a thought wouldn't have occurred to the average person who saw Julius Xander as the hero of humanity. But with the Enigma incident, Varian made Julius Xander execute his own family members, subconsciously creating a divide in people's minds. The Xander family wasn't the same as Julius. He was still a great hero, but his family? Not really. People were already having opposing thoughts about the sudden war on Earth, but they didn't voice them aloud. But Varian's words caused a decisive shift in their opinion and pushed them against Xander's choice. And Abyssals, Varian's lips curled into a cold smile. It was a smile that scared almost every Abyssal watching the news. The new Abyss Prince, his name was Varius. I killed him. The body of an Abyssal appeared in front of the throne, along with a bracelet with a unique code. The Abyssals watching the news opened their mouths in shock. That bracelet. Mendis checked the code on the bracelet and gasped. So Var was. Mendis clenched his fists as his chest heaved up and down. His throat burned with anger, and his blood boiled with rage. Varian, you killed the best genius of my abyss. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Mendis' body and enveloped the abyss base. I will skin him alive, break his bones into pieces, roast him for 3 days, and turn his skull into my wine cup. A poisonous oath resounded across the base and beyond. At the human base 100 miles away, Cod frowned at Varian in the hologram. And Xanders. Varian's eyes shone with a sadness as if he was grieving for his own brothers and sisters. Please don't stop looking for the Abyssal who sneaked into the military bases and assassinated your geniuses. Cod blinked twice in confusion before his eyes widened. W8. The assassinations of the 26 Xanders were strange. The Xanders were killed by their Abyssal rivals one by one. More strangely, the rivals also died. Since they had been fighting against those Abyssals for so long, how did they both just die? In his rage, Cod set this observation aside. But that wasn't all. 6 Xanders were killed while they were in the military base. Even if Abyssals had spies, this was too much. Since he firmly believed the Abyssals had killed the princes, Cod rationalized that they had used treasures and spies for the assassination. But what if it wasn't the Abyssals? What if it was the one who killed the Xanders? Varian's eyes shone with a mad light as he addressed the human race. He is their archenemy. I hope the Xanders focus on finding him rather than waging a pointless war. Cod's jaw dropped as he confirmed his suspicions. It was him. Despite being much stronger than the young man in the hologram, Cod felt a chill down his spine as he gazed into Varian's eyes. Archenemy of the Xanders. Varian was telling him and every Xander that he would kill them all. That this was just the beginning. Cod was hit with a mix of rage, fear, and confusion. How did he even kill so many peak level 7s? He just reached level 7, right? Despite what he wanted to believe, he had a hunch that Varian was at the peak of level 7. Shaking his head, Cod focused back on Dreamer. But Varian just gave a peaceful but determined grin. A future of peace awaits. The broadcast ended. Varian then finished his speech. Even though it's temporary. No other human heard his words. They would assume peace was eternal after the Abyssals were defeated. They wouldn't know. Unless humanity stood at the peak of the universe, peace was only a gap between wars. The war between Earth and the demon Abyss ended shortly after Varian's message. The Xanders and Abyssals realized Dreamer had killed their princes and now saw the ongoing conflict as pointless. Earthlings and humans on other planets welcomed the decision with open arms. Varian's reputation, especially among Earthlings, grew by leaps and bounds. Of course, there was still a general opinion that he wasn't helping humans with the treasures he acquired from the ruins. However, it wasn't so one-sided anymore. Maybe he has difficulties. We don't know what he's facing. If someone like him, who desires peace, has the chance and isn't doing it, he might be facing issues we don't know about. Bit by bit, Julius' words took a back seat, and Varian's image was seen in a positive light. At the same time, tens of thousands of families were grieving. The war came at a cost, and even though they were prepared, they didn't like it. Due to this, even though the war was over, the atmosphere seemed gloomy. But even then, any Martian would prefer Earth any day. The current Mars inspired only fear. It all started 2 weeks ago. The daughter of Sovereign Creo is missing. Following this announcement, an intense scrutiny began, the likes of which had never been seen before. Every city, neighborhood, and street were searched. Billions of nanobots were dispatched to scour every nook and cranny of the planet. Hundreds of high-awoken individuals moved from city to city, searching for traces of Kristine. Their senses scanned the cities repeatedly. In areas with even the slightest suspicion, lockdowns were imposed. Sometimes, it was only a few streets with less than 100 people, other times, an entire neighborhood with a few hundred residents. On several occasions, an entire city with more than 10 million people was locked down. The freedom that people had taken for granted was suddenly snatched away. Even though everyone could move within the city, in an age where interplanetary travel was the norm, it felt no different from being jailed. But that was only the beginning. Individuals were taken for questioning on suspicion alone, without court orders, arrest warrants, or any formalities. Online complaints were censored, and protests were crushed. More than 10,000 people were questioned and faced heavy interrogations. For some, it meant 3 days without food or water. For others, it meant severe beatings. For a few, it meant being pushed to the brink of death. 30 people died under such methods, and almost everyone taken for interrogation was traumatized. Lawyers, media, and social activists who questioned these actions in court were given a single answer: it was Sovereign Creo's daughter. Over a relatively short period, people were already terrified. In recent history, this was the worst infringement of every human right. Naturally, a wave of hatred spread against Creo and his people. From the high generals at the top to the lowest police officers carrying out orders, resentment grew. This one man, using his status as sovereign, took the entire planet hostage. They had no one to turn to, and even other sovereigns were helpless, as Creo was truly going crazy. They tried to convince him, cajole him, and even threaten him, but Creo remained adamant. After a sovereign meeting, he made an announcement, only a voice announcement, so people didn't see his hateful face, but his words crushed the last thought of resistance. If you don't help me find my daughter, I will stop fighting. You can defend Mars yourselves. Coming from a sovereign, it was the lowest of low. The public felt betrayed and hated him even more as they accepted their helplessness. The people who knew Creo were shocked. Normally, Creo was composed and clever. He was someone who considered the consequences of his actions and used his intelligence to get things done. But now, what had happened to that man for him to say such things? His daughter. The people close to Creo only knew he loved his mentally challenged daughter. Since Creo didn't mention her, they thought he had moved on from the incident. But only now did they realize something. He's crazy for his daughter. He was willing to put the entire Mars at risk for her sake. Thankfully, no one had seen his current state. Otherwise, they would be freaking out. Chris. In the depths of a large pink castle built for Kristine, a cry echoed. Princess. The voice was dry but eager, with undying hope. Little girl, when are you returning? No. It wasn't hope. It was denial. In a room filled with stuffed toys, an old man sat with red eyes and a ghostly pale face. Despite his expensive clothes, he looked like a beggar in appearance. Creo held the teddy bear Kristine used to play with and spoke. Kr Kristine, if you don't return, Mr. Bear will run away. Decades ago, when Kristine was a real child and wouldn't sleep on time, he had said those words to her. They had worked, and the little girl had held the teddy bear and fallen asleep. After the incident, despite growing up, she continued to hold the teddy bear. Creo looked at the giant hologram displaying the results of the search. Mars was undergoing a thorough search, and problems kept arising. Creo's comm kept ringing with calls from mayors, army men, and business owners. He didn't care. His attention was fixed on the search. Evander. Creo gritted his teeth as blood leaked from his mouth. Creo hated Evander with a passion, but he hated himself just as much. If only I wasn't so confident in Evander and underestimated Enigma. If he had taken enough precautions, he was certain he could have captured Sia and Enigma. Then, using their blood, Julius would have created a potion. Even though it wasn't perfect, the potion could serve as a substitute for the Galini herb, which could cure his daughter. Now, he had lost both the cure and his daughter. I'll find you at any cost, he swore, looking at a picture of a woman. She had pale skin and dark green hair, seeming to be in her late 20s. Yet, she wore a pink princess dress and had an innocent smile on her face. Creo's eyes burned with determination as he reaffirmed his vow. At any cost. Is it really that bad? Anna asked, hoping to hear no. But Richard shook his head and shrugged. Even if the master spent a lot of money on this hideout, without us staying here, it would be found in no time. Even though she expected it, his answer perturbed Anna. She leaned back on the couch and crossed her legs to hide her anxiety, laughing it off. Locking an entire planet for his daughter, that old man is crazy, Richard didn't respond to her forced humor. Instead, he walked to the end of the basement and looked at the unconscious woman. With 9 bots acting as her life support around the clock, she was in perfect health. The only problem was her mind. Sighing deeply, the old man shook his head. If she were a grown woman, maybe we could negotiate something with Creo. But she's just a kid. Anna shifted on the couch and turned to face Richard. I know she's pitiful, but there are a lot of pitiful people in this world. Richard froze for a moment before smiling at Anna. Girl, I'm older than you. You sure are, old fogey, Anna laughed. Only by 6 years, Richard smirked. Anna's smile disappeared, and veins popped up on her forehead. You wanna die? If someone like you, a level 9, beats me up, I'll die in a flash, Richard replied, shaking his head. It seemed he had picked up his young master's bad habits. But why could she tease him about his age without a fuss, while he got her angry when he did the same? Thankfully, I never married, or else. Richard thanked his past self and smiled with pride. Humph. Anna crossed her arms and turned back to her normal position. In front of the couch, a hologram displayed the news broadcast. Of course, a quarter of that news was related to Creo's missing daughter. Rewards, and more rewards were promised if she was found. They won't stop, Anna spat as she browsed through messages from her informants. All the messages pointed to the same thing: until Kristine was found, the search would continue. With every round, the search would only become more brutal. We can't leave Mars, Richard said as he sat in front of her inside. Evander mentioned that Kristine had a treasure attached to her. Since Creo was so cautious and caring, he had, of course, placed a tracker on his daughter. Evander managed to deactivate it, but only partially. If they left the planet, Creo would find them immediately. So, they had to stay. But by doing so, they were subject to Creo's ever-increasing search. Even though Richard was confident they could stay hidden for at least a month, he hoped they wouldn't have to. Dragging a planet down with us, it sucks to know we're the reason, Richard sighed. Not us. It's Creo, Anna shook her head, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. And honestly, I don't care if someone unrelated dies. Punishing someone like him is more important. That. Richard didn't quite agree with her, but he understood where she was coming from. Creo was responsible for making Xander's life miserable. Not only that, according to Varian, he was also responsible for making his girlfriend's life miserable. I wish we had a better way without pulling everyone into this revenge, Richard sighed. Anna noticed his creeping guilt, and her fierce eyes softened slightly. With a light sigh, she said, "He's coming today." He sounded like he had a solution. Richard's face lit up, and he nodded with a smile. At that exact moment, the door to the basement stairs opened. Richard and Anna moved their bodies in an instant and appeared in front of the door, ready to confront the intruder. But when they saw his face, they froze. "Hey, Varian waved at them with a smile. Behind him, Sia gave them a light nod in greeting. "You." Richard opened his mouth in shock. Even though Varian had hidden his auras so that no one could sense his exact levels, he hadn't suppressed them to the point where they couldn't gauge his strength at all. As a result, Richard thought he was seeing things. When did he get so strong? The last time, Varian was a relatively strong level 7, but to Richard, that wasn't very impressive. However, Varian's strength was now on a different level. As a peak level 8, Richard didn't feel threatened by Varian, but he could no longer ignore his young master's strength. In comparison, Richard had it easy. Anna's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as the maid stared at Sia, frozen on the spot. This girl." Sweat rolled down Anna's forehead as she gulped. "Anna, are you fine?" Varian raised a brow. I am fine." Anna gave a forced smile and invited them in. Varian looked unconvinced but didn't care much. With a nod, he walked in and went straight to the unconscious woman on the large bed. Sia followed him quietly. Even though she had opened up to Sarah, she wasn't really interested or confident in maintaining relationships with others. In contrast to Varian's white dress, she wore a beautiful black dress that made it seem like she was on a date. Is she really? Anna continued to watch her from behind with a deep frown. She didn't know that Enigma was Sia. In fact, only Varian and Sarah knew. Other than them, it was likely that Blue Flash had her guesses. But that was it. When Varian introduced his girlfriend, Anna knew little beyond the fact that she was his childhood sweetheart, who had been missing for some reason and suffered due to Creo and Julius. Anna had been away from Sarah during her first year, ensuring she had no idea about Sarah's friendship. As a result, she thought her young Miss Talent would leave this girl behind, and eventually, Sia would be the lesser wife. But Anna touched her pounding heart as she gazed at Sia with complicated emotions. She's only 18 years old. Almost 5 times younger than her. Yet she reached level 9. Something Anna had strived for all her life, this girl achieved at 1/5 of her age. But the most depressing thing was, she's stronger than me. Varian didn't know what Anna was thinking, but from seeing the usually sharp-tongued maid being tongue-tied and her peeks at Sia, he guessed she was surprised by Sia's strength. "I'm not complaining that she's silent," Varian smiled to himself and glanced down at the unconscious woman in the pink princess dress. Taking a deep breath, Varian opened the wooden box from Ron and carefully placed the herb on Kristine's forehead. "Sia." "Got it." With a nod, Sia focused her mind on the woman. If anything went wrong during the process, she would inform Varian and offer assistance. However, Sia wasn't just doing the job Varian had asked her to do, she was also keeping an eye on Anna and Richard. Even though they spent time with him, after what happened to Enigma, I can't really trust others, Sia worried that Varian would be betrayed. No matter how reliable their past relationship had been, once they learned that an 18-year-old had reached the peak of level 7, the initial surprise would be followed by deep fear. Humans feared what they did not understand, and they did not understand Varian at all. Sia didn't show any hostility toward the maid and butler, but she was ready to act at any moment. I need to do this properly. Varian's index finger touched the herb and pressed it against Kristine's forehead. The mental power in his body flowed into the herb, which began to emit a soft golden light. Varian could feel his mental power merging with the herb's essence, creating something far more powerful. Even though he was on the verge of becoming a level 8 psychic, Varian could only vaguely sense the power in this herb. It wasn't mind power, but something more fundamental. Soul power, the system suddenly said. Varian's eyebrows quivered lightly. Normally, he would have asked for more, but now he had to maintain his full focus. The golden power was too delicate to handle, and he had to give his all. The system knew this but kept speaking, clearly intending to get revenge for the bullying. After you enter the celestial ranks, Sage Avenue splits into 3 paths. You can pursue life power, death power, or soul power. Body or morphers can choose either life or death, but mind awakeners only go through the soul path. When combined with your mind power, the Galini herb can produce a strand of soul power. It's too dilute and weak to be of any use for a celestial ranker, but to you, it's a rare treasure. Varian was surprised by the new information. He was a curious person and sought answers. He wanted to ask many questions. What does life force mean? Can death force control corpses? But he couldn't afford to do that. His current focus was already stretched to the limit, and any further action could ruin the entire plan. With twitching lips, Varian focused his mind power and pushed the golden power into Kristine's head. The golden power flooded her mind, entering her brain like formless gas. The golden light filled her brain and reached a particular spot. Ah! Varian exclaimed, finding the place responsible for her condition. Gotcha. With precise control, he used the power to heal her mental state bit by bit. Kristine wasn't just a 6-year-old girl, she was also a woman much older than him. Although she had stopped growing, Creo never stopped trying to cure her condition and made attempts to have her develop a mature mind. Thus, she had memories of complex matters only an adult would have. However, due to her past injury, she couldn't process those thoughts and remained immature. But now, she had grown up overnight. Only one strand of Galini was grown for the entire demon abyss. This was because Galini wasn't just a cure, it had many properties. It could speed up brain activity, manipulate memory, and cure mental illnesses, among others. By accelerating her brain activity millions of times, Varian allowed Kristine's subconscious to revisit all those memories and mature. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in the few seconds he started healing her, she had lived a year's worth of memories. But that wasn't all. Another property of the legendary Galini herb was memory manipulation. While any psychic could manipulate memories, the trick was instability. If the victim's brain wasn't too weak, they could recover their memories with proper treatment and expensive potions. However, with the Galini herb, memory changes were irreversible. This was because it operated by a strand of soul power, making it immune to mind power. This was why Varian was so adamant about this herb. You are still Creo's daughter, but what happened is... Varian's mind sense carefully controlled Kristine's memories, adding new bits and pieces. Kristine's brows furrowed as her eyelashes fluttered. After a few minutes, the golden light disappeared, and Kristine slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at the people around her warily. This. Richard was taken aback. This girl was no longer acting childish, instead, she reacted like a proper adult. Just what's going on? Creo. Kristine suddenly yelled, causing Sia to flinch and almost attack her. But glancing at her again, the brown-haired beauty realized something was off. Where is Creo? Kristine leaned forward on the bed and asked. Her hair covered her face, and all they could see were her eyes. Those eyes. Burning with rage. Varian, what did you do? Anna whispered in his ear. A taste of his own medicine, Varian mouthed and smiled at Kristine. Just go to the street, and they'll take you to him. Really? Really? Varian smiled and handed her a sword and a box. You know what to do, right? Kristine stored the 2 items in her storage ring and left without answering. Wait, if she goes out like this, we'll all be caught as well, Anna said, about to stop Kristine from opening the basement door. This place is now abandoned, Varian smiled and snapped his fingers. All the evidence was erased, and the expensive items flew to Richard, who put them into the storage ring. Let's go. The ghost ship opened in front of them. As they exited Mars, Varian smiled coldly. Creo, what will you do? When a piece of news reached the headquarters of the Mars administration, it sent ripples throughout the planet. Kristine Bell, daughter of Sovereign Creo, was found. Thousands of experts rushed to her location and treated her like a living treasure. Miss, we will be there soon. Your father was very anxious about you. After you meet, tell us who dared to kidnap you, shut it and hurry up, Kristine said in a cold tone. You. The head officer escorting her looked at her in disbelief. Was this really the same girl Sovereign Creo was talking about? Yes, the DNA test matched perfectly. So did the memory test. She even had the treasure Sovereign Creo had attached to her. Then why was she behaving like this? Kristine, on the other hand, ignored the man and focused on her memories. My father used to be a gangster. He killed many innocent people. The throne he sits on today is built on countless corpses. My mother was a good woman who tried her best to help our family. But she was brutally killed by the Abyssals, and her head was hung on the wall. Kristine clenched her fists so hard they turned white. And until there, it's true, Varian said with a nonchalant expression. Then what memories did you change? Sia asked with a curious expression. Anna perked her ears. That. Varian smiled. My father knew it was dangerous for my mother to go there. I even saw him get the reports informing him that it would be hard for either of them to survive that day's attack. But Kristine bit her lips until they started bleeding. He still sent my mother. For his military merits. After her death, he went into a rage and his performance was awarded by the superiors. He had access to special resources that greatly helped him advance. Kristine's eyes flashed with grief and betrayal. And when he realized I might expose the truth to the whole world, he attacked me. Her body trembled violently as she recalled a memory of Creo attacking her to keep her mind immature. He did it repeatedly. Every memory of Creo visiting her was twisted. It wasn't a session of a father bonding with his daughter, but a father suppressing her maturity to prevent her from revealing his misdeeds. With each memory she recalled, Kristine felt increasing disgust toward him. Overwhelmed by deep emotions, she didn't pause to gather evidence or notice the inconsistencies in her memories. What remained in her mind was her truth. Kristine slowly raised her head as a pink castle appeared in the distance. That's very cruel. Sia sighed. I know. As someone who had his memories sealed, I can tell you it's a horrible thing to do, Varian said, but there was no remorse on his face. But you still went ahead and did it, Richard shook his head. Anna, on the other hand, gave him a thumbs up. I don't really care about the means. You're doing this as revenge, right? Varian gave a slight nod and smiled. According to the master, Creo always wanted Kristine to be normal, and normal she is. But there's a condition to maintain that normalcy. A very harsh condition. Christy. Creo stood up from the pile of toys and rushed to his daughter with teary eyes. Without a second thought, he pulled her into an embrace and started crying. How have you been? I'm so worried about you, little girl. The officers nearby read the atmosphere and left the room. The father and daughter were finally reunited. And Creo couldn't stop his tears from falling. The weight on his heart was lifted, and he seemed to have aged overnight. With a concerned expression, he touched her face, hands, and feet. You aren't injured anywhere, right? Kristine didn't respond. If it hadn't been for those memories, she would have been moved to tears by her father's love. But now, all she felt was disgust and hatred. I want to kill you. Huh? I hate you, Kristine said through gritted teeth. Why, you can speak well? You're cured? Creo's eyes widened, and a big smile formed on his face. What do you think? Kristine spat back with open hatred. Creo was taken aback by her reaction before he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. My daughter is cured. My little princess is normal. He laughed until he broke down into tears, tears that wouldn't stop even after he wiped at them for minutes. When he no longer had tears to shed, Creo raised his head and saw his daughter staring at him with utter disgust. What happened? How did you cure? No, most importantly, did I do something wrong? Creo's face paled. The sovereign who instilled fear across Mars was now scared. I want to kill you. Kristine retrieved a sword from her storage ring and opened a box, revealing a lethal poison. She dipped the sword in the poison and pointed it at her father. For what you did to my mother and to me, I want you to die. What I did to your mother and you? Creo blinked twice in confusion, his brows furrowing. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and his expression grew grave. Kristine, how did you cure? Whoosh. Creo stepped to the side and dodged the sword slash. Even though he was a psychic, due to his level, he more or less had a strong body. Dodging attacks from Kristine, who had never fought, was too easy. Who cured you? It was Evan? Creo asked, his body trembling with rage. That bastard, he cured his daughter but made her hate him. Evan? You still want to utter his name after betraying him? Kristine's anger flared, and she swung the sword left and right. Creo stepped back and dodged the attacks, his confusion evident. Kristine, whatever I did to Evander was only for your sake, Shut up. Kristine dashed at him, slashing her sword, but she tripped and was about to crash to the floor. Creo's eyebrows shot up, and he caught her before she fell. Phew. Sighing in relief, he looked at Kristine, who was about to swing her sword at him again. Just a second. Creo's eyes glowed blue, and Kristine's body froze. Creo's mind power entered her brain, and he caught a glimpse of her memories. What? Creo stepped back and slumped onto the floor. His face paled, and his lips trembled. Fake memories. No wonder she hates me so much. Looking at the hatred in the eyes of the frozen Kristine, Creo felt his heart break. She had finally grown up, which was what he had always wanted. But, I can't even restore her memories. Creo's brows furrowed more as he probed her condition. His breathing grew more ragged as sadness welled in his heart. And that bastard. The golden power in Kristine's mind was given an order. Kristine would only stay immature if she managed to kill him today. If she didn't, she'd revert to her previous self. I can't change the golden power. Freezing her won't make a difference. Creo clutched his head, racking his brains. He couldn't trick her with his powers, nor could he show her an illusion to make her believe she killed him. The golden power, damned golden power, ruined any chance of deception. Arg. Even as a sovereign who controlled a planet at his fingertips, he felt helpless now. If she doesn't kill me, Kristine will revert to her previous self. Creo's eyes reddened as he gritted his teeth. She'll never enjoy her life. If Kristine stayed the same, Creo wouldn't feel this torn. But she was cured now. It was Creo's dream to let his daughter live a normal life. He had the option, but only. Is it my life or my daughter's life? Creo closed his eyes, holding back tears. He won't sacrifice himself, Varian shook his head. What if he does? Sia asked. Julius killed his own son over trivial jealousy. Varian shook his head. Creo is Julius' partner in crime. That bastard manipulated my memory and erased your existence from many people. He even betrayed my master and almost killed us. Do you think he's the type to sacrifice himself? Varian viewed Creo through the lens of Julius, and it seemed his analysis was correct. But Sia bit her lip. For Varian, she was willing to kill anyone, including herself. What if Creo's love was just as strong? Sia shook her head, recalling the time she saw him. She was in a pitiful state, her blood staining the walls of the glass tube red, and she was deep in tears. It was through a hologram, but she could still recall his emotionless eyes and cold words. I've erased the boy's memories. If you don't cooperate, I don't mind killing him in front of you. Everyone, evacuate, Creo ordered the soldiers. Within seconds, the pink castle was empty. Rami, Creo called into his comm a few seconds later. A woman in black clothes appeared before him and knelt down. I have a task, no, a request for you, Creo said in a heavy voice. Yes? Take care of my daughter. Master? Disappear for now. The woman in black still had questions but left the castle as ordered. Creo kissed Kristine's forehead one last time before returning her body control to her. You. Kristine seemed to realize she was frozen as she glared at him with red eyes. Kristine, Creo called out softly. I hate you. Kristine gripped the hilt of her sword and aimed it at Creo's heart. Creo smiled at her brightly. Looking into her eyes, he was reminded of another girl who hated with the same passion, Sia. He had only seen her once through a hologram, but the hatred she showed him was no less than what Kristine was showing. Is this your revenge, Varian? For removing the memories of the girl you love, you made my daughter hate me. Daughter, I love you. Creo opened his arms wide. I hate you. Kristine pierced his heart with her sword. Guh. Creo gritted his teeth as the sword appeared from his back. The poison began to spread. He could stop it. He could heal himself. The poison wasn't rare enough to make finding a cure difficult. Instead, it was a common poison, albeit a strong one. Varian, you must have thought I'd neglect my daughter, right? Creo smiled, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. His chest began to turn purple as the poison spread through his body. Why you are? Kristine was confused about why he allowed her to stab him. Creo smiled brightly, his face now a light purple. I'm happy. I finally got to see you like this. Don't act like this. You tormented me every day. You used your powers on me and stopped me from growing. Why are you acting as if you love me now? Kristine slashed at him with her sword, tears streaming down her face. Hearing the pain in her words, Creo smiled softly. Even though the false memories had made him hate her, the fact that she was crying meant that some part of her still loved him. For him, that was enough. Creo slowly lost feeling in his body as he collapsed to the floor. As his consciousness faded, the last thing he saw was his daughter's crying face. In the end, her love prevailed, and she ended up sobbing. Creo smiled, imagining the bright future Kristine had ahead of her. She would live like a normal woman, enjoy life's small joys, pursue her interests, fall in love, start a family, and have loving children. A fulfilling life, one he couldn't give her, but Varian had. The price was unexpected, but Creo accepted it. His only regret was that he wouldn't be able to see her live her life. It's a pity, but... As everything was about to turn dark, Creo opened his lips one last time. I wish you a happy life. Sovereign Creo died at the hands of his own daughter. When Creo drew his last breath, Kristine finally caught hers. At the same time, she slowly realized something was off. Dad. With trembling hands, Kristine reached out to Creo's body. Her mind started to spin as she began to realize something. If her father was really an abuser, why did he visit her every time with such earnest eyes? If he truly used her mother's death, why did he grieve on the anniversary of her mother's death every year? If he was truly that heartless, it made no sense for him to give up his life. Even if she tried 1,000,000,000 times, she wouldn't be able to kill him. So, why did he give up his life like that? As questions flooded her mind, the golden energy in her mind shone lightly, confirming Creo was dead. Then, it began its final operation, the Operation Varian set up just in case. Kristine's memory was rewritten once again. Her original memories were restored, and the artificial hatred against Creo disappeared in a flash. Then, her memories twisted a bit more, and she started to forget about her father's identity. Creo Bell. Creo. K. Conan. Conan Bell. Kristine remembered her father's name. He had the same personality as Creo, did the same things for her, and loved her the same. But his name was Conan Bell. At the same time, Kristine realized that she was under trauma after her mother's death. To cure her, her father participated in a dangerous mission and died. The cure she received later was the reason she was able to become normal. Dad. Kristine's eyes welled up with tears. Her head started to spin, and she collapsed next to Creo. Rami, the woman in black clothes, appeared in the room and gasped at the situation. Master Creo, he had collapsed in a pool of pitch-black blood. Poison, but how? Rami's gaze landed on the sword in the corner. Since there was a sword and poison, the murderer. Rami looked at the unconscious Kristine and raised her hand to kill her. As she was about to slash down on the unconscious girl, she recalled Creo's last words to her. I have a task, no, a request for you. Take care of my daughter. Rami's body froze as she realized, so you knew. She looked at Creo's body with a complicated expression and picked up Kristine. With a twist of space, she disappeared. Her identity would no longer exist. She'd become Kristine's guardian and live a normal life. How the hell did this happen? Varian rubbed his forehead, trying to make sense of the situation. Anna was on her feet, hopping from place to place, panicking like an ant on a hot stove. Richard was pacing back and forth, and Varian was really worried the old butler might have a heart attack. Sia looked at him with concern. She didn't seem overly worried about the situation itself, but rather about how it would affect him. Creo died to give his daughter a normal life, Varian sighed, as if he couldn't believe it. The strand of soul power had given him a final message informing him of the outcome before their connection was severed. Still, the revelation struck Varian like a lightning bolt. A man as cruel and calculating as Creo, how was he capable of sacrificing his life for someone else? Understanding a person is really hard. Varian's arm was pulled, and he turned to the side. It's supposed to be a normal revenge, right? Anna bit her lip as she looked at Varian with teary eyes. You killed him. The implications of a sovereign's death are too great. You should have at least waited until you reached level 9. Richard nodded as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Varian glanced at the old man's shirt and realized it was drenched. The hell? How nervous are you, really? Noticing Varian's gaze, Anna put her hands on her hips and leaned forward. Why aren't you nervous at all? Do you know what will happen without a sovereign? Richard's forehead was now drenched with sweat. The old man's face turned pale as he muttered, Mars will be conquered, the planetoids will be gone, the balance will break, and we'll slowly lose everything. The more he spoke, the more he sweated. Eventually, the floor beneath Richard turned into a puddle of sweat. Varian gave Richard a concerned look. Heart problem and now this. You should retire soon. But he didn't say it out loud. I think things will turn out fine, Varian said as he stood up and stretched. Bali will take Creo's place. He's already on his way to becoming a sovereign. Bali? Which Bali? Varian sighed and summoned Boo. The little ghost looked at him resentfully but explained the situation to the elderly. Anna's expression brightened, and Richard certainly started sweating less. Still, Boo placed a bucket under him. Is this what they call sweating buckets? Bali. Anna's eyes flashed as she looked at Varian, controlling herself from showing her bewilderment. To think he did this during the solar banquet, Varian was really thinking ahead. Even if he's reaching the sovereign state, it will take time. Anna still shook her head with a regretful expression. Varian narrowed his eyes. Heavens will pushes those closest to level 9 to the sovereign state. This time, without asking, Boo explained. Anna still wasn't convinced. And how long would that take? Well, I was going to ask, Varian smiled. Who? A hologram popped up in front of the sofa, and Varian smiled at the woman. Sovereign Irene. Anna froze. In the Pink Castle, since it was Creo's order, even though hours had passed since his death, no one entered. But an obscure figure, whose strength far surpassed the officers, entered the castle. Not even the level 9s near the castle caught the slightest hint of the person's movements. Arriving in the room with plush toys, the sovereign bent down at Creo's corpse. To think you'd die like this, what a waste. There wasn't a hint of grief in his voice, only irritation. The sovereign picked up the pendant hanging from Creo's neck. Aether pendant. He injected his aura into the artifact and became its master. The next moment, Heavens will responded to his achievement. The sovereign felt a surge of power, bringing him closer to the celestial rank. 3 more to go. That would be the day he'd destroy the Abyssals once and for all. Sovereign Creo is dead? Irene slammed her hand on the desk and leaned forward. Unexpectedly, Varian nodded. Unlike the previous times, he wasn't wearing a mask. Irene was too shocked to care about it. Just how did he die? Who could kill Sovereign Creo? Irene bit her lip and asked, her voice trembling. Her eyes flashed with resolve as she prepared to face this unknown enemy, even if it meant death. Varian sighed. His daughter. Though, it's also me. I don't understand, Irene said, looking at him in confusion. Time for Boo's entrance. Boo trotted forward and took its position. As Boo explained Varian's revenge step by step, Irene's face grew paler. When Boo revealed how Creo died under Kristine's hands, she looked at Varian with wide eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Is that really your doing? Her tone was laced with disbelief. If Varian said no, she would have believed it all false. She didn't want to believe that a kind dreamer who was always so selfless could do such a thing. But Varian nodded. Yes. Though, Boo downplayed my rage a bit. Irene collapsed back into her chair and rubbed her forehead. This is really unexpected from you, but I believe you have a backup. Boo cleared its throat and began. Bali. After hearing the detailed explanation, Irene gave Varian a long glance before tapping her chin with her index finger. So, Bali took the potion as you said, and from Enigma's predictions, he should be out in around 15 days? More or less, Varian nodded. Since he also has Heaven's Will's boost now, I'm hoping he can come out before any problems arise. Irene stood up and said, understood. I'll need to contact the other sovereigns and estimate how much Heaven's Will's boost can help. Saying this, the hologram dissolved into light particles. She was really in a hurry. Varian. A low voice called out to him. Varian turned around. You said you were hoping Bali comes out in time. So, you didn't know for sure. You went ahead for your personal revenge without considering the consequences? Are you kidding me? Anna yelled in anger. She thought Varian already had a backup plan for every possibility that followed his revenge. But looking at him now, while he was somewhat prepared for the situation, he wasn't fully ready. What if the Mirage Queen attacked the Planetoids and found out that Creo was dead? What if Bali took longer to come out? Without a sovereign, Mars would crumble. Anna was furious at Varian for the first time. If you don't have the means to bear the consequences of your actions, don't go for your revenge. Is your revenge more important than the entire planet Mars? With every word, her fury grew. Clenching her fists, she walked toward Varian, intending to beat some sense into him. But no. Sia stood between Varian and Anna, her sword unsheathed. Richard wanted to salvage the situation, but Anna growled before he could speak. Do you want to let him off without any punishment? A beating is the least he deserves. If anyone else knew what he had done, they'd kill him. Sia gripped her sword tighter. Even though it was unexpected, he did make a mistake. Then he'll learn from it. And do better next time. With this experience, when he becomes the emperor, he'll be able to make good decisions. Anna froze, thinking she was hearing things, before she yelled. Are you nuts? Emperor? If Mars is gone, forget the emperor, none of us will get out alive. We can, sir, an invisible force gently pushed Sia aside. Varian stepped forward and faced Anna's angry eyes, which seemed to be burning with flames. Seeing the person responsible for the catastrophic situation in front of her, Anna's breath became ragged as she tried to suppress the rage in her heart. If he wasn't Sarah's boyfriend, she. Creo sacrificing himself never crossed my mind, but as you said, I should have planned for it, Varian said in a calm tone. Anna's eyebrows furrowed, not at what he said, but at how he said it. After doing so much, he didn't even show a little guilt. If the worst comes to worst, I'll have to stall the Mirage Queen for 2 weeks, Varian said with a neutral expression. Anna crossed her arms and gnashed her teeth. You? How? I'll threaten to destroy their holy altar. That's their most treasured item, after all. During his time as Var, he learned it was incredibly important, but no one had told him why. It was apparently basic knowledge, and asking would have blown his cover. Sia nodded at his words. It's super important. I don't know exactly why it's so treasured, but if we threaten them with the holy altar, the Mirage Queen won't attack Mars right away. Of course, she would inevitably attack. Conquering Mars was just too important. But she'd certainly hesitate, and that would buy them time. Anna looked at the calm Varian and Sia with a cold gaze. Even if what you said is true, why are you two so calm about this? Don't you feel scared at all? A bit anxious? Or a shred of guilt for what you've recklessly done? Billions of lives are at stake. One wrong step and this is Pluto all over again. Anna lost her master and friend, Sarah's mother, in Pluto. That's why she couldn't stop her emotions from spilling out when something similar happened right before her eyes. But, I only care about his life, Sia answered without a second thought. Varian, on the other hand, shrugged. I know I should be feeling anxious, guilty, and scared. But it's an unexpected consequence. I'm honestly worried about the billions of lives at risk, but I don't want to worry too much. I will do what I have to do because there are some things only I can do. Anna fell silent. She somewhat understood where he was coming from. He knew the weight of his actions and the risk. But it was unexpected. Worrying or feeling guilty wouldn't change the situation. So, he decided to seek a solution instead. Still, his lack of emotional response really disappointed her. I've caused a lot of bloodshed. I wish I had made better choices, but I won't spend my time on regrets. Varian sat on the sofa and gripped the armrest. If he hadn't started the war between Xanders and Demon Abyss, a lot of losses could have been prevented. Xanders dragging the army into this was beyond his expectation, but it was always a possibility he should have considered. However, when he saw the death count grow from tens to hundreds to tens of thousands. I gave financial support to all the families and asked Boo to keep a watch over them, but at the end of the day, my decision destroyed many lives. Varian was fully aware of that. Anna looked at him for one last time before walking away. Richard followed silently, and the situation left them both really unnerved by Varian's attitude. After they left, Sia sat beside Varian at a distance and asked softly. Varian. What's going on in your mind? You don't have to hide it from me. You're feeling very guilty and anxious about putting Mars in danger, but why are you acting like you aren't affected? Sia asked. Varian looked at her in surprise before shaking his head. No, I'm not. I know how you're feeling. Please don't lie to me, Sia said in a strong tone. Varian looked at her for a moment before smiling wryly. I don't want to become like the Abyss Emperor. Then, he told her about the praises he heard about the man during his time as Var. In his efforts to save as many lives as possible, the Abyss Emperor chose not to pursue an all-out war against humans. If he had decided to pursue his goal at any cost, the Abyssals would have won, despite heavy losses. By now, they would have obtained the legacy of Devis and be preparing for the Providence trial. Instead, he chose the path of a benevolent leader. As a result, today, the Abyss race faces a danger of extinction. Varian shook his head. The decision that might seem right in the present can turn out to be terrible in the future. Sia bit her lip as she observed Varian, earnestly thinking about his situation. Varian and the Abyss Emperor had a lot in common. Both were fighting for the survival of their races and were the most talented of their kind. She understood why Varian could relate to the Abyss Emperor. As someone who aspired to become the human emperor, Varian compared himself to the Abyss Emperor. If you and I, the unexpected variables, didn't appear, his plan would have been perfect, Sia finally said. Varian chuckled. Exactly. How do you know there are no unexpected variables? You don't. Yeah. Sia trailed off. I'm trying not to get too attached to lives so that when the time comes, I won't hesitate to make the right decision, Varian said with a strained smile. He would do everything in his power to save lives, but he also needed to avoid becoming too attached. It was very difficult. Varian. Sia's heart ached as she desperately wished to hug him and reassure him that he was not alone. Anna and Richard might think he was being apathetic, that he didn't feel any pain. But only she knew the internal battle he was fighting. He wasn't someone with too few emotions, his responsibility was too heavy to let his feelings run free. A hologram flashed in the room, and Irene Nile appeared. The worry on Varian's face vanished, replaced by a calm expression. He appeared unperturbed by the situation. With a pale face, Irene gave him the answer. He should be out in 3 to 5 days at most. The castle Creo built for his daughter was located in a high-end area exclusively owned by Creo. Similar to Julius Guardian Islands, this location, Unicorn Estate, was Creo's home base. Apart from his daughter and her caretakers, no one was allowed to enter. Once the military escorted Kristine to him, Creo ordered them to evacuate. The 300 Awakener guards left without a word, leaving the father and daughter alone. Now, however, 9 people were pacing back and forth on the lawn in front of the Pink Castle. Each of these individuals stood at the very apex of the political pyramid. A single word from them could affect millions of lives. If they banded together, they could influence the economic and political landscape of an entire planet. These people of such high stature were now occasionally gulping potions to keep their blood pressure from rising. Are you an idiot? This can only be a prank. But because of you, so many important events on Mars are cancelled today. A man in a purple suit narrowed his eyes at the butler and spat coldly. Out of the 9 gathered, there were 4 political officials, 4 military officials, and 1 disciple of Creo. Additionally, a 10th person stood stiffly in front of the castle gates. He was the one who informed them of the news, a peak level 8 butler who took care of Creo's estate. At any other time, he would be treated with basic respect. Now, however, he was questioned bluntly and was expected to answer meekly. Despite his resentment at such treatment, he had no choice but to answer. Bowing his head lightly, the butler said, a maid was assigned to take care of Miss Kristine's diet. She entered the castle. But she didn't return even after 4 hours. At first, the butler thought she had made a bad mistake and was taken care of by Sovereign Creo. So, he decided to send another maid after warning her. She didn't return either. Worried, he sent 3 maids this time, and the same thing happened. In the end, he messaged Creo. After waiting an hour for a reply that never came, he went into the castle himself. There, he found it, a body with purple skin in a pool of blood, though the blood was drying up. The face and the body looked exactly like him. The butler fought hard not to shiver. The reason the maids never returned was that they fainted after seeing Creo's corpse. It was an impossible event in their minds, and experiencing it firsthand shattered their tolerance. Are you so out of your mind to think he can die? The man in the purple suit laughed. President Larry, the special team has already gone in. Results will be out soon. We'll know if it's a prank or if Sovereign Creo really. Careful, Butler. Some words shouldn't be spoken. Larry's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. The butler swallowed his words and nodded. Even if they were false, if his words were leaked, they would cause a huge uproar. I followed the protocol, but I hope it's just a prank. Hoping so, the butler moved his gaze away from Larry and turned to the castle gates. Before he knew it, his hand clenched into a fist, and veins popped up. Larry noticed the butler's nervousness and snorted. It was impossible for his master to die. As Creo's disciple, he had witnessed his master's strength firsthand. That was also the reason he didn't inform his fellow disciples. Even peak level 9s would only last a few blows against a sovereign. Therefore, no sovereign could be killed or assassinated by non-sovereigns. Besides, in his opinion, the report was too sloppy. The heart was pierced, and a lethal poison destroyed the brain. With his strength, there was no way anyone could surprise Creo and lodge a sword in his heart. Even in the highly unlikely event that it did happen, how could Creo not have the antidote to that potent but common poison? Since Kristine is missing along with the master, I guess he's setting up this case so that he can spend time alone with his daughter. Larry shook his head. Larry was one of the few people who knew how obsessed Creo was with his daughter. So, he guessed that this was Creo's way of telling them to not disturb him and let him spend some time with his daughter. It wasn't just Larry, the other 8 delegates were also of the same opinion. The president of Mars, Matt Damon, walked up to Larry and mused, "It looks like Sovereign Creo really wants a break." The High General of Mars, Scad, chimed in, "Well, isn't it too obvious? His daughter disappeared silently, and the corpse doesn't have the artifact." Precisely, Larry agreed, and the 3 men looked at the nervous butler with contempt. In their eyes, this man had an IQ in the negative. Feeling their disdainful gazes, the butler's face scrunched up. "Damn it. You people think you know Sovereign Creo better than me? I've served him for 40 years, damn it." The butler touched the castle door with trembling hands and recalled, "Sovereign Creo built this pink castle by himself. To him, this is his daughter's home. He treasured it like crazy." There was one time when one of the maids accidentally injured Kristine. Creo rushed to Kristine's room and healed her first before finding the maid trembling in the corner. He didn't beat her, nor did he curse her. Instead, he gently held her hand and took her out of the castle. Then, he killed her. I can bet my head that Sovereign Creo didn't like any violence in the castle, much less bloodshed. Yet, he saw the corpse and the pool of blood. Both were real. This can't be a prank. The butler felt his palms sweat as his heart raced faster and faster. With a clank, the entrance of the castle opened, drawing the attention of the 9 delegates. They were eager to return to their work and stayed only for formality. So, when the door opened, Larry instinctively said, "Say those words and we'll leave." He. Larry expected a composed answer but instead heard a stuttering voice. What happened? The old man who opened the castle was pale, his legs trembling violently, barely standing by holding onto the doors. An ominous premonition flashed in Larry's mind, but he quickly suppressed it and yelled, "Hey, I know Master wants a break. You don't need to act." Larry's words seemed to have no effect on the old doctor, who continued to shiver and tremble as if he were out in the cold. "Excuse me, what happened?" the president of Mars stepped forward and asked. The old man's neck moved stiffly like a rusted machine, and his eyes met the president's. The president flinched and took a step back. The doctor's eyes were filled with despair. "Oh no. If you're joking around, I'll fucking kill you. So, speak the truth." The High General of Mars said in a cold voice, and a thick killing intent locked onto the doctor. The old man's face flushed as he felt suffocated, but due to the shock, he recovered and moved his trembling lips. Dead. Sovereign Creo is dead. Varian sipped his coffee and responded to her words with a wry smile. It's my recklessness. But we'll get over this, somehow. And how are you so sure? Maybe Mirage Queen won't be distracted by our actions and she'll find out the truth? Sia asked, crossing her legs and propping her head on her palm. Varian gave it serious thought and shrugged. We do everything we can and hope it succeeds. Sia sighed lightly. After Enigma destroyed Demon Abyss's holy altar, the security around those altars has gone up crazily. I'm pretty doubtful anything can be done. Instead of frowning at the difficulty, Varian asked, and how strong is this security? Sia thought for a moment and answered, it depends on the situation. If tensions with humans are high, there'll only be mid and low-level 9s. Otherwise, it's high and mid-level 9s. Either way, neither I nor Enigma can force our way through. Varian's eyes flashed as a plan formulated in his mind. But it wasn't time yet. He needed to consider more things to implement it. He had said he would cause the Mirage Queen to stay in the abyss by threatening the holy altar, but with the security around it, it seemed impossible. But if I do it right, it'll buy us a lot of time. Sia thought he was feeling pressure and said, it's not like the plan needs to succeed. The officials of Mars are doing their best to cover up. Saying this, she turned on the news. Varian sipped his coffee and watched the two news anchors in the hologram. The previous woman who claimed to be the daughter is an impostor, the news anchor bellowed as if he had just discovered his own daughter was not his. Sovereign Creo is angry. The woman is strictly punished, and the lockdown of Mars will continue. It'll only be stricter, the co-anchor declared, crossing her arms with a stoic face. Varian clicked his tongue. Since they had made a big show of finding Creo's daughter, they had no choice but to say it was fake. Not only that, they did what the real Creo would have done, they made the lockdown stricter. Except for Creo, not even the president had this power. So, naturally, everyone would think it was Creo doing all this. Not bad, Varian nodded, acknowledging their competence. The entire upper command had joined forces. It must have been difficult, but they found a good excuse and executed it well. Not only that, the reward for finding Sovereign Creo's daughter has increased tenfold. I repeat, tenfold, the news anchor announced, slamming the desk so hard it broke. Dead or alive, the female anchor added. Sia raised a brow at the addition. So, she's a suspect in her father's murder, Varian shrugged. And they must be trying to capture her, and if she doesn't cooperate, they'll kill her. They fear her revealing that she killed Sovereign Creo. If that happens, then everything is over. Sia nodded. Even though Kristine's mental condition was unstable, they couldn't risk even the slightest instability. What if Kristine said those things and the Mirage Queen took it seriously? So, they'd rather capture or kill her. Even though capture is an option, I believe most people would try to kill her, Sia said, shaking her head. Even though Creo was disgusting, he protected the people. But once he's dead, they're merciless against his daughter. Varian put down his coffee and stretched his arms. It's a cold-blooded decision, but a rational one. Sia sighed at his reaction. You're really putting yourself into the role, huh? Varian agreed with their decision from an objective standpoint, but personally, he did something else. Kristine will never know. You can open your eyes. Kristine's eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes slowly opened. Feeling the ache in her back, she frowned and sat on the bed. Clutching her head, she glanced at the gloomy room. Kristine felt weird. She shouldn't be in a place like this. She had been grieving the death of her father, who had performed a dangerous mission to get a cure for her mental condition. Then, she lost consciousness. And where am I? Kristine's eyes suddenly paused on a woman in black clothes. She hadn't even noticed the woman was there. Kristine. Why yes? Look at your face. The woman pointed to the mirror beside her. Kristine leaned to the side and glanced at her reflection, then froze at the unfamiliar face. My face. She touched her face and shuddered in fear. She didn't want to lose her face. If she did, her memories with her father would feel alien to her. But... Kristine felt a thin layer on her face. She gently pulled on it and looked into the mirror. It only showed her pinching her own cheek. "No, you're not imagining things," the woman in black said. "You have a face mask on." "Face mask? It's a gift from someone who wishes you a happy life." Rami sighed, trying to suppress the complicated emotions in her heart. She had taken Kristine away from the castle and planned to escape Mars. However, she was unable to deceive her way out of the spaceports. Even though the lockdown had been lifted after Creo's daughter was found, the security system remained tight. So, Rami couldn't enter any spaceship to get Kristine out of Mars. But she also couldn't stay. Sooner or later, Creo's death would be revealed, and they would be searched for and exposed. While she was deep in worry, a man in white appeared. Despite her utmost care to stay hidden, he knew where she was and who she was. The man, called Dreamer, gave her a mask and helped her take Kristine away from Mars. When she asked him why he was doing this, he said, "I wish her a happy life." Every planet in the solar system has an abyss corresponding to it. Earth, under Julius, faces Demon Abyss. Uranus, under Irene, faces Despair Abyss. Neptune, under Aries, faces Thunder Abyss. As their names suggest, each abyss has its own characteristics, primarily defined by the divine paths the Abyssals follow. For example, Demon Abyss is mainly composed of Abyssals in the body path. This abyss resembles Earth, except that everything here is much sturdier. From the most common rocks to precious metals, the materials here seem to be influenced by the immense chi used by body path awakeners. Before blink, even the most common metals of Demon Abyss would surpass the best alloys of mankind. Similarly, Despair Abyss, the home of plant path awakeners, is a vast forest. If humans tried hard, they could at least attack Demon Abyss. However, if they attempted to enter Despair Abyss, they would face the assault of a giant forest interconnected by a vast underground root network. When under attack, the Despair Forest acts like a hive mind, operating with such efficiency that it terrifies enemies into lasting trauma. Of course, the Despair Forest is not invincible. Low and mid-level Awakener Abyssals cannot remain in their plant forms all the time. However, they still live in the forest along with hundreds of millions of plant monsters. While Despair Abyss lacks the fierce offensive power of Sin Abyss or the explosive troops of Thunder Abyss, it excels in defensive warfare. Its invasion invokes despair, and after repeated failed attempts, humanity changed the name of this abyss from Plant Abyss to Despair Abyss. Like Demon Abyss and Despair Abyss, Mirage Abyss also has its own specialty. Boo, watch out. As the ghost ship entered the Mirage Abyss and moved forward, 3 Abyss spaceships appeared on the horizon, shooting toward them. Varian called out to warn Boo, only to realize he was frozen like a statue. Boo? Varian stood up from his chair and rushed in front of Boo. The little ghost's eyes were blank, staring ahead as if he saw something unbelievable. Jai Empire. What? Varian frowned and looked at the radar. The spaceships were just a few seconds away, and from their trajectory, he was damn certain they were coming for him. As if to prove his thoughts right, the spaceships began to emit blue light, and 6 laser beams shot toward the ghost ship. Varian didn't know how strong these attacks were, but he really didn't want to find out. Boo! Boo was still silent. Varian gnashed his teeth and glanced at Sia, who stood up and prepared to fight. He closed his eyes to gain control of the ghost ship and dodge the attacks. But then, Varian. A voice reverberated in the sky. The white clouds suddenly distorted, morphing into a figure. Varian raised an eyebrow at the figure but remained focused on controlling the ghost ship. The alien ship flipped in the air, dodging the laser beams. But before Varian could sigh in relief, the figure in the clouds, or rather, the cloud figure, spoke. Holder of order and chaos slivers. A chill shot down Varian's spine, and he gritted his teeth, moving the ghost ship to attack the cloud figure. If slivers got involved, even civilizations far higher than the Abyssals wouldn't survive, much less humans. So, he had to know how this cloud figure knew such things and ensure they didn't spread. As the ghost ship charged toward the tall figure in the clouds, Varian realized something and held his breath. It was an abyssal made from the silver clouds of the Mirage abyss. He looked like an enlarged version of any other abyssal, except for one difference. He had no marks on his face that the other abyssals had to indicate their level. Even the abyss kings and queens had small, but well-defined tattoos on their foreheads to denote their ranks. But Varian had only seen one such abyssal. Abyss Emperor. The ghost ship reached the silvery figure of the Emperor. The one above all abyssals raised his hand, and the sky began to shake as if it was about to fall. The wind started to vibrate, and an apocalyptic hurricane began to brew. You are just lucky to get slivers. I am the one more worthy of wielding them. The Emperor's cold voice rang in his ears, and the next second, the ghost ship exploded. No. With a yell, Varian gasped and found himself staring at the ceiling. His clothes were soaked in sweat, and he was tightly clutching the sofa. Sia was looking at him with a worried expression, while Boo was operating the ghost ship through a hologram that showed they were moving out of the capital city. Moving out of the capital city. Varian's restless mind suddenly settled, and everything fell into place. He seated himself comfortably and looked at Sia with a wry smile. So, I got pulled into an illusion after entering the capital? Sia nodded lightly. She could have intervened but decided against it. Varian had told her that these attacks helped him progress. So, she decided to stop the illusion only if it became dangerous. Thankfully, Varian got out of it himself, but looking at his heavy breathing and sweaty forehead, he seemed to have experienced something frightening. Sia, thanks, Varian said. As the final effects of the illusion began to fade away, Varian recalled everything. The Mirage Abyss, where the mind path was predominant, had its own specialty, illusions. Since they had decided to stall the Mirage Queen for a few days, they resolved to survey the capital of the Mirage Abyss. However, the entire capital was shrouded in illusions due to a special treasure. While Boo was capable of seeing through these illusions, the fabled treasure was not entirely ineffective. Boo had to verify the reality from illusion each time it moved, which greatly affected their movement speed. Another problem was that the Mirage Queen, being a psychic, had her mind sense covering the entire capital. Compared to any other Abyss King or Queen, the Mirage Queen would be the most challenging for Boo to sneak past. The need to constantly check reality against illusion would significantly hinder their mission. Thus, Varian thought of another solution. If he could also see through the illusions and view the city, he could share his perspective with Boo through their connection, thereby helping Boo. This way, their speed wouldn't be affected. Taking deep breaths, Varian looked out of the ghost ship. Even though they were flying through the silver clouds, with his superhuman eyesight, Varian should have had no trouble seeing the ground clearly. But all he saw were bizarre, out-of-place scenes, a dance party, a gladiator match, a love-making session, and more. Illusion after illusion clouded his sight. So, he tried another method. He wove his mind sense into a thread and spread it down from the ghost ship. He easily broke through the initial illusions, and his mind sense reached the next layer of harder and more complex illusions. Then the next layer, and the next. Finally, he found himself staring at the Abyss Emperor again. No matter how hard he tried, Varian's mind sense couldn't break through this illusion. If he attempted to forcibly penetrate the illusion to view the city below, he would be caught in it. That's what happened earlier. Varian, once we leave the capital, it'll be fine, Sia consoled, noticing his furrowed brows. The level of illusions varied from place to place. Even in a city ruled by an Archduke, Varian could view the city, though with difficulty. However, the capital was a different matter. From Sia's experience, One needed to be a peak level 8 or level 9 Mind Awakener to break through the illusions. This illusion cover served as an excellent defensive tool, showcasing that the Abyssals were once a higher civilization. Varian took a breath and shook his head. He had a feeling that he would be able to see through the illusions and view the capital once he reached level 8. Boo, keep hovering above the capital, Varian ordered, smiling. To others, the illusion cover was a problem. To him, it was both a challenge to solve and a treasure to uncover. Varian's mind sense forcibly penetrated the illusion, and the next second, his eyes went blank as he was pulled into it. After 30 seconds, Varian was gasping for air as he exited the illusion. The system indicated he had broken a bottleneck, but Varian was in no mood to appreciate his progress. Fuck. Clenching his fists, Varian hissed. This time, he didn't encounter the Abyss Emperor but saw Enigma killing his mother. In high-level illusions, you typically wouldn't know how you got there. You'd just be present in the scene and believe everything was true. It's like a dream, but even more realistic. So, Varian had to go through the heartbreak of his mother's death and the rage at Enigma once again. Kill. Don't kill. Kill. Don't. Varian took deep breaths, trying to calm his mind. But it barely helped. Why do you have to give me that one illusion? A few days ago, he experienced the same illusion when fighting the Xanders. In that illusion, Enigma was killing his mother and looking at him with a mocking smile. Compared to that illusion, which was cast by a peak level 7, this one was far more realistic and thus dug deeper into his heart. You can't kill me. Varian recalled Enigma's mocking smile. His blood boiled with rage as he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. If not for Sia, I'd definitely. Varian shook his head and suppressed the negative thoughts. I hope I don't have to see Enigma anytime soon. After a few more minutes, Varian dived into the illusion again. Enigma. His eyes seemed to spill fire as Varian spat her name with hatred. Sia flinched at his words. She could more or less guess the illusion. So, she wanted to tell him to stop. Var, no. Varian rejected her. And he entered the illusion. Damn it. His nails dug into his palms. He entered it again. I know it's an illusion, but why can't I calm down? Blood trickled from his palm. Again. Stop fucking laughing. Watching Varian grow more enraged with each illusion, Sia bit her lip and left for her room. Closing the door, she covered her eyes with her hands and sobbed. It was selfish of her, but Sia thought, no, she wished, that he could overcome his negative feelings toward Enigma. Seeing how, normally, he behaved with Enigma after she made the potion, Sia rejoiced. She believed that, in the near future, Varian's relationship with Enigma would return to normal. But when did you learn to act so well? Sia whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. His hatred made her realize how much he had been hiding. Perhaps Varian himself didn't realize it. After all, he was working hard to improve his relationships with Sarah and Sia. No, that's not right. Sia shook her head and recalled everything from the moment she confessed about his mother's death. After learning such a significant truth, anyone else in Varian's position would have demanded a confrontation with Enigma. But Varian didn't. Not only that, but he waited for a long time before facing her. Even when he finally did, he didn't show any abnormal reaction. It was just too strange. Just what are you thinking? Sia wiped away her tears and looked at the woman in the mirror. Her golden eyes flickered, turning violet for a split second before returning to their original color. Enigma, you want to meet him? Sia raised an eyebrow at the sudden message. No voice sounded in her mind, but Sia understood. Very well. Sia nodded, and after ensuring there were no traces of tears on her face, she rushed back to the room. If Varian got into trouble, she had to help him out. An hour later, Varian slumped on the sofa, gazing at the silver sky with complicated emotions. Status *. Superhuman L7, 6-7. Space L7, 5/7. Lightning L7, 5 out of 7. Planety L7, 6/7. Psychic L8, 0/25k. Macrokinetic L7, 6/7. Water L7, 5/7. It had been a while since he last checked his status, but it was better than he expected. With his recent actions, which could only be described as self-inflicted torture, the psychic path finally reached level 8. Varian wasn't in the mood to explore his new strength. Instead, he used his mind sense to try to view the capital city once again. Normally, he shouldn't be able to see it until he reached peak level 8, but with the added mind power from the macrokinetic path, Varian defied the odds and got a view of the city. Boo, got it. Varian said in a tired tone. Boo handed him a replenishing potion and nudged him to drink it. Varian patted it softly and drank the potion, feeling the heaviness in his mind slowly dissipate. Without hesitation, he used his authority as the ghost ship's master and shared his vision with Boo. Ah! The two views overlapped, and a more comprehensive view was generated instantly. The floor of the ghost ship became transparent, and with Boo's help, Varian could now see the entire capital. What? Every building here was a mobile fortress. Even the castle was floating a few feet above the ground. They really went all out in their defense. Varian clicked his tongue. One of his most anticipated plans was scrapped at this moment. Since psychics had relatively weak bodies, you just needed to sneak attack them before they could stop your attack. This is why most psychics remained in the rear during wars. Any battle involving a psychic typically came down to whether they stopped you from attacking and took control of your body, or you attacked them, thus killing the weak-bodied psychic. Barring the capital and a few cities where very strong Abyssals resided, if Varian used a ghost ship to sneak attack the cities with lightning and water, what would happen to the weak-bodied psychic Abyssals who didn't prevent him from attacking? Most of them would die. It was an improvisation of the plan he had already made. Varian really wanted to destroy a significant portion of Mirage Abyss's cities and break the balance. But since it came to this, he could only follow his original plan. Boo, be careful. Go to the holy altar. At the center of the Mirage Abyss capital, a castle floated. The silvery red building was a single piece of treasure, crafted from the hardest non-celestial material known to Abyssals. The castle's 4 spiral towers were equipped with defensive treasures capable of blocking even a sovereign's attack. The extravagance didn't end there. Multiple turrets lined the towers, each filled to the brim with lethal weapons that could instantly shoot down low-level Anines like birds. Even high-level Anines couldn't remain unscathed after being hit. Undoubtedly, the castle served as both an offensive and defensive treasure. Thanks to its special aura core engine, it could also move at high speeds for short periods. In essence, the castle was a mobile fortress. In the castle's courtroom, a female Abyssal crossed her legs as she listened to reports about the human domain. One moment, she appeared as a human woman in a silvery white dress. The next, she transformed into a petite girl in her early teens. Then, she became a beautiful middle-aged woman. The high-ranking Abyssal officials seated on either side of the throne below the platform ignored these changes. Their queen frequently practiced illusions, and they were accustomed to her behavior. Your Highness, Sovereign Creo has doubled down. Mars is under very strict control. Due to the reckless search, most of our agents have been found, the Chief of Intelligence reported the situation. Most? The Mirage Queen's brows furrowed, and she parted her lips, her melodious voice ringing through the courtroom. Give me a number. Even though this wasn't the first time, the Abyssals in the courtroom shivered at the sweet voice, which sounded like a seductive whisper promising them infinite joy if they. The intelligence officer pinched his hand to prevent himself from falling under mind control. 96%, my queen, he replied with a stoic face, though his voice betrayed a slight stutter. The Mirage Queen's eyes shone with a dangerous glint. So, our Mars branch is effectively paralyzed. Yes, the Abyssal lowered his head and hesitated for a moment before continuing. As the humans on Mars grow increasingly dissatisfied with the lockdowns, the officials are using the Abyssal spies as a reason. Bastards, the Mirage Queen laughed, but her eyes only grew colder. She fully understood the implications of such actions. With this news public, citizens of other planets would demand their officials conduct a search for the spies. Even though some would protest against the harsh lockdowns, the hardcore Federation supporters would convince the public to endure them for a short time. As if reading her thoughts, the Abyssal continued, other planets have contacted Mars officials. Using the patterns and clues from our agents on Mars, they'll start a cleanup. Damn you, Creo. Mirage Queen gnashed her teeth. The spies were to play a crucial role once the humans were pushed into war. The Abyssals had spent decades building a vast underground network. But in a matter of weeks, it was all gone. As her chest rose and fell with anger, the courtroom was filled with an illusion of the planets burning as the human race faced extinction. Everyone could feel the heat and hear the wails of women and children. The end of humanity. The day their oath to the motherland would be fulfilled. The Abyssals took a breath, and a fire flashed in their eyes. Even if they had to lay down their lives, they would fulfill their oath. Search by any means necessary, but find where the hell Creo's daughter is. The Mirage Queen's lips curled up in a sinister smile. Since he loves her so much, if we find her, killing him will be simple. The intelligence officer noted down the order and was about to leave when the ruler asked, "What about Creo? Is he really staying away from the planetoids for so long?" It has been more than 2 weeks since the Sovereign last appeared on the battlefield. Of course, Sovereigns don't fight frequently, so it's not an abnormal occurrence. However, he challenged me last month, Mirage Queen recalled. Creo was super happy for some reason and roared, "Bitch, soon, I'll give you the fight of your life. It'll also be your last fight." He seemed super confident for some reason. Of course, Mirage Queen wouldn't know that Creo was anticipating the potions after Sia was captured. His daughter could get a potion and be healed, and he could get a potion to reach a new level of strength. That's why he bragged in front of her. But now, it ended up backfiring. He wasn't lying. Mirage Queen tapped her index finger on her purple lips. Maybe the disappearance of his daughter is all a facade for something he's doing now, the chief suggested. Possible. It could all be a big plan to cover up his true actions. My queen, I suggest you attack the planetoids and force him out. I agree. I agree as well. Me too. As the yes kept ringing, Mirage Queen was about to agree when one of the Archdukes said slowly, "Think again." She stopped her words and looked at him for an explanation. The whole thing, it might as well be an elaborate trap. The words he threw at you in the last fight, the excuse of his daughter disappearing, weeding out Abyssal spies, and forcing you to fight him. The Archduke's words caused everyone to pause. Indeed. They were trying to pull off the same trick with Sovereign Irene during Valos. Just like Irene back then, the Mirage Queen was almost compelled to attack the planetoids. There are so many planetoids, how can he plan anything? The Mirage Queen asked. Maybe it's related to a treasure, or perhaps he's confident in leading you into a trap no matter where you attack. The Archduke suggested some possibilities. Conspirators often see the world through a lens of suspicion, assuming others are also plotting against them. The Mirage Queen considered both possibilities and said, both attacking and not attacking lead to dangerous outcomes. I'll give you a day to gather more information. Then, I'll make my move. The chief nodded and began mobilizing the workforce. What is the real truth? The traitor Sovereign knew, but he didn't share it with the Abyssals. So, the Mirage Queen remained unaware of just how significant an opportunity she was missing by not attacking Mars. Suddenly, the Mirage Queen raised an eyebrow and glanced in a particular direction. Her mind sense scanned the holy altar and its surroundings before she muttered, "Was I thinking too much?" Damn! Varian cursed under his breath. We're almost caught. Sia wiped the sweat from her forehead. Shut up, you two. Booz said, glaring at the man and woman. Varian and Sia froze at Booz's words, like criminals who had been caught. Just before, Boo had alerted them that Mirage Queen was almost upon them. Only after her scrutiny had passed did they sigh in relief. Still, it was true that they had opposed Boo's advice against sneaking into the castle. Indeed, it was very risky. They could have been in fatal danger. But instead of admitting their mistake, Varian coughed and glanced at Sia. "Sia, why are you so beautiful? Why are you so handsome?" the two said to each other. "Don't ignore Boo." Boo yelled. "Do you hear anything?" Varian asked, his face full of doubt. "Nothing," Sia replied, nodding with a straight face. "Nothing at all. You shameless couple." Boo stomped and pouted. Varian coughed lightly. He knew Boo was genuinely worried. He knew it was risky. But he had done it. What other options did he have? Should he watch Mars burn? "I want to slap my past self and Creo. You two got me into this trouble." Varian clicked his tongue and watched the situation outside. The ghost ship was currently transparent and in stealth mode, allowing them to observe the outside without being detected. "The security is indeed a bit much," Varian commented as he observed the vast underground hall. They were currently in the castle's underground hall, which stretched in all directions, covering the area of several football fields. It was filled with aura crystals. At the center of the hall stood an altar, the Holy Altar, an item treasured by Abyssals for some reason. Enigma destroyed the Holy Altar of Earth, and as a result, she was pursued by the Archduke Mendis, forging a deep feud with the Abyssals. "I told you, once the Demon Abyss Holy Altar is destroyed, they become very cautious," Sia said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Too cautious," Varian said, narrowing his eyes at the Abyssals meditating near the altar. His eyes flashed, and a blue screen appeared in front of him. High level 9 Psychic. High level 9 Telekinetic. Mid-level 9 Psychic. Mid-level 9 Telekinetic. It was absurd. Guarding the Holy Altar in the deepest layer of the castle. Unlike the Demon Abyss, the capital of the Mirage Queen was difficult to access. Even someone like Enigma would need to be mindful of the illusions. But the Abyssals had gone to extreme lengths to secure the Holy Altar. "What's the purpose of the Holy Altar?" Varian muttered. During his time as Prince Var, he used the altars to teleport to the capital. Teleport. A thought flashed in his mind. It seemed absurd, considering the Abyssals claimed they were too far from their home abyss. But what if it was true? "Sia," Varian's voice was serious, and Sia listened carefully. "I think the holy altars are connected to the home abyss." Sia's eyes widened. Home abyss. Since the Abyssals here were essentially an expeditionary force, it was clear that the home abyss would be much stronger. Even without considering the Abyss Emperor, humans had no chance against the home abyss. All the theories and predictions about the balance of power between humans and Abyssals were based on the assumption that the conflict was limited to the solar system. But what if the Abyssals called for help from their home abyss? "They're very far away, right?" Sia said with a forced smile. "Since these holy altars have space properties, they're connected to the home abyss. But they're too far away. Teleporting anything should be impossible." Varian tapped his chin. "That's right. The Abyssals are under the jurisdiction of the Jai Empire." Boo suddenly chirped. Boo doesn't remember much. But the Jai Empire doesn't rule this galaxy. "So, the Abyssals can be at most at the edges of our galaxy," Boo said with a serious expression. Varian and Sia were first relieved that the Abyssals' home base was so far away. That ensured the chances of external forces being sent to the solar system were almost zero. But Boo's words left a deep shock on the couple. "Doesn't rule this galaxy, that means a single empire rules a galaxy?" Varian asked with a hollow laugh. Boo nodded seriously. "A couple." Varian was sure that this empire was deeply related to the Slivers, and thus, he'd end up clashing with them. "I'll leave it to my future self. I have my problems." Varian shook his head and focused back on the holy altar. The situation wasn't optimistic. The plan was to attack the holy altar and force the Mirage Queen to stay inside the abyss until Bali came out. But there were two problems. Firstly, the security. Using the ghost ship, they could slowly sneak behind the Abyssals and attack them. Since they were Mind Awakeners, their bodies were weak, and the sneak attacks could inflict major injuries on them. Even then, it would be hard for Enigma or Sia to take them head-on. Then came the second problem, the Mirage Queen. Any big movement they made in the underground hall would be found by her. Of course, they could still attempt a sneak attack. But once they did, Mirage Queen would respond before their second attack. It would be great if they could finish everything in one blow and move on. With her presence, however, that's impossible. Varian rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Then, he tapped his comm and sent a message to Irene Nile, command the troops on the Planetoid to prepare for an all-out war. Make full preparations. Give the Mirage Abyss the illusion that we're about to launch a full-scale attack. Sia mentioned earlier that the defense of the Holy Altar would change based on the conditions of Mars' planetoids. Since Mars was going to show intent for an all-out war, the high-end combat power would naturally be called to the front lines. Thus, there would only be low-level 9s, at most mid-level 9s. As for the reason, announce that Creo found his daughter has been kidnapped by the Abyssals. Sia's eyes flashed with understanding, and a smile bloomed on her face. Varian returned her smile and said, "It will take a while before the security is replaced. Before that, we need to rattle the Mirage Abyss a bit." Sia understood his intention and smiled brightly. Oh, yes. The hunting would begin.